And we're live. Hello and welcome to the first annual PulseConference.online. I'm your host, Maddie Allen. I was a therapist until a small investment in crypto made me a multimillionaire. And now I'm retired and work more than ever to volunteer my time to host events like this and promote other causes I believe in, like longevity research and mental health. The goal of this 3-night online conference is to explain what is PulseChain and why are so many people excited about it. PulseChain is creating crypto history. Today marks the 1-year anniversary of when people started sacrificing their crypto as a statement that, quote, "We believe speech is a protected human right and blockchains are speech," end quote. $600 million was raised for this cause, and with an additional $1 billion from PulseX, a companion product, a total of 120,000 addresses participated. PulseChain seeks to use this set of users to airdrop the native network tokens, or PLS tokens, that will replace Ethereum on the PulseChain Layer 1 network. PulseChain now has a successful testnet that's been running for 6 months, and tonight we'll show that off. Although already overdue from initial estimates of when it would launch, eventually PulseChain will launch as a hybrid fork of Ethereum and airdrop to ERC20 holders. This means that millions of Ethereum users will get free coins airdropped to their existing wallets on the new chain, requiring no sign up, simply switching networks in a drop-down menu in MetaMask. Many brilliant minds agree that this concept of PulseChain launching as a fork of ETH and airdrop is genius, but there's more. PulseChain is also expected to beat Ethereum 2.0 to market with better features, including penny fees, proof of stake, meaning it's better for the environment, and deflationary tokenomics. Over the next 3 nights, you will hear from people at every level of their crypto journey. So whether you are new to crypto or an OG, original generation, you've come to the right place. This first hour will go over the basics of PulseChain, PulseX, and Hex, followed by a demo on the testnet, 3 talks from projects building on PulseChain, followed by a keynote panel from the Game Theory gang, and finally an OG social panel. Tomorrow's lineup includes more of the top streamers from the PulseChain community reviewing their knowledge, as well as longevity founder Aubrey de Grey, whose Sens Foundation got $27.5 million in donations raised for medical research by Richard Hart and the Pulse Sacrifice. Day 3 will include more streamers and community favorites, as well as multiple segments with founder Richard Hart. First, Richard will explain PulseChain and Hex at 5 different levels of difficulty to a middle schooler, high schooler, college student, crypto streamer, and a cloud architect. The next half an hour will be an interview between early Bitcoin investor Jack Levin, who is also the 21st employee at Google, and Richard Hart. Then half an hour of myself interviewing Richard, then a keynote from Richard, and a social where multiple community members can interact with him on screen. Now we have a 5-minute news segment, and then we will hear from our first duo of speakers. Please hit the like and subscribe button now and stay tuned for an amazing conference. And with that being said, we're gonna go now to Quatro-Cinco News for a 5-minute update.
Good evening, y'all. Welcome to Quatro-Cinco News. I'm Bobby H. Back again for another quick weekly roundup. Let's get straight into it. The first annual PulseChain.online conference officially kicked off this morning, bringing together top thought leaders and pioneers in the global finance and blockchain industries. The three-day event will feature over 30-plus top streamers from the PulseChain ecosystem and is expected to draw attendees from around the world. A brief rundown of the schedule shows a range of topics from PulseChain TestNet demos to security and onboarding tools. Richard Hart is scheduled to headline the event on day 3 at 10 p.m. Central Standard Time. Our next story is a brief refresher for those who may be tuning in for the first time. Upon the release of PulseChain, all ERC20 users will receive a free copy of all of their coins on the new network. This is the largest airdrop in history, with over 10,000 new coins and 10,000 new trading pairs scheduled to be minted into existence. In order to qualify, users need to self-custody their crypto and not hold their crypto on centralized exchanges like Coinbase or Kraken. A reminder that this is something you should be doing anyways. As we know, crypto was invented to get rid of the middlemen and not make new ones. If you've been awake at all for the past few months, you've seen the list of crypto casualties continue to mount, making this even more pertinent. The official launch date of PulseChain remains unannounced. However, TestNet has been running great for months, so be sure to spend some time over there before real money is involved. Our next story, millionaire philanthropist cat. Sounds crazy, but it's true. If sleeping all day and licking yourself doesn't sound wildly profitable, then perhaps you're ignoring the hardest rule in investing: do nothing. This week, millionaire Hex cat Hexy joined the pet rich list after her owner donated $2 million to an animal rescue in Northern Illinois. Her owner, Art Moracle, is an ex-Bell Labs executive who went all in on Hex early on.
So I made a couple trades, and my cat, who I named Hexy when it was born, because we were waiting for it to come out. So Hexy was just jumping on top of me and laid down and fell asleep. I go, okay, I can't get up and do another trade. So I gave up. I took a 12-hour sleep, woke up, and Hex went up 100%. I was like, oh my goodness, man! I'm so glad I stopped trading then, and that was like wheels turning in my mind. It was cool.
As a token of his gratitude, Art chose to donate that account worth millions in an effort to get the word out and make the world a better place. Maddie Allen visited the animal shelter with the Hex DeLorean to meet up with Art in person.
It's really amazing, you know, we got to get the word out for Hex and stuff. That's what I want to do and help out with it, because I think, you know, the most amazing coin growth in the world.
This is so organic, to have a community coming together and to have people really using their gains, not only to have like a tax benefit and to do good in the world, but also it helps get the word out about Hex. When people who are not yet in crypto, when they hear that somebody's given $2 million to an animal shelter, that warms a lot of people's hearts. And it shows them that it's more than just about getting rich. It's about making a difference.
There we learned that Art has gone one step further and called in a favor with popular Brazilian artist Romero Brito. Brito is wildly renowned for creating the positive pop art movement and doing commissions for the likes of Whitney Houston and Michael Jackson. In the spirit of paying it forward, Art has commissioned a new piece as a tribute to Hex that he intends to unveil at PulseCon in September.
To kind of put this story into context as well, I didn't really understand who Romero Brito was until we started talking about him. And then just this morning, Art and I saw a news piece in the national news about the artist that he's been connecting with and commissioning all this art from.
That was, CBS Sunday Morning show. I could not believe it. Yeah.
This is yet another example of Hex expanding its reach into different verticals, now venturing into the realm of high-end art. Congratulations to Mr. Moracle on his incredibly generous donation, and to his wife on her great eye and taste. We look forward to seeing you and Romero both on the new chain. With that, that's all the time we have. We hope you've had an amazing week at the PulseChain online conference. If you haven't yet, please be sure to head over to my YouTube channel and subscribe, hit the bell, and do all that good stuff. Thanks again for tuning in for another episode of Quatro-Cinco News. I'm Bobby H. Stay safe and stay long, y'all. Good night.
All right. Well, that was certainly 3 interesting news stories. And now it's my honor to introduce our first 2 speakers who I'm a huge fan of you two as a duo and individually. I think you both do an outstanding job of explaining from the basics to even a complicated level of what PulseChain and PulseX and Hex are. And so I'm excited to hear your presentation for the rest of the hour.
Hi, Maddie. It's really nice to see you. Thank you so much for inviting us and for organizing this conference. Is this your 3rd one? I think this is
Yes.
the 3rd. Okay, congratulations. That's a really huge feat. It's a massive amount of organization. And so I feel like it's getting slicker and better every single time. So I've watched all your conferences, so I'm really happy to be here. And then, John and I, this is our 3rd time streaming together, John. So this is, it's good. It's good to be reunited. Hey, John.
It's been fun.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I'll let you two take it away. Thank you.
Okay, great.
Awesome.
So I guess, John, I guess we should just kind of expand. So what John and I kind of went before we stream, we always pregame, and we do this thing where we just sit and kind of talk about like what's happening. So I ask a lot of questions and I tell them kind of what I'm hearing, and then we, just kind of go from there. So I guess, the big news today is that Celsius is declaring bankruptcy. So John, I know that you're probably much closer to this, and people in your world, what are they saying about this news?
Well, it's huge news. Someone sent me an article today or yesterday, actually, saying that a video of Alex Mashinsky talking about how other companies before Celsius were filing for Chapter 11 bankruptcy, and now the tables have turned, and now Celsius is the one who's filing for Chapter 11 bankruptcy. So it doesn't seem like all is lost quite yet, but it doesn't look great. Especially for a company that was saying that to unbank yourself, and that we were better than the banks, and that we don't have FDIC insurance, but we're still offering higher yields. You should trust us. Alex kept saying that, like, you should trust us. You should, you're not capable of handling your own private keys. But in a world with Hex and PulseChain and Hex on PulseChain, we're going to not only be able to earn yield through Hex, through staking, but also with yield farming and LPing, and earning all these incentive tokens and rewards just for providing liquidity, being the liquidity, and being rewarded for holding our own keys. So that's very pertinent right now. And I feel for the people that are going through it, because a lot of people have a lot of their life savings there. And I'm sure a lot of people are also too afraid to tell people how much they've lost. And that includes hedge funds, sovereign wealth funds, all types of people that probably got obliterated from the collapse of Tether, UST, Luna, Celsius, and now Three Arrows Capital too.
Oh, yeah. I think you bring up a really good point about the counterparty risk, and that, Richard always says, not your keys, not your coins. And I don't know if you had a chance to check out his interview with Miss Teen Crypto. They did a stream a few days ago. And, it's always interesting because I've watched so many videos on Hex and so many explanations, and I've read the website, and I know that, like what Hex is, and it's a time deposit on the blockchain. But every time Richard speaks about it, I learn something different. And Miss Teen Crypto asked the question, what made you come up with the idea of Hex? And Richard said that if you wanted to earn yield on your Bitcoin, you would have to incur counterparty risk by giving up your crypto, your Bitcoin to someone like a Celsius, like an institution like the Celsius. And so that's why he created Hex. That was really his motivation behind it. And I think that is just so pertinent right now. I think it's a really good thing to talk to people who maybe don't know about Hex. Like the whole kind of ethos and the whole reason, the motivation for it being created by Richard was that, if you don't have your own keys, it's really not your coins, and it can be taken away from you, which is evidenced by what's happening right now. I think it's so It's so awful for so many people. I mean, I don't know if you know a lot of people who have been affected, but it's can you imagine just you all of a sudden you trust, Alex Machinsky says trust me and like trust us. You can't trust yourself with your keys. We'll take care of you. And people have lost millions of dollars. It's really, really sad. But John, the question I have for you from reading today's news also is, for the bankruptcy process, can you walk us through what that means? So they're filed Chapter 11. So like, what are the timelines and what are like the next steps?
Well, I'm not a bankruptcy expert, so I'll say that to start. But essentially, it's just a restructuring of their balance sheet. So they're paying off their debts that they owe on the DeFi space. So they have positions, in Aave, et cetera. And we talked about this yesterday, is DeFi has held these companies accountable because they have to pay back their loans due to the code. The code does not allow them to get out of it or to give out unsecured loans without putting up that collateral. So they've been in the process of doing that. And I think there's people like Simon Dixon, there's other people that have experience with this type of Chapter 11 process that are trying to work people through it. And hopefully, they're trying to save the depositors first. But in the likely, in this type of event, there's no guarantees as far as getting back, even a percentage of your capital. And I saw today that there was they have I think a mismatch of $1.2 billion on their balance sheet. So just assets minus liabilities. Their liabilities exceed their assets by $1.2 billion. And that's not necessarily audited information or data, but that's what one of the news headlines was. So that just shows you what kind of shape they're in, and then how they decide to recuperate some of either the investors or the people that hold equity in Celsius and the venture capitalists. We don't know yet what's going to happen there.
Okay.
But
thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, are you hopeful? Are you hopeful that it can be restructured and saved, and that could happen?
I'm not confident. Just because they were lying about a lot of things, even close after, when they knew basically they were in trouble, they kept lying about, deposit with us and everything's fine, so that's kind of worries me, because if they were, why would you have to deceive people if you were legitimate and you had enough, you just need to just restructure your balance sheet a little bit. So going off that, I'm a little bit concerned about people being able to get their money back. I mean, if so, it's probably going to be at a much discounted rate, would be my guess at this point in time.
Okay.
Yeah. So not 100%, maybe 30%, 40% if they're lucky.
Oh gosh, that just gave me that feeling, that pit in my stomach. I feel for people.
Yeah.
Yesterday, John, when we talked about what's happening right now in CeFi, right? So with all the centralized exchanges, that there's falling like dominoes now, and that you foresee that this is not the end, that you think that this is going to be, I mean, I agree with you that I think that we're going to see more beyond just Celsius and Three Arrows Capital. How bad do you think it's going to get?
Yeah, I think it's going to get worse. I think we'll hear more announcements of companies becoming insolvent or having to liquidate assets or stop withdrawals. Like Voyager totally had to file bankruptcy as well, I believe, Chapter 11. So I think there's just going to be more of that being announced over the next few months. Similar with Terra and UST and that whole debacle. So, it just has ripple effects that just keep going on and affecting so many wide ranges of people. And with Celsius and Voyager, it hurt mostly the average person, the average user that doesn't have the money to lose. That's the heartbreaking thing. So all we can do is, it's in the lawyers' hands now and the people that specialize in these types of proceedings. And, all you can do is really pray and hope for the best at this point. That's my perspective.
That's really all you can do. But I think that one of the interesting things, and I think is a positive thing that's come out of the massive problems that are happening in centralized finance right now, is that really highlights the strength of DeFi. And it really highlights, why one would go into DeFi. And I think that's really good for PulseX.
Absolutely, yes. Because Just like how a lot of these firms had leveraged positions and they had to post collateral to get stable coins, to then use those stable coins to try to earn more yield and then leverage up. Those people, were able to get unsecured loans and give out unsecured loans, to anybody. It was kind of like in 2008, the financial crisis. People were giving out mortgages to anybody. You didn't even need to prove your income. You just had to say you made 120,000 a year, and then they would say, "Oh, the bank would be like, okay, sure, we'll take your word for it." But yeah, with PulseX, it also has the pumpamental aspect of it with the buy and burn, and depending on how much volume it can do, if it could do even fractions of the volume of Uniswap or any of these other decentralized aggregator exchanges, PulseX has that code built into not only to be decentralized and be immutable, but also to boost the price of the actual token and the ecosystem. Then hopefully the success of PulseX, the success of PulseChain, and some of these other projects that are built on PulseChain is going to only help adoption and help people realize that PulseChain is the premier layer one. It's not just like every other ETH clone out there, because there's many ETH clones, right? So a lot of people could say, why do we care about PulseChain? There's a million ETH one layer ones that all have fast throughput and have, you can build applications on. It's just a matter of, I guess I would throw this back to you, is what do you think makes PulseChain superior or optimal versus these other ETH L1 clones?
Well, one is the community. I mean, just the hexagons alone participating, and look at the number of projects that are launching on PulseChain by hexagons right now. There's a lot, and they're going to continue to build more and more, and the community is growing. Our community is the strongest community, definitely the best community in all of crypto, and I can actually say that objectively, not only in terms of the level of engagement. I mean, look at the number of hexagons versus the number of Richard's followers. I would say that probably 2 out of every 3 hexagons follows Richard on social media, definitely on Twitter, because he has 150,000 followers. And we predict the maximum you could predict is, I've heard 200,000 is the community, number of people in our community right now. So, I mean, that's 3 out of 4 people in the community follow him and really, really listen to everything that he says and really follows, they understand the tenets that he really stands behind, like admin keys and, so I think community, 1, and then 2, just in terms of game theory, is the system state copy. So, the fact that you can, yield farm, it really incentivizes the ERC20 token holders to bridge over and, really try to earn, back the value of their PRC20 tokens that now they're getting for free. And so I think that the fact that, that has never been done before. It's going to be the world's largest airdrop. And I think that this time, in a weird way, that we have with the delays is a favor, because in the sense that it's allowing us to communicate to more and more people and to get the word out. It really takes time to market and to reach a larger audience. You see Richard with his, we talked about his, controversial way of getting attention. It's getting attention, and it's getting a lot of eyeballs from really, Miss Teen Crypto is huge. She's mega. She has a huge following, and she's a very young audience. So he reached a whole new thousands of new people who before that stream did not know about Hex, did not know about PulseChain, and did not know about PulseX. So I would say that, those 2 things make me, then it's Richard Hart, and it's a Richard Hart project. And, it's been audited, twice? He is so meticulous about the way that he's works and the way before he launches something, because he does not want to fail and he wants it to be, successful, and he wants to see people get rich. That really is something that is part of his, his, I guess, sign of his achievement and his own success. So that's the kind of challenge that he puts on himself. So it's I'm really bullish still, even in this really kind of not so great environment. I'm really bullish with PulseChain and PulseX.
Yeah, I like all those points. And for me, seeing him on Fox Business was like, wow, I was like, wow, I can't believe all that's working really paid off, because it was that guy, I saw him tweet at Richard a few times when he would flex, his cars or his watches. So it's definitely getting people's eyeballs. And Richard was running a Twitter space, or not running, but he was part of a Twitter space this morning. And there was like 3,000 people on it, going back to your community comment. And they said that they usually get 50 to 100 people on it. So he brought 2,900 people, and he didn't even tweet it or send it to anyone. It's just like, he has the most raving fans in the industry, where, we're all just hanging on everything he says, everything he would hint at development-wise regarding PulseChain or PulseX. Like, everyone's just hanging on his word. And so as we've discussed in previous streams, like, it's just his ambition is extremely impressive, and he obviously wants to do the best, not only for his community, but himself and his bragging rights.
Yeah.
And I think that part of doing some of the pulse optimizations, and this is just my speculation, but doing some of the pulse optimizations now is a great time, because it's kind of protecting us from this pretty bad global macro environment. What in investing wise, with interest rates wise, inflation wise, I think riding this out and maybe coming out of this, out of the storm, PulseChain with full uptime and full up, everything fully built out, I think we can really kickstart the next bull run and maybe be the leading L1 coming out of this next bull market, hopefully sometime soon.
Yeah, I mean, that is the goal. And I think that there's a lot of people in our community who truly believe that that's what's going to happen. And I think that the work that's being done to create, I think the next step is to look at what actually is built on the Pulse chain, because that's really going to also inform the value of it. And, you see these really, really interesting projects that are coming up. I mean, I cannot keep up with it now. So there's so many that I watch. If I stream, if I like walk away for 5 days and I come back to YouTube and I, look at my video in the feed, I'm like, what is happening? There's so many projects launching. So, and I know we talked about this yesterday too, John, but you said, what projects are you most excited about that you see launching?
Definitely PulseX. I'm very excited for that.
Same.
As far price aside, who knows what's going to happen with Pulse. I'm very excited for PulseChain too, of course. I'm excited for some of these protocols where you can do some like DeFi stuff, because my vision for PulseChain is I want it to be the premier yield generating chain, right? So like a lot of these chains like Phantom, I want to say some of the L2s, even Matic, Polygon, like they've had a huge run where, let's say like a 6 to 9 month run where they were like just onboarding hundreds and thousands of users a day, and like all of their liquidity providing pools are just offering huge APRs and doing really well price wise. And I feel like PulseChain, I want to see that for PulseChain, where it's just like everyone's hearing about it, everyone's finding out of that, the coins are all doing really well. Hopefully it's a meritocracy where the best ones win out, and of course there's going to be scams, there's going to be a lot of Ponzi's and rug pulls on PulseChain, but you hope that the core projects that are being built that are DeFi based, that are no admin keys, where you can earn yield or where you can earn some sort of revenue and make mad gains on that. Hopefully, PulseChain is that premier asset, and then people want to switch over, and then we get some of because one of the things that attracted me to Hex early on was it was a new coin, and there was no bag holders that were going to be sell pressure on the way back up.
Okay.
Because it was brand new. And, if you bought it, your cost basis was what you bought it at, and you weren't holding for 4 or 5 years, like in the last bull market, to then, sell if it just went up on a 2x. So PulseChain and all the assets on PulseChain is going to have that same property, where we can start from zero, start from the ground floor. And if people want to get out, sure, they can get out with, anytime they want, but you're not going to have as much sell pressure as some of these other assets or some other chains like Matic, Polygon. That those coins, they might just be, I'm hopefully people rotate out of those and we gain some adoption there. But it's on the community to educate people about PulseChain, what it is, why it's important, why obviously the free money is the biggest incentive, but why people want to use it, and educating them on that and what it does and maybe some of the features of it can only help, I think, adoption and price action moving forward.
Speaking of adoption, John, you were telling me yesterday about your postcard project. Your mailing.
Yep. So I did want to briefly talk about this. So it's a team. It's not me. I'm just one of the people that's helping. So it's a campaign because Richard has mentioned, and a lot of people in the community have mentioned that direct marketing is a very successful endeavor in just normal life, not just crypto. It's good in other, just regular businesses, brick and mortar businesses. And we've seen that we've had a great news streamer, Jack Levin, has come on many streams, and he is very intelligent, very, welcome to this community because he's very knowledgeable, has a lot of background in tech and crypto, has a lot to share. And I think that him coming out and saying that was one of the things that introduced him and pushed him over the edge to finally take the leap into Hex, into the Richard Heart ecosystem. I think that's just validation that we should maybe be doing these other things and trying as a community to market, because marketing is not just on Richard's shoulders, right? It's the community's shoulders. It's technically Richard doesn't have to market at all. It's his personal choice to, but it's also our individual personal choices, and then collectively our choices to do that. So however you want to do that, it's not my place to tell you how to market. This is just one of the campaigns that we're doing. So we're trying to mail these postcards to the wealthiest zip codes and wealthiest average home values in America. And we're just going to send them to the residences, and hopefully people, hopefully it catches people's attention, and then maybe they look into going to the website. I'm trying to go into with not too much expectations, but just trying some new things, just experimenting with that. So if people want to help, or if they want to help with their time or donate, they can reach out to me or Maddie, I'm sure, or one of the other members that's working on that. And that would be a great help. And, hopefully it's going to bring a lot of adoption. And to transition to PulseChain, maybe we can do something similar. If we do see results, we could do something similar for PulseChain and PulseX, it's harder to do that when it's not actually out yet. It's like, but you could argue that telling people via direct mail that they're going to get all these free coins could be a decent marketing strategy. I don't know.
Yeah. People love free money. They love free anything.
Yes, I like free money. I like it. I'm not complaining.
On the postcard, John, what will it say with regard to Hex? Like, how are you defining? Are you explaining what Hex is? Like, how much information will be on there, and what information would that be?
So the one that Jack posted, or a few other people posted, it's two-sided. So the first side just says like hex.com has in the corner, come win with us, and then it has like some just stats about it, like how many holders, how much value is locked, and then it's like a picture of like a family overlooking like a sunset or something. But then on the back side, there's like more of the detailed stuff. Like, so it has like one of Gerardo's charts showing the historical returns. It shows like more of like the nerdy like crypto stuff. So it's like someone who knows crypto and knows at least Ethereum, they'll like see that and be like, oh, it's performing similarly or to Bitcoin and Ethereum did early on, and it has all this stuff. So that's basically in a nutshell what the postcards look like. And that. And maybe I'm sure a lot of Hexicans live in these areas that are affluent. So you might see one, and if you do, please send a screenshot or tweet it or post it somewhere so that people, just to increase the engagement and the numbers, right? Even if it's because we see a lot of these people that hate Hex, they'll still post it. They're like, why am I getting these scam letters in the mail? But then it's like all engagement, right? It's getting the eyeballs. They're actually tweeting, Hex and Richard Heart ecosystem to their followers without even knowing it. So, hopefully we don't just get those types of people. We get all types of people, because we like you and I know, like Hex can benefit almost anyone, right? As a passive income strategy and a way to generate yield without giving up your coins, and also with the free copy that's coming up, So yeah, there's the backside of the postcard. And again, it wasn't me that designed this. There's a bunch of guys that have done this So kudos to them. Thank you to them for doing all this and helping already having this like system set up. So thank you, Philip, Viktor, all you guys that helped me the other day. And I would just like to see this campaign hopefully successful. And then if it is, we can get more money. We can just send it out to more people, more countries, and see where it takes us.
Okay. I think that's a really interesting to see, there's no way, I guess, really to measure it other than you just put it out there unless you get feedback, like, a la Jack Levin, who talked about how that's what really convinced him. But if it convinced someone like him, I would say that it's a pretty good bet that it's going to convince them. It would convince other people as well. And I think just the fact that even if people are annoyed, like the tweet we just saw, people are talking about Hex. That's what you want. You want them talking about it. So that's, putting it out there. And are you planning on targeting each household once or once a year or once a quarter? Is there any kind of cadence that you're going to follow in terms of timing?
For right now, we're just trying to spread it around. So one to each of the more affluent areas and zip codes and mail, because Richard also has a great link. I posted in the Hex Postcard group chat. He's like, the gatekeepers can't route around the physical mail. People have to deliver it. They're not going to say, oh, this is Richard Hart made it. Not going to deliver it. It's
a really good point.
To them. Yeah, it's the same thing to them. So it's like, it's the one way around it because you can't do it really as much digitally. Like they'll censor you digitally if you try to represent crypto projects, for good reason, right? Their intentions are good because most of crypto projects are scams and rug pulls or like giveaway scams. So the attention is there, but for good projects, for good ecosystems, it's hard to get around that. And you have to find creative ways to route around the gatekeeping and the censorship that it just plagues our industry.
Okay. Yeah, that's true. I didn't even think about that, but yeah, it cannot be gatekept. It will actually get there. I mean, what people do with it, we don't know. Some of them might just throw it in the trash, but they'll see it. So, okay.
Yeah.
And are you?
And it's not. It doesn't necessarily. Just one last point is it's not necessarily. Yeah, the point is it's not supposed to onboard everyone, but it's just another trigger, another thing that people see. Maybe they saw Hex on Twitter once, and then maybe they saw it on a billboard once, and then they see this, and it's a third time they see it, and then they're like, oh, okay. So it's not necessarily just about like sales and like immediate buy pressure. If there's not $1 million buy tomorrow and it was a failure. No, I think it's just a matter of getting in the global consciousness of people, and then so people know it exists, and then when they see it, hopefully leading the next bull run, they already have a general idea of what it is. That's my hope.
Yeah, that's the
Sorry
good.
to cut you off though.
No. That's fine. I was just going to ask a question about how many people that you guys are going to. How many postcards you're going to send initially?
So it's based on like the amount that's donated. It's roughly, depending on the zip code, it's 30 to 50 cents per postcard. That's like delivery and that's delivery and for the actual postcard. So it's not that expensive. It's just a matter of, where do we want to go? And we do have a strategy, as far as like the zip codes and everything. And we have a checklist of where we've sent and not sent yet. So it's just a process of working on the list and just getting them out there. That's all. That's the goal.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah.
I think that you guys will be able to raise a lot of money. Hopefully you'll be able to send a lot of postcards. So I hope that people support this this project. I think it's really, really good. So John, one other thing that I found really interesting about the Miss Teen Crypto interview with Richard is that when he talked about Hex and what motivated him to create it, he said that he was trying to recreate a legacy finance system digitally on the blockchain with peer-to-peer trustless technology, right? And so I've never heard it kind of really explained like that. And I guess my question to you is, when you are onboarding, because I know you've onboarded quite a few people, what is your like your very short, down and dirty, like initial way to explain what is Hex?
Well, Richard likes to say it's Bitcoin with a proof of work change, but that's like very complicated, and you have to be in crypto to understand that. And even on the Twitter Spaces today, he was trying to explain that to Bitcoin maximalists and NFT guys, and they don't even like listen or understand. So if it's like someone who's absolutely new to crypto, I won't really start with like the technicalities. I'll just say it's a newer coin that allows you to generate yield, and you stake it for however long you want to stake it for. And then I'll usually go into like building a staking ladder, special income stream. It's not easy to talk about in two words or two sentences. Unfortunately, it's really like someone has to be engaged with you, interested. And then you kind of I just try to educate them as far as what it is, how it works. But mostly it's like, if they know DeFi, then I'll try to relate it to DeFi, right? Because a lot of people are familiar with like how DeFi works or Coinbase. A lot of people just have a Coinbase account, and then they're like, oh, what's ETH staking? Or, can you stake ETH? Or, Hex isn't on Coinbase. And then I'll explain that it's mostly using Uniswap. It's decentralized in nature. You can stake it decentralized too. You can buy and sell it decentralized. So I just talk about that stuff. Yeah, there's no easy way to explain them, unfortunately. Even going to the website, there's usually a lot of questions that will come out of that. So yeah, it's not an easy answer.
It's not. It's true. It's not an easy answer. I mean, I usually just say it's the CD or time deposit on the blockchain. That's kind of my initial, and then because people understand like what a CD or a time deposit is. So I say it's on the blockchain, and then I go in and they're like, what's blockchain? And then you're right. It's not, just once you say something, that just incurs like so many other questions, especially for people who are not familiar with crypto. But I think that, it's, what will be interesting when PulseChain launches is the fact that PulseChain and PulseX are so much easier to explain, because first of all, there's existing, that PulseChain is a fork of Ethereum, but faster and cheaper, right? And then PulseX is a fork of, Uniswap, which exists, and you can give the comps, and you can talk about the performance from launch, and you can, really kind of, it's already proven and it's out there, and it's just much easier to understand. So I think, in my opinion, the adoption of PulseChain and PulseX will be much faster, and I think that it'll be I think we'll see higher numbers of users and holders at a much higher rate than we saw for Hex, just because of the fact that it's easier to understand.
Yeah, it's definitely easier to understand. There's way more people that have sacrificed in the sacrifice period than people that participated in the adoption amplifier with Hex. So you have that. There's way more. I mean, at least when PulseChain, the Telegram first launched, there was like 100 people in the voice chat every single day during the sacrifice period. And with Hex, it wasn't like that at all. It was a lot of people bought initially the first day or first week, and then they kind of stopped, right? And then it went down 98%. So yeah, PulseChain has definitely the ease of explaining better, just because it has that real world example, and pretty much everyone that knows anything about crypto has at least heard of Ethereum. And a lot of them are buy it too. A lot of people own Ethereum now. And we're naturally just going to get all those users if they want to, right? Just by default. Of course, the centralized exchanges will be weird. I don't no idea what they're going to do with that, right? Because they're going to own all those free coins that technically should be their users. So what they do with those coins should be interesting moving forward on the new chain when it goes live. Is what are the centralized exchanges going to do? Because you can't block out some of these coins, that people get just because they're in a centralized service, like Celsius, right? Celsius has a lot of Ethereum-based assets, ERC20s. They're going to get copies of all types of assets. What are they going to do with them? Are they legally allowed to? So those are some of the things I'm thinking about. But yeah, I think just the main pitch for PulseChain and Hex, and especially now, is what's going on with Celsius, Voyager, Three Arrows Capital. It's like something like that isn't possible with these things, with Hex, and it is immutable, and the code is protected. It's isolated, and PulseChain will be a little different. It's going to be need to be constantly monitored and optimized from a code-based perspective. So that's going to be different than Hex, where Hex is just like a set in and forget it. It's done, it's complete, it's finished product. PulseChain is going to be a work in progress, but I know they're implementing all the best features that they can into it, and the most secure features. And they have, Richard has a big team working on PulseChain, PulseX, the wallet now too, which I'm very excited for, because MetaMask, has its downfalls. And this will be more user friendly, I think. And there might be a sacrifice phase for that too. So more potentially more hex and more Richard Heart assets off the market, I think is good. But the Hexicans and the PulseChain community might be over some sacrifices though, because we've had our fair share. But as long as we get users and just build on what we've already built as a community. We've already have made great progress with the users and Twitter. Definitely, everyone's all over Twitter, and in people's comments and people's, just trying to debunk this stuff. And hopefully people are having fun with it too. Obviously the bear market's rough, but it's try not to take it too seriously, but position yourself for the next bull run, because it does come after a year, 2 years of bear. But these things are cyclical and they're seasonal. And right now we're just in crypto winter.
Yeah. We're definitely in crypto winter, but I think, how do you think that, I think it's going to last at least the rest of this calendar year.
Well, a lot of it is based on the macro, right? The stock market, interest rates, inflation, the Fed being number one, what they do. Bitcoin's never been, and crypto's never been in a tightening phase, monetary tightening phase. So it's uncharted territory. So this time it technically is a little bit different. But the bear markets always, we've talked about this too in the past, is like the bear markets do rhyme though. There's similar things. Like there are still people that are still in denial about the bull market, so that means usually that we have lowered go. Not on all assets necessarily, but like in general, sentiment isn't like absolutely just wrecked yet. It's pretty bad, but it's not absolutely wrecked yet. And people haven't, written off crypto yet. So I think, it's looking like another 6 to 12 months maybe. But I'd be happy to be wrong and be over sooner. But it does look like a lot of the top crypto assets, the large cap coins, are looking like to bottom out over the next 3 to 6 months, it looks like to me. That's just my speculation.
I think the same, because I think that the bad news and the macro situation is it's still, because it's a tightening phase, everything's recalibrating, and it's making, the inflation was reported at 9.1% in June, and there's going to be another, a rate hike, and then there's going to be just a series of events that are going to occur that naturally always make people very nervous. And so I think there's going to be more volatility, but, I think that for the people who can weather the storm for the next 6 to 12 months, I think that this is a really good opportunity to buy. I mean, because, we talked about this last time, John, that the difference between the 2018 bear market and 2022, and the biggest difference that we kind of pointed out was the fact that crypto is so much bigger now. Crypto, DeFi, Web3, all that, and there's so much money behind it, and there's so much money invested in it, so many more participants, to the point that the government's no longer trying to ban it. They're actually trying to regulate it, because they acknowledge that it's here to stay. And they're actually, okay, now we have to play with this, so let's just try to regulate it. So I think that, kind of really keeping that in mind for people who are just, a lot of people, I've talked to a lot of people who have crypto who've completely written it off. And I argue with them. I'm like, I don't agree. I don't know, but I really strongly believe that it will come back.
Yeah, the fundamentals haven't changed, like at least, when I first invested in crypto, it was like a decade-long thesis. It wasn't just like I'm in it for 5 years and then I'm out, trying to time the top. It's like, I believe this is a macro bull trend, with the demographics of it, and with the youth being more perceptive to it, NFTs being very popular, a lot more use cases. And it's shown that DeFi has shown that it is the premier use case for crypto. It's being able to do stuff with, like, basically having Wall Street at your fingertips, but decentralized and with no permission and 24/7. I think that's extremely powerful. And that we have that at our fingertips now. And yeah, I think leaving crypto now, it might be a good move, if the markets go down further, but leaving it entirely seems like kind of a foolish move, because just the past historical returns on these things when they come out of a bear market, ETH was $85 slightly before when Hex was launched, $85, and then it went to $5,000. And previously it went from 30 cents to 1,400, 1,400 to 85 to 5,000. You could have gotten shaken out at any time along the way. But what, if you wrote it off, then you missed all those gains potentially, and, hopefully we'll have that same opportunity or similar opportunity with PulseChain, and even if it doesn't do those outstanding returns that ETH did, even if you did half of that, you're still going to be pretty happy with your bags. If 85 to 5,000, okay, what if 85 to 2,500? I think you'd still be happy, right? So it's like, you don't have to time it perfectly. You just have to be, ride the train, get on the wave, in a general sense, in the right time. But you don't have to time the absolute bottom to make it in this industry. And it's the fastest way to not only stay ahead of inflation, but accelerate your financial life as far as being able to outpace, the purchasing power of all the things that you want to buy, with inflation at 9%, 9.1, probably higher. Energy is way higher, real estate higher, healthcare higher. You have to try to gain, more purchasing power in the future, because we're all saving for the future, and we all need to be able to afford the things that we want. And you have, in order to do that, you have to invest, you have to take risks. But it's all about just figuring out how to take calculated risk, not necessarily, I'd say just, careless risk. You got to be smart, you got to have a plan. But yeah, that's kind of my playbook for crypto long term.
That's a good playbook. I think that everyone should follow it.
I don't know about everyone, but
So when we did our first interview in January, John, we talked about, you had mentioned that in your world, in the VC world, that any business plan that had the word metaverse or NFT, or mentioned even crypto, people were throwing so much money into the space, into crypto and Web3. Do you find that people in the VC world are still willing to invest, or do you find that it's cooled a lot?
Yeah, I do. I see retail, and the VC market has slowed down for sure. The valuations have gone down. There's been less merges, less acquisitions, less funds just raising money for any idea. It's similar, but that's what happened in 2018 too. It didn't stop. It just slowed down, and a lot of the it weeds out the pretenders, in space, and some of the people that were just trying to raise $30 million for an idea. And that's just, I guess that's just how crypto is always going to be, right? Because it's like, it gets so exuberant and things are going so well that you always think it's going to continue forever. And, you think you can raise $50 million and then build a product 2 years later and it's going to be okay, right? But in reality, the market should decide who wins and who doesn't. But yeah, so that's why part of me thinks that the market still has time to go down, because there's still a lot of retail and a lot of VC investment in NFT funds. Like one of the guys Richard talked to today runs an NFT venture fund. It's like, and they're still raising money, like $250,000 minimum per person. And there's still I think A16Z, one of the biggest funds in the world, they just raised a huge amount of billions for a new crypto fund, so it's still going on. And that's normal, right? Because it's just this, no one, people still believe in the space, even though the prices have gone down. It's just, you're going to have much less excitement and much less just people throwing darts everywhere. Once that shrinks and it'll kind of just dries up, that's when kind of the bottom of the bear market, where everyone's just kind of written it off. At least that's what happened in 2018, when Bitcoin was 3,500 or so. It was just there for a while and didn't do much. was pretty dead. It was really dead.
No, but it's interesting
Yeah.
to know that, yeah, obviously it's going to cool. It was so white hot where people were just throwing so much money at Web3 startups. And so, and also it's just, it was bound to have cooled. And I was just wondering kind of what the sentiment was in your world. And then the other thing I wanted to talk about that we talked about on our last stream was the fact that I asked you the question whether your colleagues in your day job, because you're a financial advisor, are warm to crypto. Are many of them into crypto? And what is kind of the feeling of your colleagues and peers?
Most of them are not at all, and they hate crypto. It's just like crypto is a direct competitor to a lot of the financial services industry, and the products that we offer are in direct competition with crypto. So naturally, people are gonna fear what they don't know or understand too. So a lot of people don't understand it. They don't understand why it's needed, and the need for censorship resistance, the need for earning yield without giving it to a middleman that could take unnecessary risk with your money. Let's just circle back to the beginning. Those people took unnecessary risk with your money, and it wasn't really disclosed, right? And then these things in the news cause more FUD to exacerbate on itself, because people were like, wow, look at this crypto, this is such a scam industry. Look what happened to Three Arrows Capital. They bought some NFTs, crypto dick butt NFT with the money that they borrowed. Celsius took unnecessary risks with depositors' money. Voyager gave Three Arrows Capital a $650 million unsecured loan. So all these things that happen, it is a clown world still. So these are all ridiculous things. And when you look at it from a Wall Street perspective, you're like, this is just a joke, right? Like, you can't take it seriously. So people that don't do the research and that just look at the headlines when bad things happen and when the prices go down, they kind of celebrate. Those people are never going to understand crypto. They're never going to want to dabble. But the people that do are usually the people that have done their research. They've done the work. They're usually, there's a lot of VCs in Ethereum, right? There's tons, and they've been investing for a long time now. They're just not as vocal about it. But yeah, in financial services and banking and stuff, yeah, most of those guys, they either have a lot big bags or they just hate it and they talk smack on it. But I would say that a lot of them secretly have huge bags and they just don't disclose it. And
crypto holders.
Yeah, like they definitely, there's a lot of closet like whales, I believe, in Wall Street in crypto.
But at what point, John, do you think that they're going to start taking it seriously, your peers and colleagues?
I think a lot of the forward-thinking companies do. Like Fidelity has been working in crypto for a long time. A lot of the other companies have been looking at adding it to their retail platform. It's just the regulatory stuff surrounding crypto is so difficult to navigate. It's a totally unregulated asset. You can't offer it unless to accredited investors, usually people that sign off that they understand the risks associated with it or are already wealthy, right? So it's like, to the average retail investor, they don't want to just expose every Shiba Inu coin to every retail investor. It's just not a good recipe for success.
Okay.
So it's like it just shows you that we're still in a wild west from a regulatory standpoint. But they are, like you said, they are trying to cooperate. They are trying to make sure that they don't stifle it, but they're also trying to do what's best for the investor and for the protecting investor regulations. Because in Wall Street, whenever you open a new account, there's like 25 pages of disclosures, and no one reads them. But there's all just disclosures that are quote unquote supposed to protect you and protecting your rights as of your money, because your money is usually held at a different custodian, is what it's called. So Celsius is a custodian, or was a custodian, but all these other investment management firms are custodians of your money. So they have a fiduciary duty to make sure they protect it, keep it safe, and then insure it if they can, if it's FDIC insurable.
Okay.
But yeah.
Well, I mean, I really do. It'll be really interesting to see in the next 3 to 5 years what that rate of adoption is like and what the curve and how it goes. Because I think that after this bear market and we go into the next bull, I think the rate of adoption is going to be, I think we're going to see, people are going to be surprised at how many people are coming out of this recession that we're going to be in, or that we're already in. I think that people are going to be really looking for something that will, a financial instrument, an asset that will outpace the rate of inflation. And I think that, you know, in order to, this is really the only thing out there that I can really think of that can do that, and it can do it exponentially. And I think that the longer that the fact that we can get through the bear market and go into another bull, I think that will really show the staying power of crypto. And I think people might this time say, okay, now I really believe that this is something that's worth looking into.
Yeah, it's like you're slowly chipping away at people's fear, right? It's like It's like a wave hitting the beach. You know, it slowly just erodes that fear and that tentativeness. So as you saw, yeah, over the last few years, definitely more people are open to crypto. Doesn't mean they necessarily bought or did anything about it, but they're definitely, you know, they've heard about it more. It's something that their kids will mention to them that they're buying, or their friends. And yeah, when everyone's making money, everyone's is feeling great and talking about it and sharing it with their friends. And then that's why you have the reflexivity on the upside, but then also on the downside too. And then now what we're currently going through with some of our onboards is like, you know, you're getting the worst of it now. And it's unfortunate, the timing, but it's just, you can never, it's not much you can do at this point, other than, stick to your guns and know why you got in the first place, and stick to your strategies. Everyone has their own strategy, their own individual goals, objectives, risk tolerance. So, I think that as long as each cycle keeps expanding and having more users and getting, like, the market cap of crypto keeps expanding, you know, like the last cycle, it was like, we couldn't break $1 trillion the previous cycle, right? But this one, we got to like 3 trillion as a total market cap, or maybe more. I don't know. Once I started following Richard, I stopped looking at the market cap metrics a little bit less, because I realized it didn't matter.
It went just above 3 trillion. And I remember that because the fashion market cap for fashion is 3 trillion. And I remember thinking, wow, it beat. Yeah. So it's about the same.
Yeah. So, and then like 3 trillion. So if we drop under $1 trillion, but we go back down to 500 billion, but then the next cycle goes up to 10 trillion, you know, like that's the wave you want to ride, because, you know, rising tide lifts all boats in crypto, right?
Exactly.
And it's a matter, I'll end it there. Good,
awesome.
Good
you
timing.
two have done a great job. We really appreciate you. Can you tell people where to find you if they want to consume more content?
I'm at KoryptoStylist, is same KoryptoStylist on YouTube, and also I'm at KoryptoStylist on Twitter.
And people, if they want to reach me on Telegram, it's at Golden Yacht. Feel free to DM me or talk to me in the chats. I'm in all the Hex and PulseChain chats.
Awesome. Thank you two so much for appearing. You rock.
Thank you.
Thanks, Maddie. Take care.
What?
Hey, how's it going?
What's up, Maddie? Thanks for, I don't know how you do it, dude. Putting all this together all the time. It's like your day job or something. But
you know, this community, it's really inspiring. And I know your work really speaks for itself. You're one of the most popular streamers, the fastest risers, and somebody who really knows his stuff when it comes to the PulseChain TestNet, which is the next part of our segment.
Yep. Just I was gonna do it live. Maddie wanted us to do some live, show you demo stuff of the TestNet, so you know what you're doing when you get to PulseX, how to yield farm, how to provide liquidity, how to validate, how to do all that stuff, how to use the bridge, all very important information going forward. And, you know, even past the TestNet, it's not like, oh, I learned TestNet, it was useless. It's stuff you're going to need to know for mainnet regardless. So instead of doing it live, because doing anything live with blockchain is like, oh, is it going to take and get hung up midstream, that'll look lame. So I made sure I just did a recording of me going through the stuff as like an overview for everybody, so that, you know, it's kind of streamlined and it doesn't take up tons of time because we have to like wait for transactions or anything. So I just made that ahead of time so we can watch that, and then we'll finish out the rest of the hour after that.
Yeah, yeah. And the other thing that I'll comment on here in this section, because I think it's so highly relevant, is, you know, some people are saying, wait a second, PulseChain doesn't exist yet. How can we do a whole conference about it? And I think you'll be able to see from this video that K4K did, that there's plenty to keep people busy in terms of learning how it works, testing. We've, you know, this is the 1 year anniversary of the first day people sacrificed for PulseChain. And it's, you know, it's been an idea even longer than that. And now it's a reality in TestNet. And so I don't think anybody will really disagree that there's plenty to talk about here. And so that's what we'll see.
Like, I think I think most people in Hex haven't ever yield farmed before. So we're opening up a whole new world to Hexicans and anybody else who is also in the sacrifice set. Some of those people probably haven't yield farmed or anything like that either. Oh, there's David. Round of applause for the beard as well.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Hey.
What's up, man? But yeah, I was just saying, we got lots of new opportunities to look into, to make money, to make yield that aren't just Hex. So, and they're still Richard Hart projects. So it's got that stamp of approval. If you like 10,000x returns, this guy knows how to pump them out. So that's the guy. He's got the resources. He's got the track record. That's the kind of project I like to put my capital into. So yeah,
Absolutely. And David is a PulseChain validator.
Yes. Yep. Basically, being a validator is running a server that actually mines the blocks, because we've switched to proof of stake. So we don't have to use ASIC miners. We don't need video cards. All we have are 33 little servers, and you just vote for them with your Pulse, and you mine free coins every day. That's
but
it.
David,
Nice and easy.
when I send my coins to your validator, do I lose my keys?
No, you don't. You keep your own keys. The Pulse actually, you basically burn it, kind of just like Hex, and you can redeem it whenever you want. There's a 24-hour cooldown, so when you vote, you have to wait 24 hours. But after that, you can withdraw whenever you want. You're not giving your Pulse to me. You're just voting. Nice.
Is there any way that you could lose the Pulse that I delegate to you?
Absolutely not. There is zero chance of anything happening to your Pulse. Nope, it's perfect.
Wait a second. That's not how Ethereum 2.0 is supposed to work.
I know, dude. We're better than Ethereum 2.0. Oh my gosh. Vitalik is taking notes, probably. Honestly, like, I don't know why they don't just do the stock split of like 1,000 Ethereum or 1,000,000 Ethereum to every holder, if that would help the gas fees. Because that's kind of like what we're doing, and it should work, because like BSC kind of did it, and they just, so all right. Yeah. So we're just doing it, and they won't do it, so we get to benefit. That's amazing.
We'll show them how it's done, and then we'll ask them later why they didn't do it.
They're gonna be kicking themselves, dude.
Pretty much.
But yeah, I'm ready when you are to play the
Awesome. Yeah.
video,
So we have a recorded demo here, and then we'll be back on to see if there's anything else we need to demo, or just we could have a commentary about it. Great.
Sure.
Here we go.
What's going on, everybody? This is going to be a video about everything you need to know about trying out the PulseChain testnet, and also just going forward, understanding how to interact with everything related to PulseChain, PulseX, how to stake, how to farm, how to validate, all that stuff, how to use the ramp as in bridge, how to use the faucet, how to check your sacrifice balances. It's going to be all in this video, overview style. So thanks for tuning in. Be sure to hit the like button, subscribe. Thanks for watching, guys. Let's get to it. So the best source that I know of, if you want to get started learning about how to use PulseChain, how to connect to it with MetaMask and everything, literally go to PulseChain.com. It sounds crazy, but it's got everything you need. It shows you every link you need, how to connect. I'm not gonna go through each step of how to set up a MetaMask account and using a hardware wallet and all that. Now, if you're new to crypto or you've been in crypto a long time and you don't have a hardware wallet and you plan on like interacting with this type of stuff, I do recommend a hardware wallet, because MetaMask, you have a hot wallet if that's all you have, and you're basically risking your keys from being swiped by scripts that can target it on your computer, because the private key is always on your computer. So what you want is a hardware device where you can interact with the blockchain and do all these transactions by adding this extra device that keeps your keys offline all the time, and so they cannot be swiped by any sort of script like that. You can still enable a contract that can screw you over, so you're not immune to not doing your due diligence, but it's much more safe and secure than just using MetaMask. And I have a whole video on how to protect yourself. Everything is in that video, how to never get hacked in crypto. Check it out. If you go to PulseChain.com, it's going to give you all the information for connecting your MetaMask. It's really simple. Connect it. Your PulseChain testnet upper left. You're going to see Ethereum mainnet usually, but if you just hit add network and put in this information, you're connected. That's all you have to do. An even easier way is to go to PulseRamp.com. So PulseRamp.com is the bridge, and this is what it looks like. So if you're here and then you say I wasn't connected, say I go and I'm on the Ethereum network and I don't even have PulseChain testnet connected. Kaboomba. All right, we removed it. All right, let's even refresh the page. Let's confirm that I am, we'll even cancel that. There's no PulseChain net here. So this will probably be a prompt that comes up when you connect to PulseChain and PulseX.com and the bridge whenever it comes out. But right now the bridge does it, I know for sure. So what you want to do is you just go to PulseRamp.com. I also recommend not connecting with your sacrifice address wallet, for all your testing purposes, just so there's less chance of you potentially doxing yourself to everybody. Like if you post a picture of your real SAC address on Twitter, you're going to be sorry, or anything that links to it. So I would recommend just making a fresh one by making a new profile in Chrome. And if you don't know how to do that, Google it. So what we're going to do is we just click PulseChain testnet, and it's going to tell you like these don't match our records for like a normal network. So we just hit approve, switch network, it'll connect for us. Boom. And if you want to read all the details whenever you're connecting, it'll tell you all the information that PulseChain.com tells you. It'll show you all this stuff, so you can just verify for yourself you're connecting to the right thing. So there you go. And that's how you connect to the testnet. Super easy. You can just click, it's basically 2 button presses to confirm. Boom, you're connected. It even helps you connect to Rinkeby testnet through here using the bridge. Now using the bridge is super easy. You're just going to come into PulseRamp.com, and this is information that is useful for basically going forward in perpetuity, pretty much, for PulseChain and Ethereum and any other bridges that open up. Basically, they're going to look like this, and all you do is you have an asset that's on the other chain. So we'll say Ethereum. So say we're going from Ethereum, so we're just going to switch this, switch network. So pretend this is real Ethereum. It's not, and you shouldn't connect real Ethereum to the testnet or send any funds from real Ethereum to PulseChain testnet. So what you'll see here is, say you had hex and you had like 10,000 of it. We'll pretend this says E hex. So you wanted to send 10,000, so you just boom. And then what you do is you would just click send. It's not going to have the amount balance. And then basically you just confirm it or whatever, and then basically you switch back afterwards. And you'll see that you now have E hex on PulseChain in the same address. And then you can trade that and move that all around on the PulseChain. That's literally all you do. And then if you want to move back across, then you just send your E hex to the bridge, and out on Ethereum, you'll have access to the Ethereum hex over there on Ethereum again, instead of on PulseChain. And that's how it works. So if you want to cash out your PulseChain or PulseX or any assets over in PulseChain, and there's not like a direct fiat on-ramp that takes Pulse that you can send to and pull money out, this is your way out. So what you're going to do is say there is and people may just actually move like Pulse from PulseChain to Ethereum, and it would be, I guess, Pulse over on the Ethereum network, and it might have a market there, even though it's more expensive, kind of defeats the point. But what some people are going to do is people will bridge in real backed USDC, EUSDC, and if you purchase anything like that, or any Ethereum asset for that matter, that has been bridged over to PulseChain, if you purchase that on PulseChain and then you just send it to the bridge, you'll get the real asset that's over on Ethereum. Now, I'm not saying PulseChain assets aren't real. I'm just saying that that's how you can get to USD if there's no other avenue for direct linking. You'll have to get an Ethereum asset and then exit through there. So you're not like just in this ecosystem that can't get to fiat dollars, because obviously you need a way back to real world purchases and stuff like that, which will come with time and more adoption, etc. So that's basically how the bridge works. So another thing people want to check out is the sacrifice checker, and these are all links on the PulseChain website. So just scroll down here, click the stuff, connect with a new Google profile that installed MetaMask, and try it all out. That way you're not spending very valuable time learning this stuff and how to do it when there's real money on the table when PulseChain launches inevitably. So here's where you're going to plug in your address. So you can just copy and paste your public address, not your private key or anything like that, that you sacrificed from, and it'll tell you how much you're going to get in Pulse and PulseX sacrifice credits. And if it looks good, then you're good. If you put in one you sacrificed from and it doesn't give you the right information, then follow the information you see on the page about fixing that. So there's lots of different, like it tells you, oh, my sacrifice amount might be incorrect, and it'll take you through the steps. So I'm not going to go through everything on this right now. So that's that. If you have no test pulse because you didn't sacrifice, then what you can do is you just hit, because this is going to be from likely an account that you just made freshly, so you wouldn't have sacrificed from that. You'll just hit request while you're in here, and you'll get 10 free pulse, which is all you need for transacting. I just did it today, so I can't get any more, and I did some stuff with it. So there's that. So that's the faucet, nice and easy. All you do is hit request, and you get 10. All right, sweet. Now what else we got? Now I'm not going to go in depth into the validator stuff right now, but you can also visit the validator page, which is where you basically you stake your pulse and you earn a percentage of the transaction fees on the whole network. And so you're actually like helping kind of choose which validators are doing a good job, and you get rewarded in a decentralized way for providing value to these validators. All right. Now, the biggest thing is trading and using PulseX, in my opinion, for a decentralized network. DEXs are the new most impressive thing in the world right now, in my opinion, because never before have we been able to have such seamless tradability with assets which cannot be like stopped. No one can turn off your normal wallet address, so that's great. So usually just holding was awesome. But now you can actually trade that asset you have without going through a centralized risky counterparty like Binance or Coinbase and risking that they just either don't let you withdraw, or they take too long, or KYC you. Now you can just go to a decentralized exchange like PulseX.com, and you can actually just trade directly into pools that are just peer-to-peer big conglomerations of liquidity that people willingly put up for trade, which is awesome. Now, I love PulseX. Everybody knows that. Okay, PulseX is amazing. If you don't think it's amazing, you got to watch my videos. I basically broke down every part of PulseX being awesome. You can do so much with it. It's an awesome exchange that's going to be on PulseChain, so the network fees part of trading is going to be nice, so people will have more money to actually spend on coins they want to get, as opposed to paying the, transaction fees to the network and paying miners. Basically, we give the validators almost nothing in Pulse network fees in order to do our trading. And the trading on PulseX is actually cheaper than most dexes out there that have a 0.3% trade fee. We have a 0.29, and some of that basically, what percent was it? But there's a certain percentage of the buyback and burn, as they call it. There's a certain percentage of the liquidity or the volume that's traded that actually gets stored up and then automatically burned, bought and burned, actually. Very important distinction. It buys it up from the market, from the platform fees that it generates, because it doesn't give it all to the liquidity providers like normal. Like Uniswap, the liquidity providers get all 0.3% of all trades in their pairs if you're a liquidity provider. Now, what PulseX does is you actually only get like 0.22%, and the rest of it is used to, it gathers tokens in small amounts of everything that's sold on the exchange, and then it stores up this value, and people are constantly running this function because it's a public function to burn these tokens, and they burn, like, say Helgo, whatever that is, PRT, or Pulse. If any of that gathers up into some value that's worth burning, this will be lit up with these options, and you can select them. And if you burn it, it costs you the network fee. So as long as you're making more than network fee, it's free money to click the button. Now, it's not like, oh, you're going to rake in cash by clicking it, because people will probably be constantly clicking it. You're making a few cents every time you click it, maybe. That's it. So when you run that, what it does is it dumps all of the tokens that the exchange was holding to purchase PulseX straight off the market, boosting the price. Now, how effective can this be? Well, if we see numbers like Binance had with their Binance Smart Chain and PancakeSwap, which launched around the same time that BSC came out, so similar to PulseX and PulseChain, where they kind of are launching at the same time. Well, within, I don't know the exact numbers right now, but within a few months, they had $1 billion of volume. So if they can get billions of dollars of volume, and they still kind of have it every once in a while, and Uniswap has billions, it's not too crazy to think that we can have $1 billion of volume. I mean, we even had more than $1 billion worth of sacrifice. So even with our just normal users, no one else gets in. We've had people with that's not everyone's money. Like, the people who sacrificed, they put in money that they could afford to lose, most likely. So they actually have more money, but we already breached $1 billion. So we may easily get to this $1 billion volume number. And $1 billion of volume equals $600,000 potentially of buy and burn buy pressure for PulseX only. Basically, it pumps up the price, and that's every day. Every day, constantly buying. And so any of this happening is just great for PulseX, the token's price. And we're going to have tons of liquidity here, because we basically are draining the tokens out of all of the other AMMs at launch. So if we go to the exchange, it's just like any other decentralized exchange. You want to trade something, you hit, boom, I want to trade one, and what's the ratio? All right, and then you hit swap, boom, easy peasy. Now, what if I want to farm on PulseX? Okay, well, then what you're going to do is you just click on trade, liquidity. Something even more important before you do that would probably be, what do I want to farm? So you probably wouldn't go to liquidity first, because you don't know which ones are good farms. So what you would do is you click on farms, and you can check out all of these that are here. There's going to be way more come mainnet. And you can check out all the APRs depending on what you don't mind holding. If you don't mind holding INC, the incentive token, and PulseX, and you want to provide liquidity for that, you can also earn, not only are you earning fees, which is what you normally do for liquidity providing, which is just providing equal amounts of the tokens in the pair at the same time at that price point. Whenever you do that, normally you earn fees from people trading in and out of the pool because you're providing that value to them. Now, on top of this, you're just earning this other token. We don't know what the value is going to be, but you're going to constantly be just rolling it in every block. And so every block is every 3 seconds in PulseChain. So depending on the value of INC, it could be insanely valuable. So if you don't mind holding both tokens, some people just put their, it is a more high level type thing to provide liquidity and earn liquidity farming tokens. So I'm not gonna get in depth into that in this video, but you can earn the incentive token this way. So if you want to do that, this is how you would do it. You basically find the one you don't mind holding both. You find the APR that looks the juiciest. So the more riskier coins sometimes have higher APR because less people are willing to risk capital in that liquidity pair to get the stuff. So just because it's higher APR doesn't mean it's great for you. So say you wanted to do PulseX and Pulse because those are great holds, right? So a lot of people don't mind dumping their liquidity into that because both coins are pretty safe. They probably won't go belly up and ruin everything. And then you can earn incentive token on top of that. So what you would do, I've already staked in that, is so what you would do, and let's just remove this for now. Oh, never mind. All right, I don't feel like messing with my ledger right now because it's connected. It wants me to sign it and it's not ready. So yeah, if you wanted to do USDC in Pulse, you would just enable, and that would enable the spending of those coins. They have to allow the contract to use your tokens that you own. And so you just look for the one that you want to do. And so then you would go back to liquidity, add liquidity, and you select both currencies. So if it was USDC and Pulse, you would just pick that, provide as much as you feel like, 1,000, and it'll put the equal amount on the other side. And then you just add it, and it tells you by adding liquidity, you'll earn 0.22% of all trades on the pair proportional to your share in the pool. Fees are added to the pool, accrue in real time, and can be claimed by withdrawing your liquidity. So then what you're going to do is once you've supplied liquidity, what you'll get is actually LP tokens. And then so once you have LP tokens, you go back to the farm and you go here, and then you'll enable this, and then you'll deposit your tokens, your LP tokens, into here, and that's what enables you to start earning the incentive token. You'll already be getting the fees even if you never deposit in your LP tokens into the farm. But if you want the actual incentive token on top, which is probably going to be the majority of your returns, you're going to want to immediately after supplying liquidity is provide those LP tokens that you get as a representation into the farm. All right, so that's farms basically. Now for pools, there's none going on right now, but once mainnet comes, there will be likely many that get voted on. Should have several options to choose from. Now all these tokens are going to appear here. They're not going to be, at least at the start, I do not believe there will be any Richard Hart tokens that are being given out like other projects he's founded. PRT stands for party, which is short for third party, which is just, it's a representation of what a pool will look like. So this is an option. So say there was a token called Party that wanted to give out some of its tokens for free to people who staked PulseX. That's what these pools are for. It's just for staking PulseX tokens. Now these tokens are not at risk other than normal smart contract risk with anything. You depend, like the price changing or anything like that, there's no impermanent loss. You can withdraw at any time. There's no fee associated with like withdrawing your tokens early or anything like that. Basically, it's one-sided. It's not even liquidity. Like no one's even like using these tokens. It's not like someone's using these PulseX tokens that are being deposited for anything and risking it. It's just like, hey, I have PulseX. I would like to claim these free tokens that come out every block as a percent of how much I'm in the pool. So if you're 10% of this earned PRT pool, you get 10% of the PRT that comes out every block. So if there's 100 PRT coming out every block and you're 10% of the pool, you're getting 10 PRT per block, which is every 3 seconds, you're getting 10 tokens. And who knows what the value will be. I've been in these things before where back when there was food farming coins back in like 2020, you'd go in, and if you were one of the first guys in, you are just getting insane rewards per block just by being a few hours early than other people. If you're the only guy in the pool, you get 100% of the block reward every block. So you're in there just like 10 minutes or a minute before anybody. You're getting like hundreds of tokens per 3 seconds. And it's pretty crazy when these things have like dollar values attached to them. Sometimes you have things worth several dollars and you're getting hundreds at a time. So yeah, it's important to get into staking your PulseX as soon as possible, in my opinion, if you want the best returns, because there's really no downside to staking your PulseX in these pools, because like I said, the PulseX isn't being used for anything. It just sits there and you get free stuff. So you really have no reason to ever sell your PulseX, because it just can earn you other free stuff, and it gets bought up by the exchange by people buying any other token. Buying and selling any other token pumps the price of PulseX, and not in an insignificant way. It's not like it gets $50 of buy pressure. It's like going to likely be hundreds of thousands of dollars, if not millions of dollars in the coming years of daily buy pressure that never gets sold down. It will never be sold, because once it's bought up by the platform, it just literally sends them to a burn address. It's just removed. So it's just constantly raising the floor price of like, well, the exchange is going to keep buying it up. It's going to keep buying it up and not selling. So it's like there's just this huge buyer that never goes away ever. So that's good. So I think that's pretty much everything I wanted to talk about. I'll try and edit this down a little bit. But yeah, I think that's everything. And thanks for watching, guys. Peace.
And we're back. Let's see. You guys are on mute still.
Oh, yep.
There we go.
Good. Nice video.
I thank you. Yeah.
Very well done.
It was hard to cut it down because like I want to go in depth just enough with each thing, so it's not like here's the landing page next. Like I have to share some, but I didn't want it to go too long. So sorry if that was too long.
That was perfect.
Awesome. Sweet.
And
Yeah.
we have more people watching than ever right now for the first hour here. So everybody hit the like and subscribe button, and stay tuned here. We're going to keep going through the rest of this hour, making commentary on the demos and the PulseChain itself in testnet mode. I guess David has something to share, and so do I.
Yeah. Yep. Let me go ahead and do a screen share here.
Everybody get their cameras ready for any mishaps here.
Shouldn't be that exciting. It's just the test net. There's
You never know with autofill.
all right, here we go. Okay. So if you go to PulseChain.com and then you go down and click on the validators button, it's going to bring you to this website. Now right now, let me read the official URL here so there's no confusion. It's stake.v2b.testnet.pulsechain.com/validators. Now this right here, this website shows the 33 validators, which are the servers that are actually mining the blocks for the PulseChain. That this is actually, what's making the network function. Now anybody can do this. Basically, all you need is a server. You're going to run Linux usually, and then you're going to run a program called Docker. And Docker is like a virtualization software. It's like a computer in a computer. Once you've got Docker, you're going to follow all the instructions on the GitLab for the PulseChain, and it basically tells you how to do it. So what I've done here is I'm running a validator. I've got a server. It's in a little data center. And what everybody can do is you can go to this website and you can use your Pulse to vote for a validator. And the validators, they share the fees of every block they mine. They give a portion to the people who vote for them. So right here at the top, this is my validator. And I'm in rotation. So that means I'm mining blocks. I have 0 misdemeanors and 0 felonies. That means I haven't been offline. My server hasn't crashed. If a validator is offline, you'll see these numbers start to go up. And I can even, let me scroll down here. There are some examples of actually some validators with misdemeanors. So here you go. So this guy right here, he's got 4 misdemeanors. You can hover over it and it shows you how many blocks ago was the last time he was offline. And he had a felony, which was 130,000 blocks ago. So that's quite a while. So these are permanent. They'll always be here. They're kind of like it's their record, but you can see how long ago it was. The next portion here is the share revenue. Now, this is the amount of the fees that they're giving back to the people who vote for them. So if we go back to mine, for example, I'm giving 69% of the fees that I mine. I give those back to everybody who votes for me. The number 2 validator is howtopulse.com. They're doing an 88% revenue share.
Ooh, quick question, Viktor.
Yeah.
Are you, as the validator, able to change the revenue share anytime you want?
No. The only way I can change it is the registration page here. I would actually have to unregister my validator, and then I can change the number, and then I have to re-register.
Gotcha. So you can't like super debate everyone and be like 100%, switch it to 0. Got him. Oh man.
Yeah. If I unregister, it takes away everybody's votes, and it just kind of clears the board. If you were voting for me and I unregistered, you get all your Pulse back. It just goes right back into your wallet.
Talk about picking up pennies in front of freight trains.
So in my opinion, in the beginning, this is going to be a great way to get free gas. Just a little bit of extra Pulse you're getting from this. It's going to start slow. And then over time, over the years, I expect the returns on this to really ramp up. So this is TestNet. So the revenue shares are pretty high. Hodl Dog, he's doing 90%. And then there's other folks here that are doing 100% returns. When mainnet comes out, I expect it to be much more competitive. These revenue shares will probably be a lot lower. So what you can do is you can go ahead and choose whichever validator you want, and you can even choose multiple validators. You can vote for as many or as few as you want. So all you gotta do is click on it, and then
Who do you recommend we use as our top validator?
Well, I mean, I would appreciate everybody's votes for me personally. I have to show my own stuff there.
Is that
I'm
a
really excited
lot?
about it.
Is that like what number is that? Like, it says you're like the top validator currently, right? So you have a lot delegated to you.
Yeah, right now I have 239 billion Pulse delegated to me, and I am the number 1 validator. Howtopulse.com is in second with 94 billion, and Hodl Dog is in third with 75 billion.
I wonder how much of like the supply is like been used on testnet to like delegate. I wonder what like mainnet numbers will look like. Percentage of total supply actually being delegated versus just being held in people's wallets. Like maybe some people won't think it's worth that extra tiny layer of extra risk, of using a contract versus holding it in your wallet.
That's a good question. That's a really good question. Yeah. We will see. I also expect they don't really exist yet, but once mainnet's out, I bet you there's going to be a whole bunch of websites that show those statistics of how much is staked versus how much is liquid. I bet you that we'll be able to see that in the future.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, because you said you can't get your Pulse out for 24 hours. Oh, no. Wait. Is that only the first? Like, so if I put it in today, I can't get out for 24 hours. It's not like, so a week later, I would definitely be able to remove it instantly, right?
Correct. Yes.
Or you don't have to like request and then wait 24 hours. Is it like that at some later date?
Yeah. So if you click the plus button here, this is how you make a stake. This is how you vote for a validator. So so for example, I would just click my balance. Now there's a little warning right here. You have to have a minimum of 0.01% of the stake in order to even qualify. So for example, if you want to vote for me, you have to stake at least 23 million Pulse minimum. Otherwise, it won't even let you do it. So I only have 9,000 Pulse right now, so I can't even do it because I don't have enough.
Being wrecked.
Yeah.
No free gas money for you.
Yep. So if that's the case for some folks, what you'll be able to do is maybe you can go down lower and maybe you start at the bottom and find a validator. And we're going to try to do a stake. Okay. So for the number 33 guy, you have to have 640,000 Pulse, like a little over 500,000.
Which, if we go by like sacrifice numbers, that's $64 worth.
Pretty much.
So like people might see these numbers, they never seen Pulse before, or the units, and be like 600,000. This is ridiculous. It's like that's $64. So it's so that people aren't just like flooding the system with like, I want to stake a penny's worth. It's like that's wasting the blockchain's space. Like, don't do that. So it's a deterrent from spam.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. So all right. So you asked about the 24-hour withdrawal. So you can go ahead. So you make a stake and you vote. And then you got a 24-hour cooldown until you can withdraw it. You can add more later. You can increase your stake again. And let's say I added more in a week. You can just go here. You can click the plus button all over again. And then if you add more later, it resets your 24-hour cooldown and you'll have to wait again.
Okay. Gotcha.
But then anytime you click the minus button,
all right, it comes out the exact same. As long as you've waited the first 24 hours, there's not like always a 24-hour wait.
Correct.
After withdrawing. Okay.
Yep.
Gotcha.
It's only 24 hours after you top it up.
Right. All right. Well, that's good.
Yep. And then you can withdraw after the 24-hour cooldown and the Pulse goes right back to your wallet. And that's pretty much it. Just for statistics, this is the testnet, so the blocks aren't full.
Yeah, there's like way less users than mainnet. So.
Yeah. So in about 9 months, 8 months, I've only mined a total of 107 Pulse total. So not much.
And so with like 69% or whatever you have currently, that validator would give you like 30 or something, 20 or 20 something. And then the rest gets divvied up amongst everyone else's percent share. So it's a very small amount of Pulse.
Yeah, it's very small in the beginning. Once mainnet really gets cooking, give it 2 years, 3 years. Once the blocks are full, then I expect this to really ramp up, and then we'll start.
Right. Plus, price appreciation is a thing. Like people used to get 5 Bitcoin for free out of the Faucet, and they didn't think it was worth their time. And now they're like, what? Can't even afford 1 Bitcoin, you know? I could have clicked a button for 5 for free. So yeah, it's still like, especially as users ramp up and crypto is just growing at a crazy rate in general. So yeah.
Yep. So I expect this to just be a nice way to get free gas, because the gas fees will be so cheap on PulseChain to start. Even just the meager little rewards on here, it might actually do some transactions for you, so you don't even have to spend on gas. So, and this is no risk as well. This is just like staking your PulseX in those single-sided, the third-party pools and whatnot. This is just like that. There's no risk. You can get your coins at any time. You're not giving them to me. Your keys, your coins, and that's pretty much it. So this is how proof of stake is going to work on PulseChain.
Nice. Maddie, are you wearing a green tie, perhaps?
It's a reflective hexagon tie from the future. I picked it up using the Back to the Future card, the DeLorean.
All right. Sweet. Awesome, man.
Also on Etsy in 2022.
Oh, okay. I thought it was actually just your green screen background on your tie, but it's actually reflective. Oh,
Yeah.
all right. That's
the
way
hex
cooler.
tie.
That's way cooler. But yeah,
Thank
I
you.
mean, I'm a huge fan of these Richard Hart projects. I don't know about you guys. You know, fans of Richard Hart projects, perhaps.
I might be a little bit obsessed.
But
You'll
like,
have to see when I interview him on Saturday what my opinion is.
yeah. Well, because like it just with all the stuff that happened with Luna and Celsius, it just harkens back to like the root of why crypto was invented. Is it's so important to have real control over your assets, and the stuff that Richard builds gives you that control. And other people in crypto haven't caught on yet, so we're just early. That's the simple story. He built it. You can just look. It's like, oh, you have your keys. Celsius, you don't have your keys. There was more users in Celsius probably than are in Hex, and they're all
Yes.
wrecked. So where are they going to flood to? Oh, they learned what counterparty risk was. Who's preaching about that for 5 years? This guy, like, it doesn't like it. We're just on the path of everyone realizing, I feel like, the importance of crypto and like what actually works. Like Richard Hart's stuff's still growing, and I'm glad that he's working on it, because like what other option would be the best thing in crypto right now? Maybe Ethereum or something, which those gains aren't nearly as good as Hex's were. So, and when he's building more censorship resistant stuff that you can get in at the beginning of, it's just like awesome. Yes, lay that on me. Let me roll these gains into this other awesome project where I also have control, because you don't want to live in a world where you need censorship resistance and you don't have it. Like if it's not developed, you just don't have it. I'm surprised this stuff isn't made illegal yet because of how great it is for the individual, So like you don't want to live in a world where you need it and it's not there. I'd rather we have it and then we don't need the censorship resistance because the world's just working great. So I'm glad that Richard's working on it for everybody, basically. So
yeah, it's
I'm
part of
happy
the
to help.
checks and balances, that hard money used to provide to some extent, but money evolves over time and has its own ups and downs. And just like any other thing that becomes technology, it also has leaps forward from time to time. People are going to get sick of hearing me say this, but my favorite example is, according to the Smithsonian Institute, the wheel was used for 300 years just for pottery before anybody figured out you could use it for transportation. So the killer app for the wheel didn't exist for a long time during the time when the wheel did exist. And so just like that, crypto has been going for a long time, according to the last 10 years, but Hex now is making leaps forward. So is PulseChain. I think people are going to be convinced of that the more they pay attention to this conference and to the other events in the space. I'm not sure if you guys saw listened to the Twitter. There was like a 6-hour Twitter Spaces.
Oh yeah, I'm trying to get through it and listen to the Richard Hart parts. I'm trying to. Yeah,
it was
good stuff.
It was pretty epic. I might upload it onto my Apple podcast because that's a really good place to put audio that people can't always find. So if people search for Outa Hex, as in OUTAHEX, like the DeLorean, I'm Outa Hex, like the license plate, because I staked it all into the future. That's what I decided to call it on Spotify and Apple Podcasts, but I'll probably release it there. Basically what happened is there were a bunch of NFT people who are really famous industry leaders who just got so wrecked by Richard speaking technical analysis, or basically like speaking technical points that they weren't even aware of, that many of them like just quit the space. And then that was acknowledged by the people who ran the space at the end. FundingGym got on there and debated. Simon Dixon was on there. There were a bunch of Tone Bays was on. There were all these maxis and NFT and Hex people.
or separately? Because I know
I don't think
Richard
they
left at, like,
overlapped,
one
but
point.
Tone was like, everybody kept talking about what Richard had said while Tone was on, and FundingGym was making a bunch of points then too. And so there's there's growing awareness, and Jack Levin is one example of somebody who is coming into the space as somebody who bought Bitcoin for $1. And he's going to be on the conference later this week with Richard. So,
Oh, that's exciting. This week?
Yeah.
Oh, Jack Levin's going to talk to Richard. Is that what you're saying?
They talked on the Twitter Spaces earlier today.
Oh, I did hear them talking a little bit.
That didn't go super well, but I
Oh.
think that it'll
Just
make it even
for
better when
that.
they talk for half an hour in the PulseConference.online, because I think that there's a lot that they can relate to each other. And I know that Jack respects Richard's opinion on a lot of things. So that'll be really interesting.
Yeah.
Another.
Go ahead. Oh, I was just going to say, you know how Richard says, Bitcoin doesn't do stable coins. It doesn't do decentralized exchange. It doesn't have anonymity. Some of those things Hex also can't do. Like Hex can't do anonymity. So hopefully maybe that's coming down the line in the future as well. Maybe after wallet, because anonymity is something that you're probably going to want in the future, and we just don't need it right now. So no one really values it. But
I might be mistaken, but I believe ZK Sync on Ethereum might offer like anonymous transactions, because it is zero knowledge proof based. But don't quote me on that. I might be wrong, because I know it's different from Tornado Cash.
Oh, okay. Like we already have. I know we have like Hex NATO and stuff.
Yes.
Like we even have Hex NATO, which is basically like Tornado Cash for Hex. So maybe that's the best thing we have, is just mixing coins still. I mean, but I don't know if it's like universal. Like, you can't do it with every coin, I guess. Like PulseX, maybe you'd have to build it separate again, like a PulseX NATO and Pulse NATO or something. But if that works, then that's nice. But I'm just glad that Richard is able to build this tech out for everybody.
Yeah. In my chain analysis course that I'm giving away for free to people who sacrificed for PulseChain or PulseX, as long as you follow the instructions to sign up, that was actually one of the topics that we covered last night, was privacy and the pros and cons of trying to make it so that things can't be seen on chain. I wrote up like a PDF that goes along with the video that I released on that. And I'll go ahead and I'll share my screen so people can know how to find that course. I don't think the sign up is going to be forever, but if you sign up now, or I guess in the next 2 or 3 days, then you do not have to pay $99. You can get the Chain Analysis 101 course for free. You have to retweet the announcement and go to PLS.academy. And so to address the privacy issue, I think that there are some laws that discourage or make it illegal for using certain coin mixing protocols. And but each person can determine what their jurisdiction is and then decide based on that what they're going to do. Yeah, let me share my screen here real quick. There we go. So it's called Chain 101, and just made it free for people who sacrificed for Pulse or PulseX. And in order to join, you need to go to pls.academy and then go to this tweet and retweet it, and then message Dev Charles Win with your transaction history if you don't want to post it in t.me/PLS Academy, and that's how you will get the link to join. And we are going to learn a lot of stuff in there. One thing that we'll cover is the TestNet Block Explorer. We cover Etherscan, BSC scan. We are tracking down the OA address, looking. We discovered that Hex can be burned. I know that Richard had said once that it can be burned, but I guess maybe that wasn't the final decision that he made. We know that sometimes he considers different paths and then tells the devs one thing and they code it in. I thought that was kind of interesting to show proof of that. And that's the idea. When Richard went on Fox Business, he said like 2 times, yeah, just go look on chain. The OA has never sold. Well, I want to teach more people how to do that, because I think that'll strengthen everybody's understanding of the space in general. If a project says that they're burning coins, you should be able to see that. You should know how to see that. And we're also going to go into the true crime of the blockchain. Once I discovered that the top 3 in the top 10 podcasts in the world, 3 of them are true crime. I had no idea, but we will explore the biggest hack in Hex history, where Hex 19 got hacked. We're going to take a look and see what happens to those coins and how it could be misinterpreted and interpreted correctly.
So, hey, an interesting thing I don't think anyone's ever, that I know of, has said before regarding Richard saying, he says often that the OA address has never sold a coin. And some people wonder, because a lot of people accuse Richard of like, oh, you're selling on dumping on all the users or whatever. And because people can't understand, how could this OA person or Richard make money off of this if he's not selling, right? A lot of people wonder, how could he make money off of this if he's not selling? So when I first thought about this, I thought, oh, maybe just means didn't market sell. Maybe it just is like providing V3 liquidity or something like that. Like hasn't moved the price directly down. And then I was like, wait a minute. He doesn't, I'm not trying to equate him to the OA or anything, but whenever he doesn't have to sell it or whatever, the OA doesn't have to sell, because if it's the same entity who's making these other sacrifice addresses, everybody who buys the coin and sells for profit is selling it for them, for the OA, and then they give the profits back through the next sacrifice phase for the next awesome product. So really, it's all the users who are taking profit and choosing from their own free will to roll those profits into the next thing in the next sacrifice phase. And
and that's the most impressive thing about the founder of Hex compared to every other major project I know of, is that I don't even know that he sold anything that was sacrificed other than swapping it for DAI and other stable coins. So there's hundreds of millions of dollars.
Yeah, but there's off-chain deals you can make. Like, it doesn't all have to be on chain. So like,
correct.
If I personally had $600 million on chain and I can prove it with like signatures and stuff like that, I'm sure I could talk to some people and be like, yo, I'm gonna give you 100 mil for this, for whatever right now in real world. And so you can do that when it won't show up on chain. You don't know who owns it, but we're not supposed to expect anything from that address anyway. I'm just saying that's a potential way someone could be potentially profiting without actually extracting it through selling of the coins, even if they own so much.
Do you believe that Richard mined 50 Bitcoin blocks for free and that he bought Bitcoin at $30?
I mean, I believe it, I guess. Seems like it.
And then that he timed the market. I think he slipped up once recently and said that he sold the Bitcoin top. Didn't just say called it.
I mean,
sold it. And so, if you have millions, and I mean, if you have hundreds of millions of dollars of Bitcoin and you can sell that, why would you ever sell your Hex when you already have hundreds of millions of dollars of USDC in the way as well? Or sorry, a DAI.
Yep, that's true.
So I don't expect anything in the future, but I see that as an important buffer where there's proof on chain that Richard doesn't need to sell Hex. And the proof is those hundreds of millions of dollars of stable.
Because we'll happily sell our profits and then roll them into the next sacrifice anyway. That's so like we sell it for him in a way. Not that he's the OA. That's just so people can understand.
there's a lot of money generated from the things that Richard has done, and it doesn't seem like he's cashing out anytime soon.
Yeah, I mean, this is going on world domination level. So, I mean, he's the only guy out there with the products that people hold their own keys and earn yield, as far as I know. So that's something. And if you're the founder of that and you've made lots of people wealthy, I think you deserve to be wealthy as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah. The other thing that we discovered for my part of this demonstration, even though I won't necessarily need to show it on screen, is I was trying to do the hex staking on the testnet, and I would say unfortunately, but in this case I'm going to say fortunately, the go.hex.com/stake website, it wasn't working for me. I wasn't able to connect. So what do you think I did? Well, I went through all of the other front ends that I could think of that the Hex community has created, because I really wanted to see, if this was a live situation, and let's say that the hex.com front end did go down, well, what would I do next? And so just tonight, while we were sitting here, I went through. So I tried the first one, go.hex.com/stake, didn't work. Then I tried the one I created, T-shirt app. That one didn't work. I guess I got to get with Futurist about that, but that's okay. And then I tried stakehex.today, which actually showed the transaction faster than the testnet block explorer did, but the staking didn't work for me on there. They do have staking now on stakehex.today. And then it was the fourth option that I tried that worked. It was apphex.win. You're the winner.
Wow, props to them for actually having it work on both
tonight.
Oh yeah, I want to say one thing, just to let everybody know of so that video we played earlier. I said in my last video before that one, and I haven't published that one publicly yet, that my next video, which will be this one that I'm going to post again, I guess on my channel and make it public, that one of the first 100 people to comment on it will get a free Trezor Model 1 hardware wallet. So it's around like $100, and it will be mailed directly from Trezor. I'm not gonna touch your hardware wallet and mail it to you, and you'll be like, K4K scammed me. No, it's directly from their offices. And so I'll have a few more giveaways going on in the future as well.
Nice.
Maybe another big dollar amount. I've already given away over $10,000 before. So, but there's going to be a Trezor for one of the first 100 comments on my next video that I'll probably publish it tonight. So be ready for that. K4K Crypto on YouTube.
Yeah. Everybody go follow these two on YouTube. Can you guys tell us where people should go?
Oh, go ahead, Feeder.
Yeah, you can follow me on Twitter at David Feeder and on YouTube at David Feeder.
Boom. He's got both names. So do I. We got, so for me, twitter.com/K4K Crypto. And then same thing on YouTube, K4K Crypto. I also have a gaming channel. Haven't done anything on it yet. I think there's one video. It's kind of funny. It's like a terrible game. K4K Gaming, if you want to watch that one.
Awesome. Yeah, absolutely. And
everybody out there, vote for me for your validator, and also HODL So shout out to him.
But mostly you, right?
Split it. Do a 50-50. Vote half for me, vote half for HODL. We all win. It sounds great.
Well, you guys have been great, and I really appreciate you coming on and teaching everybody, not only tonight, but every time you do. So thank you guys, and we'll see you here later on in the conference.
All right. Later, Maddie. Later, Feeder. Thanks for having me on.
Bye, guys.
Peace.
So I'm going to go ahead and bring up all three of our next panelists just to say hi to all of them, and then we will go one by one. You'll each have a talk. Welcome, everybody. We have Viktor from Pulse Hotlist. We have Wolverine from Pulse Doge, and we have Sam from Staker.app. Hey.
Hey, guys. Hey, man. How you doing?
Now, I've made sure to let you all know that you're welcome to discuss anything you want here when you do your talks. The one thing that I see that maybe you all have in common is that you've got different strategies to onboard the next 1 million users into Hex and PulseChain. And so I just want to point that out and congratulate you all on all of the work that you've done so far.
Thanks, Maddie.
Thanks, Maddie.
So I guess we'll go one by one. Is Pulse Hotlist up first?
I think officially it's free Pulse, like this time slot.
Yes, that's right.
But we can talk about both, so I'm fine
All right.
with anything.
Great. I'll put you up here, and we'll each person will get 20 minutes.
All right.
All right.
Cool.
Thanks.
So I'm going to share my screen. Let's see if this works. All right. I think this should be live. This should be working. Cool. So this is FreePulse, freepulse.io. It's probably the best onboarding tool that's possible to build for PulseChain. And it just gives you free PLS every hour. You can go there, log in with MetaMask. No need to sign up. No need to do any complex registration process. No need to do KYC, AML. No need to give us your address or name or whatever. No personal information. Just one button click to log in. And then you can start free claiming PLS every hour. Just solve the captcha. I'm going to try this right now. This seems to be a hard one. Let's try to find all the cats. Then I'm going to get what's called a lucky number, and based on that, some amount of PLS. For example, now I got one free TestNet PLS because everything is live on TestNet. You can go there, try it out right now. And there's a lot of more stuff. So, for example, some mini games, a referral system. There's our own token FP, which is going to have a dedication phase after mainnet launch. There are already some pools that you can join right now who start collecting funds. There's a chat on the side and a lot more features that are planned to come in the future. So this is one of our projects, probably the most well-known. It's going extremely well on testnet. It's currently in beta. So all of the funds are real. They're worthless testnet PLS, basically monopoly money to play around and test all of the feature to make sure everything is going great on mainnet. What else? Right. This is going really, really well. We already have 200,000 unique users on testnet in the 6 months that we're live with our beta. This is absolutely insane. Because imagine how many millions of people we are able to onboard on mainnet when we actually start giving away real PLS. So it's important to test everything on testnet, make sure all of the features work. And yeah, just go there, freepulse.io, play around, give us feedback, tell us how we can improve even more. And like we built a couple more projects that you might know us for. That's me and Felix, both OG Hexicans. We like to build stuff together in this ecosystem. And freepulse.io was pretty much our first project, probably the most well-known, just because it's the oldest. And we also built a meme coin. We built various tools. I can go into details in the future, or you DM us, or you have a look at our own YouTube channel, which is youtube.com/freepulse, where we do occasional live streams to talk about our projects and everything else interesting that's going on. So let's check. We have some kind of clock or timer. I think I got like 10 minutes left for my cool talk. So let's talk about another project of mine and Felix. It's called PulseHotlist.com, which is essentially a ranking site for every project that's somehow related to Hex, Pulse, or PulseX. As we all know, we have market cap ranking site like CoinMarketCaps or CoinGecko, Nomics, whatever they're called, and they suck because market cap is an arbitrary number. It's just supply times price, and supply really doesn't mean anything because we don't always know what's the real circulating supply of a project. For example, with Hex, we have the OA. We don't know exactly the percentage that is owned by that. We don't know what coins are lost. We don't know what coins are actually traded. So we need a better ranking system. And what we created is what we call the PHL score. You can go to pulsehotlist.com/score to read about it. And essentially, it's a formula to take a lot of data about a project and try to break all of this down into a single number between 0 and 100, where 0 means proven scam and 100 means proven safe. So we try to create this in the most objective, unbiased, and transparent way that's somehow possible. And I think we're pretty close to it. It's meant to improve over time as we gather more and more data. But like right now, we already listed close to 100 projects. We launched like 4 weeks ago. It's going pretty great. Constant improvement, constant development, both on the underlying data set and on the UI itself and the site's features. So you can go there, you can check out various projects. We even have stuff like price charts. So you can regularly go there to check the prices of your favorite projects, interactive charts there. And yeah, just go there, play around. It's already working really great. And we already have a token attached to this platform, which is called PHL. There's a sacrifice phase for it right now. It's 1 month long, and it's ending in about 46 hours. So you have close to 2 days left to get in, then it's over. No way to get in anymore. There's around about $500,000 sacrificed so far from hundreds of different addresses, so pretty well known. And essentially, this token has pretty insane fundamentals because platforms like this are worth a lot. CoinMarketCap sold to Binance for around 400 million USD a couple years ago, and they're probably worth even more by now. That's just because these kind of sites, ranking platforms, whatever you want to call them, have pretty large user bases. That's worth a lot. So essentially, the fundamentals of this tokens is project owners wanting to promote their own projects. This is still done in a pretty transparent, fair way. For example, if a scam tries to buy featured spots, rent them, then that scam is just losing money. More traffic gets directed towards this page, not their website itself. That page is just calling them out a scam. So essentially, the scam gets called out, the scam loses money, the token goes up in value and price. So everybody wins. And yeah, there's different way for project owners to pay to promote their own project pages on PulseHotlist, get more traffic there. For example, they can rent feature spots or honest reviews in our newsletter. And those payments get split in half. Half of that goes towards buying and burning PHL directly on the open market to increase the price. And the other half gets sent to a no expectations address that might use those funds for marketing on other platforms to drive more users to PulseHotlist, increase the user base and the underlying value of PHL. So one half is meant to increase the price, the other half is meant to increase the value. And I think this is pretty solid game theory, pretty solid fundamentals. If you compare this, for example, to Free Pulse, the token, if you're interested in that, I think that's a little bit more risk reward. I think PulseHotlist is a little bit lower risk, lower reward. I see less things that could potentially go wrong with this kind of game theory. And yeah, if you're interested in that, go to pulsehotlist.com/sac. That's SAC, as in sacrifice. Read about it. All of the info's on there. Or of course, you can also DM us on Twitter @PulseHotlist or @FreePulse.io, or on Telegram, wherever. We're very open and transparent, so you can reach us at any time and ask us any kind of question. And of course, we have a couple more projects. Search my project page here. So here are some other projects that you can have a look at that we built. For example, PRC20s.com, which is another onboarding tool. We can just paste in any PulseChain address and see how much your free PRC20 airdrop is worth. It already works on TestNet. We'll also work on mainnet. Or another great project of ours that we just launched like a week ago is Hex.pink, which is a calculator for hex stakes. For example, you can build your own ladder in there with different kind of stakes. and see all kind of info and in-depth data. And that's also free. No advertisements, no token, no sacrifice phase, whatever. Just pure, awesome, great, free-to-use software for everybody to improve the ecosystem. So this is pretty much our mission. We like to build projects. We like to release them. We like to onboard new users into the ecosystem. We like to make the ecosystem easier to navigate. Yeah, I think this wraps it up pretty much for us.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you so much for sharing and for building a tool that can onboard people. I believe that your free Pulse.io website has had something like 250,000 visitors.
Yeah, I think it's like 200,000 unique users and like 300,000 registered Ethereum addresses, because some people, of course, have multiple accounts, like to organize their own setting or whatever. But it's a lot, and especially considering that we're on testnet and we haven't even started giving away real PLS yet. So imagine what the growth on mainnet will be.
I can't wait to see. Yeah, thank you so much
Same.
for your onboarding efforts and for everything you do in the space.
My pleasure.
Thank you. So we definitely want to wish Hex Info, the founder of Pulse Dogecoin, a happy wedding that he's having right now. So much congratulations there, I guess is appropriate. And Wolverine here has been nominated by the founder of Pulse Dogecoin to represent him and be his proxy here. So I'm excited for your presentation.
Oh, thanks. Did you want to make it a dialogue or a monologue? Because we can go either way.
Let's do it.
All right, let's do it. All right, so PulseDoge.com, man, it launched in this bear market, like out of the blue, like nobody was expecting it. It launched on April 20th, and it was an airdrop basically for all like Hex stakers. So if you had any active Hex stakes on April 20th, then you can free claim for any of those ETH addresses by going to PulseDoge.com. I guess I could pull up the website and just maybe share the screen. Let's see. How do I?
Yeah, and there's something like 13 days left for people to claim.
Yeah, we're running out of time.
Yeah, so it's a time limited offer, and I know I claimed mine. And I checked first in t.me/PulsePolice, who said that they gave their rating of no red flags for this claim. And before I do any free claim, before I connect my wallet to anything, I like to go in there and look and see what they're saying.
Yeah, same. Especially when you have apps that you could connect to where you could lose all of your money. So when you connect to the DApp, you're just giving permission to view addresses and then suggest transactions to approve. It's not actually affecting like any type of you're not giving permission for like any infinite spend limits, which is something that you want to like look out for and pay attention to. So perfectly safe to claim. I guess I could check how much time is left. 14 days, 11 hours, 37 minutes, and 46 seconds. The clock is ticking. So I will say that so the way that PulseDoge's supply comes into existence is through the free claim. That is the methodology or the mechanism that the supply is minted. So every address can claim based on their staker league. And so like we could maybe just briefly cover the different leagues, I guess. So for example, like whales can claim 300 PulseDoge, sharks 600. Dolphins can claim 900. And then there's 6 other leagues. Squids can do 750, turtles 265, crabs at 100, shrimps 25, shells at 12. And then the rest of the staker class that is like less than that can do even 5 PulseDoge. So it's a pretty nice bell curve type of distribution.
Well, and for the the plankton that only, or I guess that's not what you call it in this system, but for the the person who staked like $1 worth of hex or a couple $100 worth of hex, they're in some cases getting more value from their Pulse Dogecoin than their stake was worth. And so it's, for some smaller players, it's a much fairer distribution than we've seen in other airdrops to hex stakers.
Yeah, and it's also nice that like there's kind of like a silly whale penalty, like the whales only get 300 tokens, and that you can only mint once per eligible address. And we could kind of like talk about, maybe we could pull up the metrics. Let me grab from Telegram. We have an audit channel for Pulse Doge. Here we go. So the claimable addresses is 82,533, and the number of claims so far is 23,192. So that's about 28% of all addresses that could be free claimed. And at this point, they're still trickling in, but like there isn't that many that are actually like claiming. Like by the time, like we won't get anywhere near. Like I think the percentage would still probably be at like 30% or less. The max supply, if every address claimed, is about 12 million, except that's not actually going to happen, right? So the current circulating supply is about 5,184,724. That's 43% of all tokens that could come into circulation that are possible. The current holders is about 15,727. And the price right now is $3.16. Pulse Doge market cap at $16.3 million. So I guess I'll just cover real quickly that at the end of the, sorry, I got something stuck in my lip. At the end of the claim phase, which ends on July 20th, it's a 100-day claim phase. There's one function that could be ran, which is called the OABA mint function. And 10 Pulse Doge tokens go to each of those addresses, 10 tokens per claimed address. So that is about 231,910 tokens for each of those addresses. And when we say OA address, we're talking about the hex origin address ending in 7C03. The BA is just a benevolent address. Nobody knows what will happen with those tokens. Maybe they just sit dormant, like nobody knows. Yeah, and then so right now, I will say that the total supply, including the OA and BA, is like 5,648,544. All right, so let's think about like the significance of this, right? Like, why does that even matter? Like, why do we care? So let's assume by the time the claim phase ends, we're talking about 6 million tokens on the ETH network. And then let's even talk about like the duplicate copy on PulseChain. So we're talking at like about 12 million tokens. That's super scarce. That's more scarce than Bitcoin. And there's zero inflation, like once the claim phase ends. That's very interesting for a meme token. Like this is designed very, very well. Now, so you have a scarce meme token that's more scarce than Bitcoin, has zero inflation, and like that would be amazing just in and of itself. But then you also have two other things that are going on. One is that Hex Info is creating a staking platform where you could stake Pulse Doge and then get yield at another asset. And nobody knows what that asset is. Nobody has seen the staking platform. It's being built. So Pulse Doge is a completed product, but this is just like another product that would work in conjunction with Pulse Doge.
Fascinating.
Kind of interesting. But I think what's the most fascinating about that is that you would be staking the underlying asset, which is already insanely scarce. So now it becomes even more scarce. So like, what if like 50% of it is staked, or 60% or 65%? It just becomes insanely scarce. I like that. I like how scarce it is, and I like the zero inflation. That's one of the things that really attracted me to it. It should be noted that, Richard Hart has been a big advocate, at least with Hex, that freemiums that actually work to onboard people. So I free claimed 865 Pulse Doge tokens. And next thing you know, I looked into it, I liked it, and I decided, man, I want to become like a whale in this asset. I like the asset enough, and I just hit the buy button. So it's just kind of interesting to note how freemiums actually do work. Even though you have sell pressure from free claimers, it also onboards like new people. And sometimes those people are whales and they buy a big position. I guess I could also add on that point that the whales in Pulse Doge are interesting whales. They happen to be hex sharks and dolphins. Like we don't know like all the whales, but at least we could, like, we're talking about like the top holders are hex sharks and hex dolphins. That's very interesting. Those guys know how to hold an asset. Me personally, I'm a shark and hex, and my average stake length is 11 years. Like most of that money, I don't even have access to until 2030. So it's just, I think this has so many good mechanics. Where you've got super scarce supply, you have zero inflation, you have a staking mechanism that's in the works, and the asset is protected by hex sharks and dolphins, which actually demonstrate delayed gratification. I think it could do really, really well, like in terms of price performance.
Well, and I think the other thing about it, just to reiterate, is that it was given to hex holders, people who have staked hex. And that's an interesting set of users that I've predicted for quite some time would be the recipients of valuable airdrops. And so far, Hedron was valuable and Pulse Dogecoin was valuable. And so that's really interesting. And yeah, I like the fact that it enriches hexagons who free claim. And so hexagons don't have to buy into it, but they can be the beneficiaries. And whether they decide to sell all of it for hex or sell half of it or hold on to all of it, people have options. And if we onboard another dog community that is ready to get on board with PulseChain, wants to be in something that is more scarce than Doge and SHIB and stuff like that. I mean, we've even got this Elon community, the Doge Elon Mars community. There's like 150,000 people who are hanging on the every word of the Methuselah Foundation because Vitalik gave them $200 million worth of the supply, which is like 43%. And I already met with them at the Bitcoin conference to make sure that they'll be able to claim their free coins on PulseChain. And so
Nice.
we will be onboarding giant numbers of communities. And, dogs are the most popular pet in the world. So there are way more people who like dogs and have them than there are people in crypto. And so the more that we can onboard people, and if you're out there shilling to new communities and stuff that are buying Pulse Dogecoin, well, that money, that buy pressure is going to hexagons.
Yeah, it's a solid point. And that's, at first I think some hexagons thought we were like targeting them, but it's not really the case. It's just that it was airdropped to hex stakers. And so naturally it's nice that we have like a solid base, right? We have like a solid numbers in terms of like holders, right? That's why we have over 15,000 holders or I forget the exact number. Let me just check real quick.
Well, and I want to let you finish making your point and then ask you a couple more questions about that statistic.
Yeah, sure. So 15,727 holders. And I could actually break down what's happened during the 100-day claim phase. Like I have all the data that I got from U.S. Coast Guard. So we could kind of go into that. But I guess the point is that our target audience is the world. I'm tired of sitting around inside this bubble. It's so sure we reach out. So first we're attacking, we're kind of actually doing everything like simultaneously. We're attacking Doge community, not attacking them, but like reaching out to them. We're trying to build bridges with Doge and like SHIB and like baby Doge. like try to like get them in, like, hey, this is just like one giant like happy meme coin community. Let's bridge them all together. At least that's my strategy. And at the same time, we're also trying to just use this like silly like meme token to onboard the world. And so if I spot that somebody's like lives in Africa or lives in the Philippines or India, then I'm instantly connecting with that person to try to see what can they do in their country to get Pulse Doge like viral, like globally. So I'm thinking way outside of Hex community. They are not my target audience. I don't think recycled money is smart. I think it's foolish. Obviously, there's going to be trades, right? People will trade Pulse Doge for Hex, or they'll trade Hex for Pulse Doge. We get that. That's normal. That's just normal market behavior. But the real market in my mind is the whole world. And if we onboard the world into Pulse Doge, and then Pulse Doge is listed on PulseChain, now they're in that network, and now they have access to everything else that we care about: Pulse, PulseX, Hex, or just like any other like good like solid assets that live on that network. So this, I think it's a very, I think from a marketing standpoint, I think this is how everyone should approach this. Like everyone should be marketing their assets to the world and not just like preaching to the choir, because that's foolish. But anyway.
And the more people who want to airdrop free money to Hexicans, you are also welcome to do that. The one thing I want to point out is how high the participation rate is as a percentage of the total holders. And I attribute that to the fact that people in Hex being staked for so long are incentivized to keep checking back in. And the community is more sticky and more engaged than your typical crypto community. For example, Hex was one of the most free claimed projects on Bitcoin that was available for Bitcoin holders. That's how I came into Hex, was from the Bitcoin free claim. And the participation rate there was about 3% of Bitcoin holders. And so what happens is when you transplant the most sophisticated users from Bitcoin into a new coin Hex, right? Because there were a bunch of free claim people who got interested because they were the only ones with the technical ability to do that. Now you have more people who are likely to do free claims, I think, as a subset of that community, but also because Hex keeps us, creating staking ladders and checking back in on the stickiness of the community. I think that that 15% rate might be a record in crypto. I guess you'd have to see like what the size of the set is that you're looking at anyway. But yeah, I think that that's really impressive and something that we can expect probably going forward, that anybody who airdrops to Hexicans, might have a really successful project. Now the other thing that I've noticed about Pulse Dogecoin is it's pretty fun to talk about it. And I don't feel like I'm cheating on Hex because it was given to Hex stakers.
Yeah.
And maybe people can disagree with me on that and bring up better points, but it felt so good about Pulse Dogecoin that I covered it a little bit in my chain analysis 101 course that I'm giving for free to people who sacrificed for any Richard Hart projects. And I noticed that an address that may or may not be associated with myself was the first retail person to ever burn one Pulse Dogecoin. So
nice. What did you do? Send it to the contract address?
To the dead address.
Oh yeah, okay, nice.
which is where the LA address. Can you tell me what that is?
No, you're talking about the LP. The initial liquidity for Pulse Doge was 50,000 Pulse Doge tokens.
It got
and
burned.
after there was sufficient liquidity for the market, Hex Info actually burned those tokens. So they just sit in a dead address. So I'm assuming
I can see him. Yeah, I can see him on the blockchain. It's true.
Nice. Hey, that makes the asset even more scarce. 50,000 tokens were burned.
If this becomes a trend, even if after the claim phase ends, then what? If one person burns one token, then it becomes deflationary now, doesn't it?
Yeah. But I don't think people should burn their tokens though. Like just hold.
I don't think
like,
so either.
No, hold the money, because like imagine how much the value of that could be in like 2 years. That's why I think a lot of people just don't understand. Like, so anyone is free to trade this asset as they deem fit. Like plenty of people have like swapped it for Hex or USDC or did whatever they want with it. That's perfectly fine. Well, we would just encourage people like, hey, like why not hold on to it if you got it for free? Give it a couple years, see the price performance. Maybe you could get a lot more Hex if you wait a couple years than what you could get now for it. Maybe. No one has crystal ball. Let me just cover. I could just cover. Do I have time to cover some of the stats in terms of the holders and like who sold?
Yeah, we got 5 more minutes.
Okay, excellent. All right, so let me just like. There's 905 free claimers that actually bought more Pulse Doge. That's a pretty good number. 10,405 free claimers sold, and their current balance is less than the free claim. So basically, they've been naughty. 11,649 free claimers. They just have held their free claim. Like they haven't bought, but they haven't sold. So I think these players could actually do really well if they could just hold it for a couple of years. 1,877 ETH wallets are brand new. Like they're not part of the free claim set. And they have balances of Pulse Doge. So that means they've actually bought it. Now that could just be some of them created new addresses, right? Or it could just be brand new people that just didn't have like Hex stakes. And then of all the free claimers who sold, 9,322 free claimers dumped everything. Dumped all the free claim. That's a total of 2,470,457 Pulse Doge tokens dumped to zero on the market. That's like almost half the supply. Like, I hate to say it, but like, I think you guys just like wrecked yourself because it's kind of equivalent. So like, how do you make money in crypto? You get into a brand new asset that has perfect product market fit, that has good leadership, that has good marketing, that has just good like mechanics and good tokenomics, and just and you sort of just buy as close as you can to the all-time low, and you hold the asset. That's all you have to do. Well, these people sold. So Pulse Doge launched at $1. The all-time low was 73.5 cents. It's never had a bull run. It's literally sat. The price is sat in an accumulation zone while whales built their position off the backs of Hex free claimers who just dumped. Thanks for the layup. I appreciate it. Coming in with a slam dunk like Sean Kemp or Dr. J. Like, I mean, what are you guys doing? It doesn't bother me. It gives whales an entrance into the market. But the point is that you buy an asset as close to the bottom of the market, as close to the all-time low, and you just simply hold it. You hold it for a long period of time until you have life-changing wealth. It's sort of like buying Hex at 4x up from 0.00005655. Well, why would you do that? It's just foolish. You would have missed the millions and millions of dollars from Hex. So there's something to be said about that.
Yeah. And I mean, if this coin goes to many dollars per coin, then that's enriching hexagons, probably as a percentage of the total holders in the future, whatever that would be. But I think that still like sticks with this idea that, as a community, we're all trying to figure out what to promote and what to ignore. And, people have very different opinions about what we should be discussing. And I know that, Richard unfollowed a couple of people in the Hex community recently because he thought that they were, sharing things that might be harmful to people. And so I think there's a lot we have to figure out as we continue to grow. And But I think that, yeah, the dog coin market, there hasn't always been a clear path to onboard them into Hex, and now it might be a little bit better. Now with the staking that's going to be available, is that going to be the type of staking where it's just pretend and you can like unstake at any time, or is it going to be something that's more strict like Hex?
It's a good question. So I'm not a dev. Hex Info is working on this privately, and he keeps it close to his chest. And I'm guessing that he'll probably just launch it out of the blue. But I will say that the one thing I do know is that when you stake it, if you try to unstake it early, there will be a penalty type of system. So that is the only thing I could really say about it. I don't know like the max stake length. I don't know like what asset the yield will be in. Yeah, just a lot of unknowns, but it's kind of interesting. Also to point out, U.S. Coast Guard, who's also another like genius dev in the Hex community and in Pulse Doge, he is working on something totally different from Hex Info, and it's again top secret, like nobody knows. So 2 independent devs working on something for Pulse Doge, which I like, and I like Coast Guard. All his Hex stakes are 5 days. That guy knows how to hold. Solid dev, super smart. I think it'll be very interesting to see what he creates. That we have no idea. But yeah. And then of course, everyone that secures a bag of Pulse Doge now, you get the duplicate copy on PulseChain. So that's awesome. Just like, any other ERC20 token. What else? I guess we're basically out of time, I'm imagining, but I will just say that I think this is a great opportunity for a lot of smaller players to potentially become very wealthy. Just as Richard Hart minted many millionaires in Hex, I would like to accomplish the same thing with Pulse Doge. And I think that whales, I think the incentive for whales to enter this market is that they could actually scoop a position, like it's actually affordable for them to scoop a whale position, where if they held until like maybe like a 10,000x from launch price, so maybe like $10,000 per token, they could literally build multi-billion-dollar portfolios. Now imagine what you could do with that, like for yourself, for your family, for the world, for like
buy a lot of Hex.
You could buy a lot of Hex. PulseX, you could like have a pretty sweet life if you have a multi-billion-dollar portfolio.
Cool. Well, thank you for sharing here and speaking today. Where can people find you?
You could find me on Twitter, Wolverine_2241. And you can also find me in the Pulse Doge Telegram chat, t.me/PLSD coin. So either one works. Twitter is probably the best place to find me, and then I could always direct you to the Telegram chat. The Telegram chat, by the way, is very lively. We've got 1,727 members in the midst of a brutal and bloody, violent bear market, and the price chart is up. It's up 3.15x from launch price, while everything else is 90 to 99% down, except for maybe like Revolt or one of those tokens. But yeah, it's doing pretty good, and in the midst of a hyperinflation phase where all the supply is introduced in a span of 100 days, more scarce than Bitcoin. At least take a look into it, even if you just buy one Pulse Doge token.
Those gas fees are pretty low right now. Thanks, Wolverine, for coming on.
Hey, my pleasure. Thanks for having me.
Awesome. Hey there, Sam.
Hey, Maddie. Thanks for bringing me on.
Oh, my pleasure. It's a huge treat to have you on the stream here. You are the renowned developer of Staker.app, and you also go by the handle Firebun.
Yeah. Yep. Real Firebun on Twitter. But yeah, starting to transition more to a first name basis with you guys.
Awesome. And now Staker.app is another mechanism, another group that is hoping to onboard millions of people into Hex and PulseChain. would you like to go ahead and give your presentation?
Yeah, sure. So if you want to hop off, I can take it from here.
Sure. Thank you.
Cool. So for those that don't know, I'm just going to give a little bit of history on Staker.app and our kind of mission statement. So we originally launched the first wallet back in December 2020. It was me and one other Hexagon, Steph, that I co-founded Staker.app with. And since then, we now have five people on the team, and they're kind of distributed doing different areas of development. So the reason I want to go into the little bit of history is so that the topic at hand is onboarding alpha. So kind of just to give a view on how we've come since we first launched. So to date, I was looking at some totals that you guys might be interested in. Our users have paid to the Ethereum network $2.12 million worth of gas. So you guys can think PulseChain is going to be good for that purpose once that's available. We have about 20,000 smart addresses distributed. Our concept of the smart address is just a word that we use for the underlying contract, which is called a Gnosis safe, which is, I believe, the largest multi-sig smart contract on the network currently. They just recently closed around for like $100 million. So it's good for us to be positioned in such a way that we started adopting and using their program early on. And it should give us some more exposure to the people that are now interacting with Gnosis as of their recent raise. Okay, so early on problems with Staker.app version 1. So we coded it up to only work with 3 tokens, Hex, ETH, and USDC. And they were fairly hard coded because the entire vision we had at the time was to support Hex staking and simplify it down into one app where you can see like the broader view of what's going on in the network, add some game theory elements to it with like staking leagues. But it really prevented us from being agile enough to start supporting some of these new tokens that are coming out in a timely fashion, at least. So that's one of the problems with our early version. One of the secondary things that, at least it's not a problem, but an improvement that will be coming in the next version of the app is for version 1, we use 1-inch API. So if you're not familiar with that, it basically, if you're trying to execute a trade from Hex to USDC, for example, it will optimize like how much of your tokens go to maybe Uniswap v3 and how much goes to Uniswap v2, and it will split it up and optimize such that you get the most bang for your buck, basically. The drawback to 1-inch is if the price goes, let's see. So if the price goes down and you overpay, so you have an execution price and you submit your order, and since while that's in the basically memory, if the price goes down and then that order gets executed, the 1-inch team actually will just like siphon that difference off into their own address. So that's something that we wanted to remove in version 2 of the app so that our users like get the most optimized return on their investment. And secondly, we are adding support for PulseX, which is a Uniswap version 2 fork. So depending on which chain you're on, you'll either be interacting with Uniswap v3 and v2 if you're on the Ethereum side of things, or PulseX if you're on the PulseChain side of things. So we're trying to add the ability for our users to, first of all, very like foundationally interact with PulseChain. And then secondly, we wanted to build in flexibility. So we're not kind of pigeonholed into only supporting these 3 tokens. So we've done a lot of stuff on the infrastructure side of things, such that our users will be able to support custom tokens. We'll be able to add new different types of transactions for specific tokens easier. So if there's like a airdrop or something of that nature, it'll be easier for us to support it, such that we won't have to continuously push out updates to the app, where it'll be more kind of a transient update. Which just, what I'm trying to say is it'll be a quicker feedback loop between potentially when airdrop comes out and then when it's available to be claimed on the app. So let's see here. One of the other things that we're doing for onboarding is some of our users do not like to use Google authentication and Apple authentication. So we're opening up to regular email support. So that'll be one of the new things that comes out with version 2. And we will also be supporting Pulse Ramp, so that you can bridge your tokens between networks without, like, basically we're trying to create the hub where you can switch between the networks and expand into other tokens and continue to do your swapping and trading regardless of which network that you're on. So that's kind of one of the vectors that I wanted to talk about. The second one is Dex Vision. Dex.vision is a Staker product, and we will be expanding support for PulseChain. So it's both supporting a new chain and supporting the new PulseX exchange contract that's going to be created. So that should legitimize trading on Pulse, hopefully sooner for our users, rather than maybe possibly waiting for a similar situation where TradingView, the native TradingView site, instead of waiting for them to create support for Pulse in the future, that's something that we can offer more immediately. Some other things that are coming to Dex.vision is aggregating across multiple exchanges. For example, the Uniswap version 1 has the longest history for hex price. That can be found at uniswap.vision. It's not exactly the most accurate because liquidity moves between exchanges as they become more popular. So if there's high liquidity at first, then the price will be less, I guess the price bars will be less volatile. So you see like tighter bars, but then you can notice the liquidity moves to different exchanges, and then you'll see higher volatility within like the trading bars. So what we're going to be optimizing for is basically at what time what was the popularity of the exchange across like the entire time horizon, and we'll aggregate all of those values together and display it in more of a smoothed version of the chart. So that's going to be something that's nice. Let's go on to the third vector that we are attacking, and that is for the open source side of things. How we have it laid out today, hexagons and Staker users can use the Gnosis interface, which is the native interface to interact with the smart wallet that we have provisioned. However, there's no app that allows you to interact with your hex stakes. So one of our developers has been working on creating the Gnosis Safe app such that you can start end your stakes and basically not rely on Staker at all, because we just want a fallback if something did happen to the Staker app itself. And additionally, this will allow us more opportunity to create kind of a customized experience for the user as well. So we're going to be creating and this is in progress currently with the developer, but a Gnosis Safe app that can go both onto their website. And secondly, we're going to be forking, and we have forked and done a proof of concept with the Gnosis Safe interface, that will allow us to connect it to staker services more seamlessly. So you can think of a world where you start a transaction on your phone or you start it on your computer, and then an alert can possibly pop up on your phone that you then can do a multi-sig confirmation. So that might be a little specific, but there was some changing to how signatures were being created on the app so that we can pass them around appropriately to do the multi-sig integration. So so both of those things will be open source once we have kind of like finished up the rough draft. We're going to push out both a Gnosis interface fork that supports PulseChain and a safe app for hex staking. And hopefully in the future, the other idea of us creating our own interface for the smart wallets is third-party hexakin developers can then start forking in their own apps to support if they want to interact with the staker users, for example. This should allow more accessibility for them to do that. So there's a few reasons that the open source route is going to be something that we're focusing on, I'd say like the second half of this year pretty heavily. And that's just for the redundancy and the ability for other developers to pick up work that isn't, I guess, company specific. So the last piece that will, and this is kind of developer specific stuff, but there's some code that I had been working on. It's what I call the transaction builder. And it basically simplifies interacting with what I consider like the core hex contracts, and I guess rather hex ecosystem contracts. And that would be Pulse, PulseX, and Hex. So being the transaction builder would allow you to like create a batch transaction that maybe you remove liquidity, then do a swap, then you stake Hex for some reason. But it simplifies that so that new developers can just kind of plug in the transactions that they're trying to build and like easily get estimates and not have to go through the difficulty of constructing transactions. So it basically just allows an easier experience interacting with some of the hex contracts. And I think that'll be another good thing for onboarding and like new projects to utilize. But that's, let me go through my list one more time and make sure I didn't miss anything. Yes. Okay. So it is a bear market. However, there is some alpha here because the Ethereum gas price is low enough that we can just provision a ton of smart wallets for new users. That's something that we take advantage of every time the gas is this cheap. So yeah, there's some alpha for you too. But that pretty much is a wrap for what I had prepared today.
That's amazing. You guys are always on the cutting edge of providing the technology that hexagons need, whether it's a Gnosis safe, like you mentioned, which I guess Staker.app is the #1 provider of smart wallets, of the same type that Vitalik, the founder of Ethereum himself, uses. And, I know that Steph, in his job as a lead at Google, onboarded millions of people into a reading app to teach people how to read. And he has the same vision for bringing Staker.app to millions of people as well. But he's already done something like this before, where he onboarded millions of people into something. Which I can really
tell you that he knows his way around Google advertisements, and that's not something that we've really focused heavily on at this point, since it's been like just continuously developing. But I think once PulseChain gets released and basically the cost of onboarding users goes from between $5 and like $100 down to like fractions of a cent, I think that'll be the time where we can really kind of put the pedal to the metal,
Yeah. And how many people are working at Staker.app these days?
It's 5 people in total. One of them is a contractor. One of them I poach. He's full time, and I poach for my old job. And
Well
then,
done.
yeah. But yeah, the contractor, he's been doing a good job. He's a longtime Hexkin. We brought him on a couple months ago, but he's still new to the crypto realm. So we've been giving him some pointers.
Do you know if Steph and Jack Levin ever crossed paths, both being ex-Google employees?
I haven't heard. I haven't
Okay.
heard if they have, unfortunately.
Fascinating. And yeah, well, we really appreciate what you're building in the space. Do you, as a developer, have any predictions as to when PulseChain might launch?
It's hard to say. It really comes down to, first, it comes down to like the severity of the changes that are needing to be made, like if they're critical components. And then 2, you kind of just have to draw the line of like, I mean, you got to launch at some point, right? So it really comes down to like, what is the appetite for risk too when it comes time to launch? And if there's a strategy to like, maybe it's you roll it out and then you roll back. I don't know. Like that could be a strategy versus waiting a long time and then just like, everybody loses interest potentially. So I think there's like kind of like, there's a balancing act of like not waiting too long, but also vetting out all of the potential issues that may have come up from like some of the validator rotation rework.
Does rewriting the code so that it's deployable in Go instead of Go-eth, does that help things a lot?
I can't answer from that perspective. That's not a topic that I know that much about, like with language specific rewrites.
Fair enough. And do you know anything about whether Staker.app will ever do a coin or whether Gnosis Safe is ever going to get around to their airdrop?
Yeah, so they announced, I think Gnosis announced who would be getting the airdrop, maybe the criteria. Since we're like an ecosystem partner, we were able to like secure, I don't know what percentage we got, but we're like listed as an ecosystem partner. So we'll see what that means. So that's to answer that question. I haven't really spent that much time looking into the specifics of the safe coin itself. But I'd say there is a future where Staker could have a token, but it would have to be in such a way that we're kind of removed from the picture as a team, So like if there was more autonomy and basically somehow we could rely on like delegation to make decisions. But there's definitely a possibility since there's like fees being made based on transactions. So if you send that through some sort of like contract that possibly distributes to token holders, like something along those lines could exist for sure. But that's like a little bit down the line since we got some pretty hefty stuff coming out on the Pulse side of things.
Yeah, you all seem to take things very ethically and, don't offer any sacrifice opportunities and stuff because I know that you don't necessarily believe in that, which I can respect. Last question here. Any word on when Staker.app V2 might be publicly available?
Yep. So I'd say we're very close to, we already have a group of testers selected. The kind of final parts that basically the interface is largely put together, probably like 90% of the way there with the services that correspond with them. There's a little bit of a setback when the chain ID changed with the TestNet. We had to like reset up our nodes and restart from the top. But the kind of final remaining pieces are we now support multiple tokens. How are these tokens going to be priced on PulseChain? How do we derive the price of the tokens so that we can like appropriately You're paying your fees in like one of like a variety of tokens. You need to know like what is that value across different token types, and how are we going to derive that when it comes time for PulseChain and its launch. So it's primarily like transaction service related, but very small amount of work left. But like the last foot takes the longest sometimes.
Do you think it'll be before PulseChain launches or after?
I think it'll be before PulseChain launches.
Cool. Well, that's something for all of us to look forward to. And if people want to find out more, where can they find you at?
Yep. So my handle on Twitter is @RealFirebun, and you guys can check out the Staker.app website if you guys want to learn more about the app if you don't have it already.
Awesome. Yeah. Well, thank you so much for participating in this first annual Pulse conference. And we really appreciate everything that you're doing for the space.
Yep. Thanks, Maddie. Glad I could join. Later,
Absolutely.
guys.
Viktor, are you still there?
Yes, sir.
I may have forgotten to ask you, where can people find you at? You may have said, but I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, you can follow us on Twitter, twitter.com/freepulse.io. That's @freepulse.io, and @PulseChain. And yeah, we have a Telegram, so t.me/freepulse and t.me/pulsehotlist. Those are like the most important ones, but like, yeah, we have multiple smaller social media accounts like youtube.com/freepulse. And yeah, so we can we're findable.
Awesome. Well, we've just heard from 3 different projects that are aiming to onboard the next 1 million users, and so we can't wait to see who does it first.
I mean, I think Staker.app is leading that. Not sure if they have more or less than 200,000 unique users. I don't think they have like their stats public, but we usually like tweet once a month or so, basically just screenshots of our Google Analytics account. I don't know of any other project or company ever that's that transparent about their user base, and it's just regularly sharing their stats. But yes, so we're super transparent about that.
Well done. And we'll have you back to cover some more stuff, I think, tomorrow.
Sure.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for participating.
Thanks for having me. Great event.
Thanks. What do we have here?
Hello.
Hey guys.
Howdy.
I think we're back by popular demand.
Yeah, that was a pretty popular stream we had last time.
It was. And Wendy's, you definitely crushed it. David and I get on every week, and you were our most popular guest by far here in this bear market.
Awesome.
What do you think it was that people liked so much about our last stream?
I think people, are looking for knowledge and stuff. I think there's, like I said before, there's so much entertainment in crypto, but when people find knowledge, because a lot of people told me they listened to it more than once. Like some people told me like 2, 3, 4 times. And I'm like, man, that's crazy, but I guess it's just, they found useful information out of it. And so when you hear that, like I was talking to Sticker Guy in the background, he's talking about going back to college. And I said, imagine if you went to college for 4 years and it was all entertainment. You learned nothing. And some people do, right? Anybody in the chat with a liberal arts degree? Like that's just the reality. Sometimes like you waste time, and time is very precious. And it's like you get a lot of chances in this market, but you don't want to squander opportunity. And so you need to make sure that you're learning things as time goes on, right? Imagine if like every time you fall for the same scam in crypto, imagine you're like in Celsius and you give your keys up and you get rugged, and then like Voyager comes along and you're like, oh, okay, well, I'm going to trust them, and then you get rugged, and then Nexo and you get rugged, BlockFi, you get rugged. Imagine that just kept happening because you never learned. So I think people really value information.
and when people lose a little bit of money in crypto, sometimes they meme it and say, hey, well, that was a cheap education compared to what college costs. But, I think the audience here today, there and before, is interested in learning, not just by experience, but by learning from others' experiences as well, to maybe not have to suffer as much pain as those who came before. And so you certainly had a very interesting background story, because you didn't just invest in crypto and it mooned, and then you had some ups and downs.
Oh yeah, there's been a lot of pain. I've been up the mountain and down the mountain, and it is much better on top. I can tell you that. And
do you have any particularly painful memories that you'd like to share?
Man, there's been so many times. I mean, there was one time I was in it was a yield farming program on a DeFi project, and I was making so much money. I mean, it was unbelievable. Like, a lot of people ask me like, oh, what do you want? What do you want to buy? And I think when I first got into crypto, like I had this idea. I was like, oh, I just want to get like a condo in Costa Rica. And so I'm like watching on YouTube these like condos in Costa Rica, and I'm like, oh, how much are they? And I'm like, okay, these were nice, like luxury condos, really, really nice. And I started making that a day, every single day in yield. We're talking high six figures every single day. Okay. It was ungodly amount of money. And essentially it all went away, all gone. Yeah. All to an exploit, and the thing is like the founders knew about it, and some of the other whales knew about it. And I guess I didn't get the memo. Nobody told me. It was like an alpha release. And then when it finally actually launched, so imagine like on PulseChain that like people knew of an exploit. And then finally when it launched, there's like a couple of people taking advantage of it. And then everyone's like, man, what's going on? Like, what's going on with the price of PulseChain, right? Like, what the hell? What gives? And then just like a couple of people are profiting all the way down, and then everybody else just gets like completely wrecked. Like that's pretty much what happened. So I don't know. I've had a lot of losses. Like I'm kind of numb in a way now to stuff. Like I can lose a lot of money and just be like, well, whatever. And I was telling somebody like I just I don't work or anything, but I just renewed my nursing license, because you never know. You never know. And I don't want that bad juju of like, yeah, I'm never going to, I'll be like, I'm not too humble to wipe some ass again if I have to, but yeah. So you just never know. Yeah.
David, what was some of your takeaways or reaction to the episode that we all did together on Game Theory Gang?
Oh man. Well, be honest, my memory's not so hot, so I don't have any particular favorite moments, but we had a great conversation. I respect for Tendy's here. I think he does a great job. He's also part of Legion VC with Motley Investor, who's a well-known Hexagon and streamer and a great guy I've met in person. And I'm excited for what they've got going on. We did. We pooled for PulseX, and that was great. It worked out great on the testnet. Everybody got their coins, and the pool itself ranked really high in the PulseX sacrifice. So I thought that was fantastic.
Yeah, it's awesome when the little guy is able to compete with the big boys. That's kind of nice, because that's what everybody hopes for. It's like, if you ever seen the meme of all the fish together and they become like a giant shark or something like that. It's kind of like that. It's kind of cool.
Yep, absolutely.
So how would you respond to like we have to have some sort of discourse here? So like it seems like it seems like some people would have a problem with giving over their keys to a sacrifice pool. However, it seems like at least there's kind of social accountability. And I'm just wondering, like, if you were to take a contrarian approach to, I guess, what people did with your pool or whatever. How would you see that?
Yeah, I mean, definitely. That's what I told people, you know, like, if you don't feel comfortable, don't do it. I told many people that, because there was a lot of people that were, you know, and I said, hey, look, if you're not comfortable, like, don't do it, because if you got to trust your gut sometimes. And so if you have that feeling about anything, like, I don't want people to like have a bad feeling about something and just do something out of pure greed. You know what I mean? So, and I totally get it. And the thing is, like, there was a lot of like anonymous ones. Like, there was several. I mean, you know, we're just one. There was several. There's at least like, I think 7 that I know of, and a lot of them were anon. And a lot of them did a lot worse than us. I mean, I even consulted with some of them, and I was telling them like, hey, you might want to sack now. I literally told them like, sack now, you know, to help out their people. And they held. Price goes down 40%. And so some of their people that sacked with them thought that they were going to sack with us. They thought that pool was going to combine. And I'm like, no, you're wrecked. Like, because, you know, they didn't want to listen.
Wow.
So
they tried to time it and it didn't work out.
It didn't work out,
yeah.
You know, but it's tough either way, because, you know, when you are doing something like that and like a bunch of people are throwing funds together and stuff, whales can see that. And they can be like, okay, I'm going to dump the price here. You know, like they can play games. So it is a tough thing, you know, to navigate and stuff. So it's not all, you know, easy, but yeah, we got great prices. I mean, both wallets got, you know, we're top wallet, very close together, very high X return for everybody. So yeah, it worked out great. And after seeing what happened with the PulseChain sacrifice, I love the approach you guys did. I had the same feeling. As soon as the PulseX sacrifice started, sack immediately. Don't wait. I had a feeling in my gut that Hex was going to go down, and you're not. I had a feeling on the PulseChain one, you know, but it's like there's so many people that will just like influence you that it's gonna, you know, keep going up and stuff, and you want to listen to that. You know, you like, everybody's got like a little bit of moon boy in him, and I try to be like very rational, especially like. Now, especially when it's not just me involved, then I'm like laser focused. I'm like, no, you got to play this right. You know what I mean? And yeah, it was a lot of work. It was a lot of stress. You know, it was constantly watching the market and trying to get the best price for everybody. You know, but yeah, it was great. And the sacrifices, you know, they were so much higher than the prices now. It's like, man, I think a lot of people wish they would have went, you know, much bigger. I know I do.
It's beautiful how the sacrifices have performed, having turned themselves magically into stable coins at
like protected
much
us
higher
from
valuations. Now I'm curious. I think I already know, but what's the game theory behind trusting or not trusting like a pool operator? I guess the idea is that certain people in the community have built up a certain amount of social capital. And so that's part of what's being put on the line for them when people sacrifice to a pool where you're not holding your own keys, and then you're getting a volume bonus. However, you know, it seems like there's also an element of, I believe that this person is already rich in Hex, and maybe that makes them somehow less greedy than the next person who is a broke pleb scammer. So
well, I think like
you could break that down.
Well, I think that just being rich doesn't necessarily mean that you're not going to scam people, right? Because I think it has to do with like you as a person. And I think that if you've met, you know, a lot of us, you just know who we are as people, right? Like, I was a nurse. I took care of a lot of people. I put a lot of people before me. You know, Vince, great guy. He's helped out so many in the community. Motley. So Yash, Deep. I mean, and a lot of people have met us. And like, again, you know, I don't even like being on camera, you know, and like I was anon for years. So like, why am I going to show my face and all this stuff to do that? Like, it doesn't make any sense. And I was rich before Hex. I already had money, you know what I mean? So it just, you know, doesn't make a lot of sense. But the first time we did it, it was really just like friends that did it. And then a lot of people were like, hey, you know, like that would really benefit a lot of people, and so that's when we, kind of like opened it up, and then it got to a point where there was like a lot of anon people doing it, and I'm like, okay, well, I know that I'm going to be a good steward, over like security and everything like that, and there's guys that are anon and have like some of the other pools had a lot of money in them too, and so I'm like, at least it's an option, right? It's like, who are you going to trust? And even, I mean, I could tell you, like, I'm a day one Hexagon. I didn't know how I felt about going into the AA lobby. Like there was risk in that. Okay, yeah. It took months before I was like, okay, Richard's not going to rug me. You know what I mean? And then you start really like, taking a lot of his content in, meeting him in person. I met him a couple times in person, and then
really,
a
couple times.
Yeah, and I feel very confident that he is the guy that he is on stream, and I think he's a great dude. And so so after that, it's like I have no problems, like the amount. I put a decent amount into Hex, but again, like the price of Ethereum was so cheap back then, so it's like it wasn't like a ton of money, but I put a ton of money into PulseChain and PulseX, right? So, it's kind of a different game. But again, my confidence in the whole system. But yeah, a lot of it, and look, a lot of people trusted Mashinsky, right? Like I heard somebody say, I think today, that on Twitter that they were going to pull their funds out, but Mashinsky told them like it's fine, like it's fine, like a week before it went down. And if you like look back at his posts and stuff like that, he was kind of saying stuff like that, like, oh, it's FUD, like we're totally fine. They were not totally fine. They had a 2 billion, in the whole balance sheet, like, and you're telling people it's going to be fine. It's pretty terrible.
Yeah, that's absolutely savage. That's unacceptable.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I feel so bad for those poor people who got roped into that. But
there's a lot of snakes in crypto, man. It's pretty terrible.
Yeah, and
I feel like we're the shining light on the hill, but like everybody attacks us always, and it's like it's disgusting. You know what I mean?
We live in a bizarro world. Like it's always opposite day. They call our community a scammer. They call Richard a scammer. It's the opposite. It's fake news. It's literally propaganda everywhere.
I see Hexicans all the time donating money to people, helping people. Maddie met a guy that put $2 million into an animal shelter. We raised $27 million for charity. Like how much do we have to do for people?
Yeah,
how much? We also remember when I started the thing, like tipping the bill. So like we had the Hex like bull market going on. And we're all being super generous, like, to wait staff and stuff. I ain't never seen Chainlink do that. I ain't never seen Bitcoiners do that.
Yeah,
that was all Hexicans. Okay, so like, where is all that generosity in crypto? Why is it all us?
Yeah, there were people tipping the entire bill of their dinner and then giving it to the wait staff and then writing hex.com on the receipt. You're absolutely right.
Yep.
That's a good community. And Richard has minted, I don't even know how many millionaires, thousands of us now. Like how many?
Quite a
lives
few. I've met quite a few. Yeah. And every time you meet a new one, you're like, how can there be so many of us?
Yeah, and it's real. This isn't a joke. Like we're not kidding. I can promise you, it's real.
How? I mean, is because the founder didn't dump on our heads.
Yeah,
that's how.
It's amazing, right? Like when a founder doesn't dump on his community, he
might be
like
the first.
I think he actually is probably the first,
other than Satoshi, but Satoshi's probably passed away, so we'll not count him. But otherwise, they all do it. Vitalik does it. He sells the top every time in Ethereum. I don't know how.
It's pretty easy to sell the top when you have that big of a bag.
Yeah, he makes it, right?
He
makes the red candle. Yeah,
yep.
Man.
Mm-hmm. Maybe that's how Richard makes the top.
I think so.
About that, like
I think so.
If he calls the third one in a row, we already know.
Yeah,
he calls the 2025 top on the day. I'm saying he dumped it.
Well, he slipped up once recently and said he sold the Bitcoin top instead of saying.
Oh, did he?
It.
He probably. Yeah. I mean, he probably did. He's probably like sell. Like he's probably like typing the tweet out. He's like, get ready for the parabol destruction, and then
Yep.
dumps it, and then boom. Yep. That's, the thing is like Bitcoin is a big market, but there absolutely are people that pump and dump like smaller coins. And that's why you got to be careful when somebody like when a public figure is like so adamant about a coin, you got to be careful because it is easy to pump and manipulate markets and, take advantage of people. So
Elon Musk, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's the number one culprit I could think of who's been manipulating.
Yeah, I mean, think about it.
markets
You
for the
can
past 2
do
years.
that. He can like long Dogecoin, and like he can do a long on Dogecoin, like a 50x long, and then tweet like Dogecoin is the future. Boom. There's nothing illegal about that
Oh.
as of right now. You know what I mean? So
Well,
it's just printing money. And even if he doesn't do it, his friends could do it. He could be like, hey, watch, buddy, like put a long in on Dogecoin.
He just does the tweet, right? People trading for him behind the scenes. Yeah,
he said
totally
all of his
possible.
kids own it, so
Oh, wow.
that's illegal right there.
Pumping his kids' bags. So yeah, there's a lot of that, man. There's a lot of that. And I mean, I wish people realized how much of it goes on. There's so many messages that people get for pumping certain coins, and like we'll support you if X, Y, or Z. And people sell out all the time, man. People will sell out because a lot of people are wrecked. A lot of people are wrecked, so they'll sell out their followers. Some people only have followers. Some people have followers and money, and that's a dangerous.
How do we know the
combination.
difference? How do you know the difference?
I mean, because a lot of times I can listen to them and they don't know what they're talking about. It doesn't take very much. Look, some people get lucky. It's about being consistent. Okay. It's about being consistent in crypto. It's about, yes, you have to be able to do it more than one. You want to survive in multiple bull and bear markets. Like imagine if you wrote up the first XRP thing, right? How's XRP been doing? How's Chainlink been doing? You have to be able to know, like, when the goose is cooked. Okay. Like you have to know when to hold them and know when to fold them. Okay. And most people don't. They got lucky one time. Okay. So, and a lot of times I can hear it. I've argued with people on Twitter. They don't even know what they're holding. They don't even know the game theory mechanics behind what they're holding. Pathetic.
Yep.
I mean,
or the
like
inflation rate or tokenomics. Yeah,
they have no idea. They have no idea. And it's like, okay, I mean, like, yeah, I don't know. I don't think anybody should get behind a microphone that doesn't know what they're talking about when it comes to crypto, unless they admit that and they say like, I'm trying to learn with you guys, and that's fine. But then also be open to when people tell you like, hey, this is a scam. Like this has happened a million times before and it's going to hurt people. You got to be careful what you recommend. And that's why like people, sometimes people ask me in person, like, hey, what do you think about this? What do you think about that? But like for me to go on camera and like, say something, it's like once you co-sign something, then like people are going to see that later, and they're going to go in, and maybe it's not the best time to go in at this time. It's just like, I don't want to take responsibility for telling, people when to get in, when to get out of stuff. So I want to teach people to think like me so that they can make good decisions, and stay level-headed, because that's what you need. If you want to survive crypto, you got to stay level-headed. Moonboy stuff will hurt you, and the opposite will hurt you too, because if you're just like a perma bear, you're not looking for opportunity anymore, because you're just like a doom and gloomer, and you see both. And like, look at Twitter, like there's so much emotion right now. I mean, there's people so mad, like, and I'm just like, man, it's every time. It's like I was telling Sticker guys, he was like, well, how did you know like when it was around the top? I said, well, it's really easy because it's the same thing every time. Your Uber driver tells you something. It's like the cliches, right? Like, the old stock market cliches that the shoe shiner is going to give you tips. Like if you're getting your hair cut and the guy's like, hey, do you have any Solana NFTs? Start DCAing out. If you're screenshotting your portfolio every 30 minutes, sell 5%. It's little things like that. But most people just have no way to like separate the excitement and the euphoria from like rationality. And so like my dad, the way I knew it was my dad said, yeah, hey, you know, I went over to my neighbor's house and I was telling him about crypto and, you know, hey, this Hex thing, you know, they're really good. You think you should get in? And, you know, Bitcoin's done well for me too. And I'm like, wait, what? Like you just walked over there and like just out. And I'm like, the price was like it was like 60,000. Like Bitcoin was like 60,000. So it was like very close, you know? So it's the same thing every time. It's like, and it's the same thing at the bottom, right? Bitcoin's dead. Bitcoin's dead. You know, crypto's dead. It's over, guys. Hex is collapsing. The Ponzi's over. You know, it's the same thing every time. And it like people just can't get out of the emotional, you know, rut that they're in, the cycle. They can't separate themselves emotionally from it.
Yeah.
So just look at everybody and they'll tell you. Yeah, I mean, you can feel it for sure. Yeah. But everybody around you will tell you when the bottom is.
That's good advice, definitely. Because I know me personally, I can feel the euphoria. Like right when it's just green candles for like 14 days straight, it's pumping and pumping. You're looking at your Staker.app. It's numbers you've never seen in your whole life. It feels good. Like, you know,
and it's like even the music you play, right? You start having a little swag too, you know, you're just like, oh yeah.
Freddie quotes on repeat in my car.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, yeah,
exactly. Yeah. It's pretty crazy, but, and bear markets are bull markets in reverse. So it's like you instead of euphoria, you're feeling depression, right? You're like, I don't want to go out, you know. I don't. Whereas before, you're like tipping the bill. You're like, keep the change, and she's like, oh my god, wow, this is the whole bill. You're like, yeah, keep it, hex.com, and like in the bear market, you're like, yeah, let me get some ramen, you know. So it's like, it's either like this or like this, you know, like. But you kind of want to stay, you know, like at a level thing, a rational thing. And, you know, that's where friends tell them about the Staker restaurants. That's where topic. Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
Yep. Oh, yeah. And it's true. It's true. Like there's these little things that will really help you stay level headed that, you know, people just don't even think about. And it's like the people do the same thing every single time. And guess what? I'll tell you something like, you know, take a screenshot and then you'll like take a screenshot and you'll just remember this, you know, and it'll be years from now, right? Like it'll be a couple years from now and you'll remember, oh man, Tendy said if I take a screenshot, but no, like we have plenty more to go up and you might, right? But it's that like that doubt there where you could just be like, cast me away, right? Bear market Tendies, I'm not listening to him, you know, and then it's the same thing every time. You're just like, I'm not going to listen to him. Bull, baby, bull. Moon City.
Yep, I have a phrase for this. It's from Tangent, who just recently debated Richard Hart. And I like this rule. You never sell all, and you always sell some, right? As the price is going up, take a little bit of profit. 5% of your portfolio, 10% if it's doing great. Awesome. Never sell 100%, right? You always want a little bit of a moon bag. Always save some coins, but there's nothing wrong with taking profits.
And that's why I say 5% when you start screenshotting, right? Because think about how many screenshots did you do during the bull market?
I got a
it's
lot.
double digits. It's double digits for many people. Okay. And if you look like it's good. Yeah, exactly. Right. You're like calling Apple. You're like, I need the one, the 1 gig, right? Like I need some extra gigabytes. I need the 1 terabyte, you know, because of all the pictures. So yeah, you will, you know, and that's just a good way to, and at least like, look, if you don't at that point and you're like, okay, well, I haven't hit my goal. Well, then just start thinking about it rationally. Right. You know, and it is good. I've said it many times that I think you make a ton of money. This is a speculative market. Turn it into other income streams. And then guess what? You get to buy your favorite asset. So imagine you took some profits on the big run up. Now you have rentals or whatever coming in. The income was more than you made in your job when you were first buying the asset you love, whether it's Hex, ETH, whatever. So let's say you're making 100,000. Now you're making 500,000 a year, right? And now you're just managing your assets. Well, now you can buy a whole lot more, you know, than you were buying before, right? Because now it's a bear market and you have all this other income streams. And now you can, you know, like your rentals are doing good. Rents are up 3 to 5% depending on your city. And boom, now you're buying Hex and you're staking it out, you know, and just rinse and repeat.
Yeah,
so
dollar cost averaging in the bear correctly.
Well, yeah, exactly. Because everybody says like, you know, dollar cost average, but They don't realize that that's two-sided, right? It's a double-edged sword. Like, you want to also dollar cost out and, you know, and improve your life. Like, that's the key thing, right? Don't just buy a Lambo, you know, increase your income. You know, the average millionaire has like 5 streams of income. So increase your income, diversify. And yeah, like, you know, Chad said, I dynamically DCA, right? So like, I wait for, you know, the dip. The dips, you know, like 50%, I start going in. The dips more, I start going in more, and then more, and then more. So by the time it's down, you know, 80, 90, because there's some people, when the dip keeps dipping, some people are out of money, you know, because they started way too high, right? Maybe they started at 40 cents and then 30 cents and then 20 cents. They're out. 10 cents was the low. There are so many people that thought 10 cents was the absolute low, it was never going to go lower. And maybe they're out of money now, right? So you gotta think like that. And bear markets are a grind, you know, they don't just instantly end. It's a grind. And it's you have to be in an accumulation mindset. And, you know, we talked about that in the last stream, where it's like, you have, you know, the parabolic years. There's 2 parabolic years, one up and one to the downside. And then there's some accumulation years, you know, that chop and trend up. So, you know, it's grind time now. You know, people don't want to talk about it, but it's grind time. Yeah. Like, if you got a job, this is opportunity, you know, and people are worried about this or worried about that. It's like, you know, think about your future. Think about all the people that are getting hurt by inflation now because they didn't, you know, think about, you know, getting some assets that would protect themselves, getting a house, you know, because that's the thing. Like, let's say you bought a house, and, you know, because I'm hearing all the time, like, people are like, oh man, houses are so expensive in my area. Like, it's really hard to, you know, to even make the payment and everything like that. Well, inflation's going up. Your wages probably won't keep up with inflation, but they're going up a lot. And, you know, I have a lot of friends that still work, and they're telling me how much more they're making. And I mean, like, I'm thinking about my job specifically. I think it's up like $30 an hour. So that's a lot more money. So imagine you have the same mortgage payment, but now $30 more an hour. Okay, so the house you could like kind of afford, you know, it was a struggle. Like, now you can afford, right? Everything else is up, you know, milk and everything, you know, your percentage wise, your grocery bills up, your gas bills up, and everything like that. But, you know, thinking about the future, diversifying, you know, taking profits into things like maybe you're at a point where you get to a point where you're like, okay, I just need to get to a point where I'm going to have a down payment on a house to think long. Everybody's at different points in their life, you know, and I think some people just want to hold on until they get everything, like, just finish the game completely, you know. But there's nothing wrong with like stepping up and doing a little bit better and taking what you learn and applying it to the next cycle and going from there. You know, you want to be somebody that's consistently winning, not, you didn't just get a lucky ticket, you know. And everybody thinks that that's not them. They think like, oh yeah, I'm a great investor or speculator or whatever. And it's like, okay, well then do it again. Do it again with something else.
Not so easy, right?
Not so easy.
And we're kind of in a period now where I think we're in for some sideways, kind of like the year 2019, in my opinion. That was like a lost year. That was just a sideways chopping grind. I mean, if you
we're still in 2018 though. So you know, don't jump the gun, David. Don't jump the gun. We still got some pain left, you know. But yeah, again, like, your mind goes to 2019, and for a lot of people, 2019 was more painful than 2018. Why? Because boredom. You know how many messages I get a day, and they're like, "Hey, you told me you think it's going down more." And I'm like, "I do." And they're like, "Well, it just pumped today." Like, it's like they just need. They're so zoomed in on the chart, right? That they're like watching the 1 minute, like up, down, you know, and they're not taking in like the whole. I'm like, yo, this is a grind, guys. Like, this is years of your life. Like, and that's why I've said many times, I'm like, hey, and Maddie, you'll tell people this, right? Like, work on your mental health, eat right, exercise, because it's not like a, you know, a one-day thing. This is years, right? Investing is for your future, years and years and years in advance. So work on things now. Ask that girl out you like, right? Like, spend time with your family. You know, don't push things off, you know, take care of them now.
Yeah. It's almost a lifestyle.
It is. It is
a crypto investor, you know, it is. And
you need balance. You can't just be the guy that's just looking at the charts all the time. Sure. Consume a lot of crypto content. I know I did. And I do. Right. But at the same time, don't obsess over it. Okay.
Yes.
Take some time to do other stuff too. And especially if it's stressing you out, right? If it's stressing you out,
walk away.
It's okay. It's okay to walk away from the computer for a little bit. Yep.
Absolutely. That's great advice. Actually, it's just take a mental health day. Go to the park, take a walk, do anything else. Just get your mind off of it.
Because it's a market that doesn't sleep, right? So even like the stock bros, right? They get the weekends off, right? They get to go to the lake with their family or go to the beach and have a relaxing day. It's like in crypto, you can always find an excuse to be like, well, I gotta do this, I gotta do that. You know, it just use your time. You have a lot of time in the day. Use your time more wisely. So are you, like I said before, are you just wasting time just watching like content that's not teaching you anything? You know, well, you could probably cut that out. Right? Maybe watch like a Netflix show or like Amazon Prime show, The Boys. I love that show. You know, you could get some entertainment that's not crypto, right? That's probably going to be better for your mental health. And then when you consume content in crypto, make sure that you're learning something. Make sure that you're experimenting with something. You know, I always say that it's so weird that there's so few people that, you know, try new dApps and, you know, don't experiment with stuff. You know, there's people building stuff. And the bears are for building, right? Like, you know, use it. I'm excited.
TestNet
we have TestNet, right? I was on there today. I was on there today, like messing with stuff. I mean, I know what I'm doing on there. You know what I mean? But I still log in and, you know, mess with stuff from every once in a while because it's, you know, it's cool. It's interesting. It's fun. Yeah.
Yeah.
I know we're all ready. We're all so ready for it. So.
Oh yeah.
Ready for the real thing.
You mean the RH NFTs that were announced today?
Oh yeah.
Is
I
that
heard
what
that.
we're ready for? Oh,
No,
you're
I'm ready. I'm talking about.
Okay.
I'm talking about PulseChain and PulseX. I'm ready for the launch.
Are you gonna get one of the RH NFTs?
No. Okay. You know, I was listening and it was interesting because what they said about the social signaling and, you know, essentially they're whole different communities. Like crypto Twitter is essentially split in half. On one side you have crypto bros and on the other side you have NFT people. The NFT people are like more artsy and everything like that. And then the crypto bros it's just a whole nother thing. So I do wonder, I'm like, okay, if we do nuke really, really bad and like I could get like a Bored Ape or something for cheap, then I would consider getting one, if for nothing else, to break into that, to maybe wake them up some and be like, guys, you like NFTs? Like we all like, you know, I like art too, you know, but this other crypto can really, it's to me, it's less of a degen, and it's already degen, but it's less of a degen way to like really improve your life. And then you can focus on art. You can focus on the other things, you know, but people that have their whole portfolio in NFTs is like, that's crazy to me. That's wild. But NFTs have done surprisingly well through this bear. I'm actually surprised.
Well, I did see a tweet today. One of the Bored Apes original buying price was 400 Ethereum. It was $1.2 million. And today they sold it for 39 ETH. So they took a loss of $1.1 million.
39
basically. It was like ridiculous. It was something.
I was asking somebody today. I said, "How much are the Bored Apes?" And they told me like
40 ETH, 30 ETH. Like they're
down
90% basically.
Oh, they're that cheap? Okay, I was thinking that they were still like six figures.
I mean, it's still it's 40 grand for a useless JPEG. So I'd like to see
I think the market's gonna nuke more. So it would be interesting. But like they were saying, you know, that at Ape NYC, I hope I'm getting that right because I have no idea. But at I think it's like Ape Fest or something. You had to have like one of the premium NFTs to get in. So you had to be like, yeah, this is my wallet, sign this transaction or whatever, and then they let you in. They're like, oh, you're one of us. Enter.
It's like an actual utility. It lets you in the door somewhere. Wow.
Yeah, exactly. So, but it is interesting because then you are like mixing with people. And I mean, if you can afford to throw six figures at a NFT, you're probably at least somebody, you know.
Yeah.
Or you're just a total degen. Yeah. Or you're just a total degen. I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know which. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, it's something that is interesting to me. And, actually, there's a lot of stuff there's a lot of things that could potentially happen with NFTs. I had recently lunch with FundingGym and another real estate guy out here that's really doing it pretty big. It's pretty big guy, and it's interesting because he's wanting to get, like start getting into crypto, and he wants to combine the two, NFTs and real estate investing, and bring it into crypto. And yeah, it's just like there's so many ideas and stuff like that, but you gotta, I don't know enough about NFTs to even, really understand like what all is potentially possible. So I'm like, oh man, I gotta do some research on that, because it was just something that never really like interested me too much. I was more into the coin side.
Yeah. I mean, they
I was
really
going
are
to say,
serial.
Jack Levin kind of like presented to Richard today on the Twitter Spaces briefly that he thought NFTs maybe will have some utility. And so I'm just like, I'm so pumped to see what happens whenever they get together for half an hour here on Saturday at the Pulse conference here on this channel, because I think that, the fact that Jack sold the $30 top and Richard bought it right there is pretty juicy.
That's kind of funny.
Just I
funny.
think that they're going to have a lot more in common than they really saw from that first interaction on Twitter Spaces. So,
yeah, that could be great. That could be great. And I think Richard is opening up to the idea of NFTs. And one thing that like I was thinking about is, so like let's so you have the ENS domains, right? So you could have Maddie.eth or whatever.
Got it.
Yes.
Oh, perfect.
Those are the most useful NFTs in my opinion, right there.
It's
until
cool, right?
HSIs came along. Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely cool. And so imagine Richard had one, right? And imagine every luxury good that he got like had the NFT with the picture of like what the item is, and you could like click on his address and be like, just look at all of his jackets and everything like that, because what is it, right? Like Louis Vuitton and all that, Prada, it's all like social signaling. So why not be able to social signal on the blockchain with like all your stuff? And then imagine like you have a jacket from a few years ago, and it's like on the blockchain it's kept pristine mint condition. People can like look at that jacket, and you could have like got a stain on it and like threw it away years ago, and like they're like, wow, Richard's got that jacket, oh my god, you know what I mean? Like that's that's kind of for social signaling, that could be pretty cool.
Absolutely.
The other mechanic about NFTs that's interesting is because of the low fungibility, right? PulseChain is going to put the F back into NFT to make them fungible again, which is a joke, but also true, because there will be a copy on the PulseChain in some cases where the file is supported, which will just teach people a lot about NFTs in the first place. But one observation that I have is that you really don't see all of the liquidity that it doesn't exist, because you're kind of framing it as, well, we don't want it to be fungible, which means that not everybody's bidding on the same thing, right? When you buy Hex, anybody who holds Hex is benefiting from that liquidity being put up. But when you own a unique JPEG, supposedly, then that buy pressure doesn't get distributed, but also the sell pressure doesn't get distributed. And so if people are holding on for dear life, they're deluding themselves into thinking that it's worth something. And then it's, to some extent, maybe you don't crash 99% like you really should. And by no means suggesting that people should buy NFTs, but just observing that there are slightly different market mechanics based on the liquidity. And it'll be interesting to consider how things like Hart's Law it applies to that, in terms of maybe those go up or don't go up with everything else at times. And again, I think like it'll be really interesting to see the examples where we have NFTs that do have underlying value, such as with the Hedron stakes that have underlying Hex, and all of the other things that will get built in the future.
Yeah, I think they have a term called the floor price for NFTs. So when you look at a collection, the floor price is the basically the cheapest one available, right? So what people watch is that floor price. If that keeps going down and down and down, that shows you what the worst trending object in that series is.
And to clarify, the floor for Bored Apes right now is 100 ETH, not 40.
Oh wow, okay, all right, good to know.
Which is really interesting because of where we're at in the market. That it's still 100 ETH. That's kind of insane.
That's really insane. That's $100,000 roughly. Yeah, in the bear market, that's actually they've held on better than I thought.
Well, but I mean, take the example. If I created Bored Apes, which I didn't, and I don't know all the history, but if you created 100% of them and you sold 50% of them, and then you held on to that money, you could keep the floor price pretty high for a long time, and just keep screwing around with the supply so that you're kind of wash trading your own NFTs. And I would suspect that probably the most successful projects have a certain degree of that may or may not be able to.
Yeah, there's gonna be some of that for sure. But in a bear market, people do want money, and so if they're not selling for less than 100 ETH, then like some people are gonna let it go, right? Some people are gonna wash trade their own stuff, but some people are gonna let it go.
Can we get for attendees to say everything's okay while the fire alarm is going off there, so we can relate it to the meme of the dog with the fire?
This is fine.
Background. Cool. Everything's fine.
This is fine.
Okay.
Everything's fine, guys. It's okay. I might have to jump out the window, but
that's what's up. So, yeah. What other advice do you two have for people out there listening?
Yeah, I would say, do so. Pull up TradingView, and even if you don't have a TA knowledge, look at the way market cycles work, and then look where we are relative to previous cycles, and say, kind of put yourself there and say, would you be a buyer or would you be a seller? Because it's like some people will wait all the way until it's down 98, 99%, and like, I'm going to sell because I think it's going down, more. So ask yourself whether you're a buyer or a seller at that point.
Yeah, that's a good piece of advice too. What I would leave with is these are the times in the bear markets and during the grind thereafter, which could sometimes be a year. This is the chance to dollar cost average. If you have other streams of income, if you got a paycheck, even just a couple $100 a paycheck. That's how I started in Hex. I didn't have a lot of money, but I dollar cost averaged. I set aside even that $100 every 2 weeks. You'd be surprised. That could be life-changing money a couple of years from now. That's how I got here.
And so, like, further going on your point, like you did what I said, right? Like when I was saying that you take profits to improve your life, right? So you paid off your debt. Yes. And that was a huge blessing, and I'm sure it lifted a huge burden off of you. So, don't think like, oh, I have to just solve everything at once. If you can solve a problem, like take it and, just keep learning.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you for bringing that up. Set yourself a target or a goal. That's what I did. My goal was $35,000 to pay off my student loans. And I did it. And then that freed up, $350 a month of cash flow. So then I was able to dollar cost even more. And then I had extra income. So it snowballs. The more you make, you pay off debt and you just accumulate more wealth and more wealth. Yeah. It's, just like a giant snowball rolling downhill. It just gets bigger and bigger and bigger, but it's your portfolio, hopefully.
Yep. Your portfolio, hopefully your portfolio is going up. Your life stresses are going down,
The other
probably the opposite right now, but it's okay. We'll get through it.
Yeah.
The other thing that I suppose people want to know at home is whenever PulseChain does launch, what are your guys' strategies going to be?
All right. I don't know if I'm going to tell people what my strategy is, but there is a strategy. And I'll say this, like, look at what they're doing right out of the gate. And remember what happened with Hex, right? I assume there's going to be some overzealous buying and stuff. And so, but there also might, depending on when it comes out, right? Like the thing is like strategy is hard when we have no idea when it's going to actually come out. But, you know, buying the one that, if you're bullish on both of them, buying the one that's cheaper could be the move. That's all I'm going to say, because I'm not going to go too much into my specific strategy.
I'll give my strategy because it's very simple. I don't have anything fancy, but what I plan on doing is basically with all the US dollar coin I have on Ethereum, I'm bringing that over the bridge. If I've got any liquid hex, I'm bringing that over the bridge. Basically, I'm abandoning ship. Like Ethereum is sinking and dying. So as soon as that bridge opens up, I'm bringing all my goodies over to PulseChain, and then we're going to have some fun. You know, that you'll be able to go shopping on PulseX. I personally think Ethereum US dollar coin is going to be the premier stable coin until Chainlink, if Chainlink supports PulseChain, which I hope, because that's required for projects like liquid loans and fiat. They need oracles. So until we have those oracles, we're going to be dependent on US dollar coin. And that's all I'm doing, really. It's just keeping it simple. Obviously, I'm doing a validator, so I'm going to be obviously voting for myself. I'm going to be staking my PulseX on those single-sided pools, and just keep it simple. You know, just hold your coins and relax. You know, there's actually, you don't
that's
have
going to be
do
the hardest
much.
thing for a lot of people, because remember, like the reason that so many hexicans are millionaires is because they were forced to hodl. Like you're not going to be forced to hodl Pulse or PulseX. I think there's going to be a lot of people that try to get fancy and they trade in and out of stuff. And yeah, there's a lot of people. I'll say there's so many new projects that are coming out and launching on PulseChain, and some people like have to be in everything. And I think those people don't realize that if you just focus on the big two, Pulse and PulseX, and you get those right, it won't matter. And you gotta realize that the dApps on top of PulseChain have to outpace PulseChain, or it was pointless. You took more risk to make less money. It's just like when you used ETH to go into Hex, if Hex didn't outperform ETH, then it was a complete mistake. So, you know, think about what you're getting into. Don't just buy anything. You can buy anything, but you shouldn't just buy anything, you know. And I'm not saying that, you know, not to support other projects on PulseChain, but, you know, make sure that it's going to outpace the network and PulseX itself. And I think most of them are going to have a problem trying to outpace PulseX.
I'd say that's a pretty fair prediction right there. Absolutely. And that's one of the things I like about the delegating and voting for the validators is it's like, it's not really a hex stake because you can unlock it whenever you want, but it does get your finger off the trigger. You know, if you put a sizable chunk of your PulseChain, your PLS, and you just vote for me or HODL Dog, it just gets it out of your hands. So you're not trading it and spending it on shit coins and other crap you don't need. You know, just put that in the vault and lock it away and forget about it. That's my advice.
Yeah, and if you want to do some of the other stuff, like there's gonna be people that want to do fiat, they want to do liquid loans, they want to do you know, some incentive coin farming and stuff like that. And it's just like, don't all in on one strategy. You know, if you have never done something before, dip your toe into it. Okay, don't, you know, seeing so many people, even on Celsius, like so many people have been liquidated just because they didn't really know what they were doing. They thought it was 100% safe and stuff. So it's like, mess with stuff on a small scale and get your education before you take big risks. And really, like what I always say is like, crypto is the golden ticket anyway. You don't need to. Everybody thinks they need to do something. They need to go 10x, 50x, 100x leverage. Why do you need to do that when you have one of the best performing assets?
Bingo. Yep.
I think my strategy is going to be to use the old Shamir's secret sharing strategy, split my keys up in different geographic locations. So I have to drive all the way across the country a few times to, you know, to move any of my crypto. That would, that's called cold storage right there. And that's always an option until somebody invents something that helps me time lock my PulseX and Pulse the same way that I time lock my Hex saving myself from myself. But
Did
yeah,
did you ever hear about the guy in I think he's in like he was in New Mexico or somewhere out there in the West, and he was a billionaire and he hid like a treasure, and there's like a map and a riddle and all of this, and like there's all these like treasure hunters. I want Richard Hart to do that one day. Just be like, there is a, you know, like a seed phrase like on a metal storage device, buried hidden treasure, and you have to follow this, like, you know, these riddles and stuff like that. That'd be crazy. Imagine how much like press that would get too. Even if he just did it with like 1 million or 2 million, you know, like that would make national news. Like there is somewhere hidden and there's a treasure hunt, and you know, like especially like a time like this, you know, like during a macro bear market and, you know, high inflation, like people would be, you know, a lot of people have nothing better to do anyway. So you'd see like Richard Hart treasure hunters, and yeah, it'd be crazy.
Yeah, where's my shovel? Yeah.
that's a really good idea, and you could bury it and have it time locked too. So, hey, I know we're running out of time here, but I want to make sure everybody can know how to find you guys.
Yep. At 4tendies on Twitter, t.me/Legion VC News for Telegram. That's where I'm most active. But yeah, also 4tendies on Twitter. And the alarm's off. Thank God. I think I'm gonna live.
Yay.
See, guys, you know, sometimes it's the darkest right before the dawn. All right.
Yes.
I don't know what else to say.
Awesome. Well, and David, where can people find you and vote for your validator?
I think everybody knows where to find me on Twitter at David Feeder, and same on YouTube, just David Feeder. And yeah, please vote for me for PulseChain Validator. I'd really appreciate it.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys so much for being on, and we'll be tuning in to you guys more and more as we go along. So thanks.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, same. Thank you. Bye, everybody.
Hey, welcome.
Hello.
Well, I'm really excited to have you two on. We've got BigK here, who threw out the first pitch at the Cubs game and helped finance the Highest of Stakes documentary, and is just an all-around amazing hexakin. And FundingGym has been jet-setting around the world, brushing shoulders with so many famous people and rich people, telling them about Hex. And I regret, Gary, that I went to go exercise and didn't realize that you were going to go on Twitter Spaces and challenge Tone Vase. So I haven't heard it yet, but I hope we can hear from both of you tonight. This is a social, so you're welcome to share anything you like. And I'm going to go try to track down the other couple of people that we've got scheduled for this, and I'll let you guys get started.
Sounds great.
Awesome. Thanks.
So stepping up to the big leagues actually takes a whole new phrase with you, right? Is that what that means?
That's right. Yeah, I stepped up there for just a second, just a quick second. It was great.
I love it. I saw so many people that were in the audience, they were posting all over the images of supporting you. I love it when people come out. That's something like that is obviously a lot of fun, and, a nice relief of anxiety about when PulseChain is, to go do a pitch at a MLB game.
Yeah, it was great. I enjoyed it thoroughly. I mean, it's something that's like a dream of mine. I could never imagine getting a chance to do that. So that's pretty awesome. And then having so many hexagons come out and enjoy themselves and get to talk about and tell people about Hex and put the brand name out there a whole bunch was fantastic as well. So I mean, we just had a great time at the event. I mean, I had a bunch of friends and family, of course. I mean, I grew up in Chicago, so it was a whole big. I mean, we probably had 150 some odd people out there at least. So it was awesome. I enjoyed myself thoroughly. And getting people together is especially in these times, definitely it's a good relief.
There he is. Hey,
what up, boys?
Did you
sir?
Smash the alarm button just to get your
I set the condo on fire. Sorry. Everything's fine. It's all fine.
Nice. Well, as a topic, just until if Maddie's going to come back on or not, but one of the topics that I do want to talk about during this time is, do you feel, each of you, do you feel like at this stage, 3 years into this game of the RH ecosystem, we've all become public people. We all have faces out there. We do meetups. We are in a lot of form ambassadors. And I wonder your view on, is that a responsibility burden or is that a joy? Like, what do you get out of it going forth year 4, year 5, year 6? What are your views on community building at this stage? Because none of us have to do it, but of course we care about this product. We care about this the characteristics of future products. So I'm curious, from both of you, because I respect you highly. I think you've taken slings and arrows. You faced headwinds. You have a lot of community building skills. You're very affable and good friends. So I'm curious about your view going forward once PulseChain mania might happen.
Honestly, I think that I get a lot out of it. I enjoy talking about Hex to people all the time in many different forms. Like the live stream thing. I really only got into and spent so much time doing it because of the pandemic and everything. So if I probably would have spent more time publicly talking about Hex and doing events and being a more public person that way, if that was the time and place. So I imagine that going forward, I would do that in a more I'm not as active on Twitter as I have been in the past when I had a lot more free time on my hands. Now that I'm traveling around and doing things and being more active, than my online persona kind of has taken somewhat of a backseat to that, to a more in-person one, which is I think is a good change of pace, because there's a lot of different ways to meet people. You've been doing a similar thing as well, Gary. So yeah, it's I still plan on speaking about Hex and talking about PulseChain and talking about PulseX going forward quite a bit, but I definitely was on a lot more live streams early on than I think I will be on going forward, I think.
And what about you, Motley? Do you have a viewpoint about community and your role as a public face of the ecosystem?
Yeah. These people are pretty much my family these days, right? Like, we can go in here and we can scroll through the chat, and a lot of these people we've met in person, we've had conversations with on streams. They've been in the chat for years. We know all these guys. They're not just numbers. They're not people that we have to shill a Bybit link to or get them leveraged up on trading and get them wrecked. Like, we do care. And I think we see a lot of pushback, sometimes even from within our own community, when I think we just hold each other to higher standards. And we've seen that even with PulseChain products. And I think it gets mislabeled a lot of times as a Richard Hart Maxist or just Maxi in general when it comes to Hex. But really, we care about the community and the people that we've come up with, because we fought slings and arrows against Bitcoin community and everyone else in crypto. And we look after our own. So we just hold everyone to higher standards. We expect everyone to come with audits. We want everyone to have the best intentions. We want everyone to succeed, because we've all been in this space for at least a cycle or two. And we know how perilous it can be, right? Like, there's so many pitfalls in crypto. There's so few good products out there that you're lucky if you fall into a community like Hex, if you find a product like Hex as your first one. So I take great pleasure and joy when I see someone that's new to crypto, and this is that community they found first, right? And whether that's some outreach that I did, some reach that you did, Gary, or BigK, you name it, I take pride when someone found this space because of me, right? I know that person at least is going to be somewhat safe in this space, as opposed to 99% of everything else that implodes, rug pulls, malicious intent, you name it. This space is filled with it. It's just the wild, wild west, and it's what we deal with. And I'd like to see crypto go back to its roots, taking financial sovereignty over your finances, taking the ability to cut out these middlemen and fees. I want to go back to what we were supposed to be in crypto for in the first place, and that's peer-to-peer, give you power to fight back against the government that wants to do these CBCD or CBDCs and all this other stuff to limit our ability to transact, freedom of speech, all that stuff. And I think Richard Hart is that leader in the space that's doing it. So that's why I'm so passionate when it comes to his products.
Great narrative. There's value in the system. The same thing for me. If I'm going to speak to the point of ambassadorship, I think that there's a role to be played by the common man. There's a role to be played by people that have influence in different circles and speak in different voices to different audiences. I'm really glad that both of you have this perspective outside of only Hex or Richard Hart content. Recently I've seen, some, not just recently, but over the years, I've seen certain people fall into favor and then fall out of favor. And I kind of wanted to have your commentary about how to walk that tightrope, because this idea of maximalism, one of the first people that I kept hearing all the time about tribalism is bad and tribalism is bad, and here, let's build a bridge, were people that had a income from the industry of marketing products. So they were people like Randy Herlowski or Nerd Girl. And still they were able to be embraced by the community, but still there's a little bit of a push-pull, I guess, as far as boundary or, what can we talk about or what can we not, because of this fear that someone might slip into a pitfall that's hearing the content, or someone might, go to other bags, So how do you both, because I know both of you participate in different products, but you do walk very well, I think, that quote unquote tightrope of community and the values of the RH ecosystem products versus everything else that's out there. How do you manage that role?
Yeah, so I like the philosophy. I mean, at the end of the day, everyone's free to make their own choice, right? And you can buy whatever you want. You can navigate the space however you want. But I do have some experience, and I have friends and people that I've surrounded myself with that have more experience than me. And I'd much rather learn from someone who's gone through the battle scars, that spilt the boiling oil on themselves because they didn't know to turn the pan handle in the stove when they're walking by. Like, I'd much rather go that route than having to experience the losses and the pains myself, right? So if I can offer that to someone, I have no problem with voicing my opinions on it. You can choose to listen and heed those warnings or ignore them. And I could be wrong too, right? But it's always good to be open-minded, to be willing to learn, because if a lot of us weren't, we wouldn't have found our way to Richard Hart or this product in the first place, right? Maybe we would have been closed off with the Bitcoin guys. Maybe Ethereum would have been the only way and everything else is just shit. So like, if we didn't follow those paths and weren't open-minded to learning about new products coming to space, we might have never ended up in this community to begin with. So I always like to throw out my advice, my opinions, especially when it's stuff that I've experienced in the past, and then let them take that for what they will. They can choose to proceed forward, or maybe they heed it, and maybe I'm right, maybe I'm wrong. But I feel better if I at least know that I put the foot forward, and it was ultimately their decision whether or not they decide to proceed. So I think that's the most you can do, and ultimately you can't tell someone what to do and what not to do. They have to make that decision for themselves, and because they're going to be the ones that have to deal with the consequences, not you.
BigK, do you have some comment?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that a lot. I mean, I think that there's definitely room in the space for other things than what just Richard has built, but I do look at everything super critically. I mean, I did burn myself on the hot oil severely in the market. So,
most of us did.
And so, yeah. And so like, I'm, when I come at this, it's one of those things you gave I say 98% of this industry is there to basically take your money. So like, you have to be very, very careful at where you tread in general. And you're right. Like, you can't help everybody. I have plenty of people who have done some silly things along the way that I've tried to help, they've done well and then maybe done something silly, whatever. I mean, like, you're not always going to get through to every person, but the ones that listen and do well because of it, I'm very proud of and super happy to see them do well. So and I don't think that I don't fault anybody along the way that has another, a bag of whatever else. I'm not here to tell them. I mean, I can warn them, I can give them some warnings, but I'm not gonna not be friends with them or give them a hard time or something like that over it,
And I wanted to give you a shout out, Gary, because I listened to you on Spaces today right after Richard Hart left the room. I saw you got the mic. I was jealous. I was trying to get the mic, but I couldn't get it.
For hours to get that.
I was just sitting there. I was like, I'm not going to get this thing, dang it, because I really wanted to get in there. And it's funny too, right? Because I wanted to lay into that Dennis Porter guy, especially when you see these people come on and like I think his opening statement, and I'll point this out too. I thought it was really funny that all the Bitcoin Maxi guys magically appeared right when Richard Hart left. So I know they're probably listening in with their alt accounts. Richard leaves and they all magically show up, which I thought was pretty hilarious. But like that Dennis Porter guy was talking about, oh, you know, Richard's tricked everyone into locking up their coins and he's continued to just dump on their heads. And like, I just wanted to go in there real quick and just like, how did you come about that information? I'm curious, like, have you ever looked at the chain analysis? Like the OA is a public address. The community has done an insane audit from Gunther. Like we've gone through the weeds and actually used crypto as for like people lie. What Dennis Porter was saying was a lie, but we have the blockchain. And that's the whole point of the blockchain, right? Like you can trust somebody, but you can verify as well. And the blockchain enables you to do that. So I really kind of wanted to lay into him on that, but I'm glad you got the mic because you handled yourself really well, very eloquently. I was talking to a lot of people afterwards and they're like, wow, Gary was just nailing it. Way with words. You approached everyone with respect. And I think that was received well, maybe besides Tone Bays, but he's a little special. But I just thought you handled yourself really well and represented the community awesome. So I wanted to give you props for that.
I really appreciate it. I kind of wanted to. It was hard because you know I heard the same thing from a couple of the people right after Richard had left. I'd been sitting in the room for the whole time, and then you know constantly thinking I'm not going to get the mic. I'm not going to get the mic. And I watched several people. You know, cute girl, she got the mic. You know, someone else, smaller audience.
So is life.
Got 2,000 followers. Why are they able to speak? Like I was getting very upset, right? But then, you know, I calmed my temper a little bit whenever I obviously did get the mic. And the first thing that came to mind was, you said this wrong. That's not true. Look at the blockchain, you know, RH this or whatever, as far as, you know, founders that sell on heads. So I had that welled inside of me. But also in a Dale Carnegie kind of moment, I realized, you know, if I came in with that venom, one, I would get labeled very quickly. And I wasn't sure how quickly I was going to get pushed off of stage with a hook or whatever, right? So part of the first, I wanted to be in the room as a speaker and recognized by the fact that 20,000 people rotated through that room while it was live.
Yeah,
and then
huge.
later, we're going to get 80,000 or so on their normal streams, 80,000 or so replays, and probably because of Richard Hart and some of the stuff that we will dice out of that, you know, ourselves and then re-promote. You know, more audience and eyes will hear and see. What I did notice was I was speaker and I went from 11,800 and something followers to now it's like 12,600. So I got around 700 followers just from that.
Wow. You carried yourself very well. And it's funny that you went through that thought process because I had the exact same thing, right? And it was funny because like you were up there and my first thing is like, man, Gary's not going for the throat. Like, come on, Gary. Like, and it's not your style though, right? And it's perfect though, because it probably was the right approach to a spaces like that. It's not your home turf. We are in a space that I think they're NFT usually geared towards the NFT community, right? So it's not your home turf, it's not your house, and you were respectful. And I think that was the best approach. And like you said, your Twitter following right afterwards was representative of that you did handle yourself well. And I think you made some brilliant points and you were able to do it respectfully. And that's a skill that a lot of people don't have. And that's like something that I continue to work on because I just wanted to go out there and chop off heads. And I was like, man, this is bullshit. Richard Hart leaves and everyone just all of a sudden magically has their balls and appears and wants to talk crap. And I was just like, first thing is I want to go in there like bloodlust, but I think you did a brilliant approach and you did an awesome job.
I appreciate that. And again, the big take home message I hope people hear is it's not being a sycophant to listen to what other people's position may be. It's funny because they berated Richard right after he had left and said, man, that guy came in rude and hot and heavy. And, you know, he was so rough or whatever. But the first introductory messages by a couple of the big following people that came on later with their alt accounts shifted to their primary account, right? The first things that they threw out were toxicity. And I think it is that, you know, that kind of attitude does beget more of the attitude. And what's interesting is, you know, if if you give someone, you know, what you think of as reasonable advice based on your own experience, and then they go off and do something else, it's very easy to say, haha, I told you so, you're wrecked, right? And now you've written off 1 out of the 8 billion people that should be in crypto, because they will not like you and they will stay outside of it and they will suck their thumb pissed off in their misery, right? And I don't think that that's really the legacy over the years as I participate in crypto that I want to have. What I do want to have is, here's open-minded thought. Here are the values that I value as a tribe. I recognize that I'm part of a tribe. And I don't say that with a hard boundary. I say that because, you know, we have had hundreds of thousands of years as civilization. And yet the people that are speaking German in Germany and the people speaking English in England and Spanish and French, they all have lived beside each other for quite some time. And they don't all homogenize and speak the same language. They don't use the same currency. I mean, maybe the euro now, but they all had their individual currencies as far as fiat. They've had their individual cultures and their cuisine and, you know, their social norms and cliches. And I think it's very normal for us to say, here's my value system. It is one thing to promote your value system and say, this is why I believe what I believe. And you'll get more alignment, I believe, with that kind of, you know, reasonable, open-armed embrace, but still holding your ground on what matters to you or to your group. So I think I did well. I would like more participants inside of the RH ecosystem to realize gladiatorial fights in the Coliseum are very interesting, and that bloodlust is awesome, and the adrenaline is incredible, but it doesn't really win the hearts and minds. It really doesn't. So yeah, I thought today was very productive for the whole system. Yeah.
Yeah, great job.
What do you think about that, as the arbitrator of title? I think you're a good middleman for a lot of our stresses.
Yeah. Well, it's something the topics you're bringing up are something that I think it's helpful to ask ourselves and ask Richard and everybody else, like, where do we draw the line between what we're promoting and being a maximalist and a maximal-ish, right, is a term. And I'm not exactly sure myself where to draw the line, but I think that when, as broadcasters, we're acting in good faith and we're staying grounded and, you know, part of ethics is just continually asking yourself the question of, where are my values at now? How can my behavior fit into that better than it is now? And, you know, I think that there's, you know, it's a really important question you asked, like, why is it that we're all still doing this? That we're volunteering to be public figures and putting up with all of the downside and the upside that comes with that when we aren't selling our audiences out. And, you know, I think that for those of us here on screen, like we're, you know, we're just interested in making the world a better place. It's something where when you have other people winning with you, that's a more exciting and inclusive feeling and everything.
Yep.
And so I think there's a lot of reasons why we do what we do. And at the same time, people are not always going to appreciate that. And we do have to win hearts and minds one way or another.
You spoke earlier, I think Motley said, and maybe on the previous stream you're talking as well, attendees was talking about being introduced to some real estate guy that we just had lunch with here in Puerto Rico. And he was invited to that, and I was very happy, really excited to introduce him, a guy that I respect quite a bit. I think his net worth is somewhere around 400 million or something. And he's done quite well in real estate. He's written books, and, you know, he also owns $4 or $5 million worth of Bitcoin miners. So he has a little bit of a dabbling inside of the cryptocurrency space. But, you know, the reason that I feel comfortable to introduce, you know, people and rotate them into communities I already am part of, especially like the real estate community, like Hex Monkey brought him recently to an event, RG3, Kinetics, Big Pep, Nardo for the Win. All these people have rotated through some of the clique that I'm part of. And now I'm bringing some of the clique, some of the people that are, you know, heavy hitters in the space, to introduce to people like Motley and Tindy's and my friend Chase. So we had a really nice lunch. And what was interesting, as we're talking just now, is if people are in the real estate space, say that they're in the real estate business and they're in the industry of real estate. Some are brokers, some are agents, some are investors. I never hear the Tennessee property owners bitch about the Missouri ones and say, you know, the Kansas tribe is sucky because they're in real estate in Kansas. I never hear that kind of hard line. I don't hear it. I hear the values of saying, hey, this is a passive income system. This is how you can best serve the client or the customer that's inhabiting your property. You know, this is why we do it, because there's tax structure. That's what I hear all the time for years in the real estate industry. But I don't hear the, man, you're an idiot. I don't hear that stuff, man. I just don't. I don't see the POS name calling kind of thing in that industry. I don't see it in stock either. There's all kinds of people inside the Wall Street Bets group and the Redditors that, you know, stuck it to the man. Maybe there's a little bit of clickism there, but outside of it, I don't hear the Tesla people calling the Google people stupid, right? I think that it's very unique to the anonymous characteristics of Twitter and the anonymous characteristics of the internet to be behind as a keyboard warrior and then vote for your team by seeing how far you can knock the other person down. What I would love and what I do like about Richard Hart's ecosystem products, and even from Richard Hart in intention, even though in the fight of the duel, he really gets down and dirty. Outside of that, it is here are the values I care about. No admin keys. Here's the value I care about. No middleman. You know, cryptocurrency is invented for this no middleman theme. Here are the shortcomings in technology that we can't address right now, such as bridges. Maybe we have to have an admin key for that, right? So if we're speaking the values, and then we can talk about any product. Honestly, I'm going to talk about any product that represents those values. I happen to enjoy Richard's content, all of our community. But you know, if something else comes up that is, hey, this holds these values true and it's provable, then I'm open to those kinds of things. So I love our community. It hurts when I see certain members ostracized or, you know, feel like you have to sit on this side of the Thanksgiving table and this people have to sit on that side. I hate that kind of crap. And I would really love us to get back to what made Hex amazing in the first years. And it was really this community thing of an alignment about value system. Yes, it was interesting to watch Richard decapitate debaters, but outside of that, it was like, hey, now that I've seen the gruesome and the gore, let's see what the value is about why people are having these battles.
Totally.
Yeah, I mean, the battles are fun, but again, you're right. The way you win people over is through you know, aligning values and finding out what works for them and why they would fight. Like, you know, you have to get to know the people you're talking to, and you're not going to get to know them by coming at them super hard. You know, that's just some sales 101 stuff right there. You know.
Yeah, it feels a little bit like, you know, in the mafia, you're like, I take out the father, and then you're like, hey kid, now love me. Like the kid of the person assassinated on stage. You're like, yeah, now come love me. Come join our group.
The ring.
I'm going to totally digress here, but something that seems somewhat relevant because Gary increased his following on Twitter by hundreds and hundreds of people today. I want to make sure that everybody knows that you can take your YouTube stream and automatically put it on Twitter. And this is something where I think those of us who are streamers were always very in tune with what Richard says. And he had pointed out about a year ago, maybe, that Periscope was ending its services. And for me, I had just learned how to connect to Periscope, which is the video service that Twitter used. And so I didn't delete mine. And I think a lot of other people did. I didn't delete that link. And I believe now you can still very easily, like with zero effort, you just log in on Twitter and your StreamYard or Restream or whatever it is. And I think that we would be reaching probably tens of thousands of more people if everybody knew that you can link up your Twitter. And sometimes, although it's rare, sometimes I get more views on Twitter than I do on YouTube. And I've seen other people do the same. And so because Hexicans have done such a great job of dominating crypto Twitter and being such good creators of video content, I think that that's something I just wanted to share with everybody.
Yeah, I remember when Periscope was doing that. I think I was one of the ones that deleted my link, so I'll check it out. But I think something even better than just putting our streams up on Twitter, because Twitter is going to cater, it's going to cater your content, right? Like, pretty sure most of us, we see a lot of Hexican material now. Like, that's it is what it is, right? Because that's what we seek out. So you might not get as much of an audience as like what Gary did today, right? Like, that was a massive Twitter space, potential, mostly because of Richard Hart. But that being said, there's still probably hundreds, if not thousands, of people that are outside our community that are listening. Got to see the intelligence of Richard, got to see the intelligence of one of our community members, Gary, putting on a great performance out there, just being respectful, giving people knowledge, and bringing people found, you know, worth in what Gary was saying up there. That's why he got 200 or 300 followers. And so, yes, it's one thing to just go ahead and post our streams, but it's going to get catered to a lot of our community. So go to Twitter Spaces and don't go into a Hexican Twitter space. Like, I mean, they're fun. Again, this is our family. This is our community. We have a good time to each other, but are we outreaching new people? Are we bringing people on board? Are we helping people, not your keys, not your crypto? Are we helping people do crypto the right way? And if you're not getting into those new spaces, go into an NFT community, request the mic, see if they'll give you the mic, talk about it. Just like, hey guys, there's PulseChain coming out. You can potentially get a copy of your NFTs on PulseChain. It's going to be airdropped to you. Or do you have these other ERC20s that are going to be copied to you? You have potentially free money over here. I remember Gerardo said he went to NYC or NFT New York, whatever it was, and he said everyone he talked to didn't know about PulseChain. That's an entire NFT community that potentially has a copy of their NFTs on PulseChain, and no one knew about it there. So, like, you have to go seek out these other communities that are outside our own. Yeah, it might not be fun. I might not be able to go shoot the shit with BigK or FundingGym or you or Sandy B or Vets Crypto, any of those guys. But you're going to reach out to the new members and help them, right? Help save them, help show them maybe a different area of crypto they never even knew existed. And it's wild because we think about, you know, at this point, we've waited so long for PulseChain. It's just like, man, how does not everyone know about this? But it's true. A lot of people don't know about PulseChain. A lot of the space doesn't know about PulseChain because there's still gates. There's still influencers that just don't talk about it because they're not paid to talk about it. That's the kind of stuff we're trying to overcome in the space. And we have to take that initiative. We have to make it our prerogative to go and take that first step into a space that maybe we're not the most comfortable in. Maybe there's not as many interesting things being spoken about in that space, but go in there, be calm, collected, handle yourself well like Gary did today, be respectful, and bring some value to them that maybe they didn't have before you showed up. And I think that's the best way to bring adoption, show new people what we have to offer, because I do think we have the best product in crypto to date, and potentially our whole vertically integrated ecosystem that Richard Hart's created is probably going to be one of the best that we've seen in crypto. So why not go out and reach out to those individuals and spaces?
Yeah, social calibration. So part of it is social calibration with our own existing community, own existing friendships and alignment, tribalism, if you want to call it that. You know, basically people that we recognize as familiar and friend, not foe. And when we do hear those spaces going on, often I will jump in, just like I used to do with the Telegram voice chat or other systems, right? When we started this thing in 2019, you know, the people that would be streaming, you'd be like, man, I want to get on there with them. They seem cool. I want to be on the screen too, right? Like, it's that kind of stuff about being included. Keep in mind your hashtag game. Figure out your hashtag game. Learn from others that are doing it well. Today, I think it was like 700 people that had never heard my message at all, right? And because of my frame and how I positioned things and was socially calibrated, they later, you know, I was like, wow, that's incredible. And I got a lot of DMs from people that says, hey, thanks for speaking up about NFTs. I know that Richard Hart doesn't like the JPEG thing. He made a lot of content about it specifically today, but there are points about recognizing what the marketplace is asking for, what is getting promoted, what is they see as utility or useful, whether it is a fancy form of a concert ticket or, some kind of social club, kind of admittance, whatever it is, understand if you're going to tag those groups to actually build your own influence, if you're going to engage in those Twitter spaces, understand where they're coming from a bit more than just, hey, I love Hex. I'm going to break into this room as a Trojan horse, and then I'm going to start blurting only my advertisement. Understand where they're coming from. It helps. It helps a lot. And I have to thank, people, unfortunately, that I don't see inside of our clique right now of like Crypto Curricula or Hex Orca. Or whatever name he went by, the most recent. I think he educated quite a few people. Now, he had a very strong opinion in a lot of ways. And I think that our emotions get the best of us a lot of times. But I did learn a lot that helped me understand the narrative of the NFT community. And so when I go into NFT rooms, and I go into them fairly often, even though I don't own any NFTs, I think I've gotten given one before by Maddie. But outside of that, I don't have any NFTs. So it's not that I'm poo-pooing the whole idea, because there are a lot of people that are in NFTs. It is because I want to understand what is the narrative. Why is this a status flex? Why, as far as a wealth flex? One of the guys that I was speaking with in the room we're talking about, he had a golden ape or something like that. And someone said, oh, well, you value that at $2.5 million. He's like, what? It's $4.4 million, and then Richard pops up with, well, I've got a diamond that's worth $4.4 million. He says, yeah, well, show it to me. He says, well, I can't because it's not right here. I was like, well, I can show you my NFT. So you need to have these topic points in your mind about why people are valuing what they're valuing, why they're participating, why they're putting their name or their brand behind the content that they're putting out there. And it helps our Hex, Pulse, PulseX ecosystem for you to understand those talking points. Doesn't mean that you're giving up your religion simply because you understand the religion of others.
Yeah, I think even Richard did a very good job during that discussion. Even he found common ground with the NFT guys. Like he found topics they could agree on. There was several things and I think the host did a good job at the end. It was just like, yes, Richard isn't the biggest fan of NFTs, but we could come to agreement on X, Y, and Z, and just being able to cover a little bit on what you guys might agree on, some points that you guys both can agree on. That goes a long way. And once you establish that, then you can have a discussion where maybe you don't disagree, but it's not as heated. It's not as, like you said, gladiatorial, as opposed to like, okay, we found common ground, let's proceed forward and see where maybe we differ and why. Why is that?
Yeah, I don't think
if you can't agree on like the basic facts, it's really hard to argue with anybody on anything. If you can't like find some common ground, it makes debates pretty intolerable. That's.
Well, there's oblivious people, and Tone highlighted how ignorant he was about a lot of different topics. Just a ton of them for well over an hour while he was in the room. I think he was in there an hour and a half or something.
It was tough.
So it was actual untruths. And, it's one thing to cut someone off and say, that's wrong, you're wrong. And there's times I probably should have pulled that trigger a little bit stronger than I did. But he speaks his point, and they're foolish in a lot of ways, a ton of ways, because they're not true, right? And so this idea, like I was saying earlier, this idea that one coin is the only coin, and that's the only form of quote unquote money that we're going to have going into the future, is simply wrong. Like, we will always have stores of value. The fact that you have a couch in your living room is a store of value. Somebody will pay something for it. So we have store of value all around us in our material world. All we have is goods and services that we're interacting with, and these are ledgers. These are tools of account, right? So some of his points were, and I tried to nail him a couple of times not nail him, but get him to commit to a decision. Is it, because he kept saying, they went and, Ethereum beat us to the punch, and they had smart contracts, and before we knew it, they were already, down that road, and they should have been building on Bitcoin, but they weren't. Well, is it the code? Is it a challenge with the product of Bitcoin's code, or how easy it is to build on for developers, whatever narrative you want to say about the technology? Or is it the culture? And the culture is not welcoming. It is not welcoming. And I don't want us to fall into that rut of saying, everything else is weak and lame when I don't understand anything about it, right? So Tone said that a few times. He's speaking to thousands of people that believe and like NFTs, they believe and like Ethereum, and yet he knew none of the relevant talking points. None of them. None. He didn't, he got highlighted over.
Didn't know any, and he wore it as a badge of honor too. It's just like, I've never owned a single Ethereum. I've never transacted. I wouldn't know how to receive it if I want to. And the problem with that mentality is like the space is just left him behind. Like Ethereum is amazing. I know we give Ethereum a hard time because of transaction fees, but Ethereum has enabled us to have Hex, have all these dApps being able to be built on top of them. We now have trustless yield earned via Hex, and that's because we were able to build on top of Ethereum. Bitcoin is tough to build on. We can't do transactions in mass.
I mean,
even
it's not just tough to build on. It's like
near impossible.
Actively, it's not just near impossible. I mean, the reason why Ethereum exists is because opcodes were changed to prevent them from creating smart contracts on there. Like Gary said, the culture itself. I mean, because blockchains, we can't forget, are socially enforced
Social
networks.
consensus.
Like, the culture itself, the code reflects the culture, because there's some people have to upload the code to GitHub and accept it into and then run the program. So the code actually ends up reflecting what the culture already is and will allow into it. And Bitcoin culture, I left it already once before. I mean, for a shitty community to begin with, but now in a way better one. But I had left it because of these same reasons, into 2017, 2018, I can't, it's tough to argue those points when he makes that kind of stuff. You're you're just wrong. It doesn't make any sense,
Yeah, and he can intelligently argue those points because he doesn't know about it, right? Like the best arguments you can have with someone is when you know the other side as well. And that's why we can argue with Bitcoiners. That's why we can sit here and say why PulseChain will be better than even Ethereum 2.0 when it launches. And Tone Bays is just in such a cave now, he doesn't understand stuff. True innovation has been done. Hex has enabled you to earn trustless yield. You have Uniswap. It's actually a decentralized exchange where we can literally cut out the middleman. It's just us and code, and BigK and I can sit here and trade back and forth, and we don't have to worry about someone rugging us. We don't have to worry about middleman fees. We don't have to worry about any of that stuff now. There's true innovation that's progressed in the space because of Ethereum and what it's afforded us to build on. And to sit there and just to say, well, I've never had Ethereum and wear it as a badge of honor, you look like an idiot. You've let the space pass you up because you are so closed-minded. You left those blinders on for too long, and you don't know that the world has changed around you. Richard talks about it all the time. You have to be able to update your worldview. You have to understand that, hey, maybe Ethereum doesn't suck anymore.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of my favorite parts of Richard as a founder overall is that we've over this journey, we've seen him change his mind on a lot of different things, and he updates his worldview regularly and does it and explains why, and won't that necessarily back down on his previous points, but those were true at the time, but you have to update your worldview. And I mean, by doing that, we there's no way we would have PulseChain if he wasn't continuously updating his worldview. I mean, he's one of those ones that when I started to pay attention to his videos, and actually, because when I got it, unblocked him and started following him, there was a lot of content already there for me to pay attention to. The only thing I had seen was the Roger debate before that, and so when I started to see that he had a change, a very dramatic change of heart about Ethereum over quite a long period of time, you're like, oh, okay, this guy, you can see the genuineness of it. So I mean, I that's something that I really respect and appreciate a lot, because I think that without that, you're going to be, arguing, talking to thousands of people and sounding like a pretty much an idiot. I mean, that's tough. That's a tough.
I have some analytics. I have some analytics to confirm that Tone sounded like an idiot and Gary sounded super smart. I'm on Social Blade right now. And this is a live Twitter count of how many followers you've gotten in the past day. Tone Vase, this anybody can check this out. I'm not making it up. Got 50 new followers today on an account that has 283,000 supposed followers. And Gary, under the handle of FundingGym, got 616 new followers today on an account of about 12,000. And so with 23 times fewer followers, you got 12x more today. And that should settle it right there.
Yeah, he killed it.
Well
He
done.
did very well. Did very well.
Well, again, the points are, open-mindedness. We're going to have all of the good things of Ethereum on PulseChain, all the good things, and the good things that he wouldn't acknowledge because he likes to say that Richard or others kind of avoid the answer to a point. I asked him 3 different times. You trade, and you're very Bitcoin maxi. What do you trade into when you're at a checkpoint? When you're
some stables.
Stables on a centralized exchange, right? He has a ledger entry, which is basically a spreadsheet at a centralized exchange. That's what he's doing. And so when I said things, like we have a completely on-chain decentralized exchange, Uniswap, or you have Tornado Cash, and you have your privacy, or you have stable coins, and you can choose. These things are being issued forth, that have their own risk vectors of USDC or Gemini dollar or TUSD or whatever. But he wouldn't answer the questions about how can you be a Bitcoin maxi position and really trade. What are you trading into? Because at every checkpoint, you have to be in something else, right?
Well, it's fine too, because he doesn't even realize that Ethereum is essentially Bitcoin's scaling solution. There's hundreds of thousands of wrapped BTC now, whereas Lightning Network was supposed to be their answer, and they maybe have a couple thousand coins on. It's next to nothing. It's really Ethereum that's actually helped Bitcoin scale via being wrapped Bitcoin, and he probably doesn't even know anything about that. It's hundreds of thousands of wrapped Bitcoin on Ethereum has helped Bitcoin to scale, where back in the day, you would wait days for transactions to go through. It was insane. I know back in 2017, I thought I lost Bitcoin because it was taking so long to come in my wallet. It would take multiple days to get there. I was just what the heck?
Yeah, and if you look at people that have done quite well in the space, example would be Real Godwell. I remember when Real Godwell did this proof of his Twitter handle and things like that, and sent 7777 hex to a wallet that I controlled. That when I looked at his did chain analysis recently, less than a month ago, he had levered up in value those accounts that are connected to over $6 billion. At the time, it was worth about $2 billion, but now it's about $6 billion, right? So he's doing the game well, right? Let's just say that.
Wow.
And then he has, he had a position because Ethereum's raise for their ICO was 31,000 Bitcoin. And out of 31,000 Bitcoin, in today's value, even at 20,000 or whatever, when I did the calculation most recently, that would have effectively the Bitcoin that was given to the sacrifice of Ethereum's launch and development and product or whatever, their ICO, is $639 million worth of Bitcoin today, I think. And so they've had, if you look at the market cap of what Ethereum is or was about a month ago, and then you did the math of what the raise effectively would have been if they just stayed in Bitcoin, they something like 220x'd their money, right? So Godwell 220x'd his Bitcoin position by participating in Ethereum that had a value system or feature set that he wanted that Bitcoin wasn't offering, right? Because otherwise he would have stayed with Bitcoin and said, hey, let's do this smart contract business on the Bitcoin product that I love. So being open-minded enough to look at these things, but still have value standards that you hold dear and true is what he participated in with Ethereum. Now, when you look at the same thing that's going to happen with PulseChain, there was obviously the Godwell went from Bitcoin to Ethereum, and then he's had this this opportunity to sell and lose his position or his dilute himself significantly, but he chose to participate in PulseChain and PulseX sacrifices. And so he has another opportunity for levering up his value. Now, do you think that that means that he buys low on his PulseChain and PulseX position and then sells high that coin, that token, right? Those two items. Well, no, not if he sees, and surely he does, sees what worked for him in the past. His exit out of PulseChain and PulseX will most likely be other products or tokens on the network or exchanged in the DEX that he holds valuable in their traits and their characteristics. And he says, hey, this founder, are they known? Are they a public face? Do they have admin keys? Are they launching a product that's finished and complete? Are they going to run away with my money? All the narratives of experience that we all absorb, and we all make decisions, future decisions based on previous experiences. So I think that, as Bitcoin maxis or Bitcoin position people say, hey, one coin's going to rule them all and you're going to do everything over here and you should build it on my system. They got to look at their culture, man. Their culture is not welcoming to this kind of dispersion. His position was that Bitcoin is the only thing that is decentralized. And yet he's using a centralized exchange. He's trading on other things that are centralized. They're centralizing forces.
Bitmain for the miners, the mining pools. There's only like 4 or 5 pools that own like 75% of the hash power. Like you can show them where the centralization occurs, and like we see it even with Hex. We have the economical centralization with a majority of the coins are held in one entity, but that entity happens to value Hex a lot and doesn't sell it, and it affords us to have this amazing APY of almost 40% if you're staked out past the average length. It just depends on what you consider centralization, right?
Yeah.
Some of it's beneficial, some of it maybe not so much.
Well, again, the big topic for me in this conversation today is community building. And community building to me doesn't mean that I amputate the legs of the guy that steps up. It's like, okay.
Just a flesh wound.
Only a flesh wound, exactly. Like I want to have the Monty Python version. But it is like, hey, this person and I don't understand each other at the moment. And I don't think that the points of they're making has been heard by me, and I haven't been heard by them. If we have a little bit more social calibration, we can actually grow our community 10x, 100x and scale. Because, the butthurt person and pissed off person is always going to shit talk you when you're not there. That's what happened today. They're going to shit talk you, and they are going to have influence. Some of them are going to have influence. So it is, in my opinion, better to calibrate and hold your talking points, be the Ben Shapiro and say, hey, I understand your points. I've investigated enough, but also frame ourselves in a professional way. I think that today was a good highlight of both the host. The host was open enough to engage. The host did such a great job, I think, of quelling tempers and frustrations that we had once we did have the mic. And I think that the audience was receptive to these kinds of conversations so that they can establish their own investment thesis or their own belief system in what crypto represents to them.
And all parties benefit from that, right? Like it's symbiotic. Like the host was able to have his largest space ever. They were able to have great conversations. People were able to learn a lot of different things on different topics. Like everyone won in that situation. That's why, like I was tweeting out when I found the space, I was like, guys, retweet this, share it. Let's make this like the host's most successful space. And you see this with Richard when he goes on these streams. Yes, maybe some of them don't agree with him, or they listen to other people's narratives of scam and what have you. But the facts are undeniable. Like Maddie, when he went on Social Blade, it's like Richard brings an audience. He brings the hexagons. We bring a lot of useful knowledge. We bring a lot of engagement, and it's good for people to have that. So like I guarantee, and that guy, the host talked about numerous times. He's like, I would love to have Richard back on. I would love to have more of these conversations. And then this is how you get that outreach. This is how you get an invitation back, and you show that you bring a valuable worth to the table when you make an appearance, when you have the ability to speak, when you take that mic. And that's what Richard did today, and that's what Gary did today. And I think you guys did a great job and a good example for the rest of the community to take forward.
You got any words there, Kurkowski? I think
no, I think that I agree 100% that, like, you know, people live a long time, and if you turn them off like right now with aggression in any way, you know, it's like you're just not going to get through to them. Whereas, like, if you can slowly but surely make a point here, there, and everywhere, and then find ways to symbiotically give them value, then you're gonna get somewhere with people. I mean, the world's not that big of a place, so you end up running into, especially the crypto community, it's not that big, so like you're going to run into these same people over and over again. So, you know, it's better to find cordiality in it than it is to, like, you know, come at it from an aggressive standpoint. 100%. And that's, I mean, and anytime you build, like, try and do any set of social building, community building stuff, I mean, I always find that, you know, people do not learn by you talking at them. They mostly learn from watching you. You know, like you do something, it worked, they go, okay, me do that too. You know, I mean, it's not rocket science. So, like, you know, that if something's working and you show them the value in it, then they're going to eventually adopt it. You know, so yeah, I agree. I like it all. I like what you guys are saying.
How long did you have Richard Hart blocked?
From that Roger right about that Roger interview. So that would be like during the Bitcoin Cash fork, you know, days. So all the way until 2018, we went down a lot. So I was probably about like that summer, because I usually meet and at like Hilton Head, and we hang out and talk business and stuff. And so that was when I was like, yo, bro, I don't know, we're not doing so hot here, you know. It was so it was right around then that I started. So it was about almost a full year, I guess, probably about a year and about a year and a couple months or so.
Imagine how different your life would have been if you didn't end up opening your mind to what Richard was saying back in the day. Like, if you didn't change it, dude, completely different. Completely different.
Yeah.
I don't even know you, bro.
No.
It's wild. It's those every little decision you make in this life sets you down that path, right? And you just don't know where it's going to lead. And that one small change that you took in your life changed everything. Like, that one decision to unblock Richard was life-changing. And at the time, you didn't give it that much weight, right? Like, okay, you know,
no, I unblocked a bunch of people all at once, because, like, again, when I went down the Bitcoin Cash like path, you know, they're you know, I was like very much like, fuck everybody, built a complete echo chamber for myself, you know. So like I realized I was like, I'm getting nothing but the same information from, so it's like, that was when I unblocked a bunch of people. And it wasn't until I didn't actually know that Richard was going to be the one until I scrolled past something that he said. And, like, you know, there's some clip on Twitter where it was like him saying, and it was just him saying that if you don't know what the top 10 coins do in the market and what they offer their users, whether you like them or not, you know, then you don't deserve to talk about this to anybody, you know. And I was like, oh shit, I don't know what like 4 of these coins do. I was like,
hit home.
yeah. So,
not wrong.
I mean, so,
and you know, again, to comment on that, our community, I think that, again, if you have this money really doesn't matter to me at all, and I'm going to experiment with these other elements, okay, do that, man, because Richard did it. How do you think he talked so much shit about IOTA? It's because he lost all his money or not all of his money, but he lost the money he put into IOTA, and he hated the wallet, and he got pissed off, right? So he became, you know, knowledgeable about everything in the space or the marketplace he was participating in. He became knowledgeable, and that's why I respect Maddie. I respect Kurkowski, Motley. You guys, you don't talk other people's bags or other products if it doesn't align with your values. But certainly, you have your ears to the ground, your fingers in other pies, and you make commentary to yourself about, hey, I think I'll talk about this thing or that thing, because you set your own mission statement. That's why I respect your opinions about everything outside of RH.
I like being challenged by that. That's why I like being on the happy hour show that we do, because, like, I feel like we talk about everything, you know, like whatever's happening in the ecosystem, we're not going to shy away from talking about, but that doesn't mean that I'm going to speak about it in the most positive light or give it, you know, any like my stamp of approval, you know. But if you're hanging out around the bar, you're probably going to talk about everything, you know, whatever's happening in the news, you know. So So like, I mean, it's a good way to, regularly look, like, recalibrate, make sure that, you are aligning with what values you still have,
Very cool.
And, this wouldn't be a crypto stream without a little bit of moon math. I put this together for the conference, is just basically cut out Luna from what had previously been done by Hex McKenzie. And then I pulled the PulseX numbers from one of Gary's tweets, I think. And what we can see here, I also added Ethereum and Bitcoin, because how are you going to have a list of the top performers and not have those in the layer 1 list? We can see that, compared to the original, when you throw in Ethereum and Bitcoin, which respectively did a 32,000x from all-time low to all-time high in 2,200 days. And for Bitcoin, it took 4,100 days to do a 6.9 million x. Not too shabby. The arbitrary average that comes out for this particular list of coins that got picked is like, if you held for 1,000 days on the best layer 1s, you would have gotten something like an 800,000 x return. And then on the duct taping onto DEX tokens or whatever this comparable list to PulseX is, the average is 364 days to get a 518x. But you can see that it really fell into two categories, where the ones that performed lower or just weren't around as long were 1 to 200 day holds, and the ones that performed better were longer holds. And so we can't say that this is what PulseChain is going to do, and PulseChain could go negative. But at the end of the day, if we think that the next thing that comes along in crypto could do better than anything did in crypto history, then these numbers are relevant to some extent.
Yeah, it's all about delaying gratification. I mean, crypto is the fastest appreciating asset in human history. These numbers are hard for us to wrap our mind around. Just think about how much you sacrifice for these, and think of 1,000x, 100x. These numbers are obtainable, but when you do the math, you're just like, there's no way I had that much money coming. And this is the thing too that I tell everyone, is just be prepared, especially if you're new and you haven't been here from the start. The beautiful thing about Hex that gives us such a leg up on everyone else in the crypto space, even the OG Bitcoiners, a lot of them do not have a lot of wealth at today, just because they sold along the way, right? Like what human would have ever conceived of 6.9 million X? So every dollar they put in, they got $6.9 million. Who would have ever conceived that actually being impossible? No one. I guarantee you, no one thought that was going up that high. And what, less than in like a decade? No way. It wasn't going to happen. It's the same. It's the same thing.
Yeah.
You can't prepare yourself for it. But what's beautiful about Hex is you have the staking feature. You have the code to save you, to help you realize those gains. You won't have that luxury with PulseChain and PulseX. So keep that in mind. Kind of fortify your mind and steel yourself for when you realize your first 10x, your first 100x, your first potentially 1,000x. It's a lot. It's a lot of gains.
I like what David Feeder said in the last section, where he said, like, have a plan, because have some goals. Have like series of goals, like paying off his student loans was a goal of his. That's a good one, But then don't have some moon goals too, where you think you want to find yourself, because that's having the goal is super important, because otherwise you kind of get lost in. The first year of Hex was. Yeah. The first year of Hex was like a monotonous year to some degree for me, but I had goals of like, I want this much by this time, and I set out to accomplish that, and that worked out very well in the end. And I think that that's important for everyone to have realistic goals and some pie in the sky ones too, because the numbers get very silly. They can. So. It makes it a little bit more like attainable when you get to those spots. It's a little bit easier to let go of something that is as amazing of a product as any of these are, because I mean, there's like, I'm not saying that everyone's got to sell anything ever, but like, I mean, I think that there is a time to take profit for everyone, and
It's
you have to be,
okay.
and like, yeah,
You can take
and like,
profit.
yeah, and like, what I mean by that is that I have whatever is going on with Hex. It physically pains me when we were in a place where I had goals to attain, I was able to hit them. It still physically pained me, like emotionally and mentally and physically, to like even sell fucking one Hex. It really did. But like, if I didn't have the goal there, like, okay, this was something that this is a 3 year goal for me to pay off the hole that I dug for myself, then like I wouldn't have felt comfortable at that time doing it, so I mean, it's important for everyone. Everyone's life is important. That's what was always great about Hex, is you could try to like save yourself with staking by putting some arbitrary dates out there where goals for yourself. So
yeah, that's all staking was just setting goals for your future self, right? Like I would like to realize these gains in a year, 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, 15-year staking ladder, and it just helped delay that gratification so you can enjoy it later. Like you don't have to have this digital currency forever. Like you can take profits out and you can go do stuff to improve your life. Otherwise, what's the point, right?
Yeah.
I have a quick question. I know we're wrapping up, but my quick question is, if Bitcoin, this Hart's Law narrative about the pairs and about how Bitcoin fed into Ethereum. Ethereum became popular because of its feature set. And then this pairing seems to be true, that, when Bitcoin goes up or significantly Ethereum goes up, then it pulls along the other half of the pair. This is the first time that you're going to see that situation all come live on PulseChain. You're going to see a store of value narrative in Hex on PulseChain. You're going to see a PulseX as a DEX token that has its own feature set. You're going to see PulseChain that has its own feature set as an L1. You're going to see an ecosystem birthed. And what's interesting to question is, a little bit of my conspiracy theory is publicly the Bitcoin maximalists that makes a lot of comments talk their bag because they've been in Bitcoin for such a long time. But privately, they also hold these other halves because the entire market moves up and the entire market moves down. And if it is because of Hart's Law pairing, that's a significant volume that is paired with each other. And a maximalist position doesn't allow for that. So you're going to have an opportunity in this birth of PulseChain to effectively have Bitcoin born, Ethereum born, DEX token born, all at the same time. You can potentially, if you choose to, I don't know what plays out mathematically the best, but just hold all and hold them, whether they're in pairs of liquidity pools or whether they're simply separate and you just want to see which one ratchets up. But I think that there's going to be a lot of pairing. I was looking at the testnet. I see 3 billion in the number, at least, in the pair of PLSX and PLS. That's what I see. And I don't know how this is all going to play out, but if you have the time to make a comment, what if you discovered it was a brand new technological innovation that got released to everybody at the same time? Here's this thing called Bitcoin. Here's this thing called Ethereum. Here's this thing that's a decentralized exchange token. And it was all brand new to everyone at the same time. How would you play that nouveau tech? Because that's what's going to happen with PulseChain.
It's pretty tough to say. I mean, like you said, have a little bit of all of them if you can, and chill, and not get too. I mean, I'll be honest. I mean, not get too starry-eyed with shiny object syndrome, because there is already. I mean, just go on the list of all the projects that are out there already. In Pulse, and you're like, holy moly, it's gone up a lot. And I mean, I'm not trying to. Again, I'm not talking bags here or anything, but out of all that huge list, there's only a few that I was like, oh yeah, this might be something, you know. So like, just be careful out there, kids.
Yeah, I'm talking about the core products of RH. Those
those core ones are great. I'd stick with those ones and chill. Yeah,
I think
single-sided staking sounds good. You know, stuff like that.
I'm going to keep doing what I've done even before Hex existed. And it's the same whether it's a bear or a bull market. Now going sideways is okay. I'm good at that. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to lean on the community. You know, before I was a streamer, I would tune in to Bitcoin streams to keep the faith during the times when Bitcoin, you know, when my Bitcoin bag was down 70%. You know, back in 2018. And so, you know, same thing here, whether PulseChain and PulseX and Hex, whether they're doing really well or doing really poorly, either way, I think, you know, whether it's me being a streamer or just tuning in to other people, having that group of other people who are still excited about it enough to talk about it and who are working through the same things I'm working through, I think that's part of my strategy. The other part is to use cold storage as a way to try to make it more difficult for myself to move stuff around.
I mean, look at what Richard Hart's done, right? Like he's proved his merit in the space. Like I truly believe what he has done with Hex is something that's revolutionary. I think that's a lot of the reason why we receive so much pushback in the space, right? Like in my eyes, we have a superior store value, and whose toes does that tread on, right? Like the premier coin in the space, like the Bitcoiners, like you're coming to essentially take their lunch. And so we received a lot of pushback from that, but he's earned his stripes, in my opinion. Bitcoin received the most pushback when it first came out, then Ethereum. Now I think Hex is kind of taking up that mantle. So he's earned his stripes. And if you believe we're essentially betting on this new ecosystem. And if it's anything, if he proves himself to any degree of what he did with Hex, PulseChain and PulseX, and what we've seen on paper, they're already far surpassing anything that we have currently. And if he can bring it to fruition, it's going to be massively successful. So you, like Gary was saying, you can't lose on any of them. And there's going to be that shiny object syndrome. They are going to be the two that draw your eye the most. I would say is probably PulseChain, PulseX. I have a feeling just layer ones, PulseChain is going to take its first run. But guess what? PulseX has, in my eyes, superior tokenomics. I think PulseX will be the next to run. You know what's going on during all that shiny object syndrome? Hex is probably getting a little bit cast to the side. Guess what? It's the premier store value and yield earner out of all three. And maybe you have an amazing opportunity to scoop that up. So when it comes to these premier assets, you're betting on Richard Hart, you're betting on this ecosystem. If it's even remotely successful, all these products will do well because they don't step on each other's toes. They feed off of each other and they'll all have their day in the sun to run. So if you own all the assets, if you hold all of them, if you don't fall into the trap of too many DJing games, because I believe Tindy's talked about this on the talk prior, was, yeah, cool. We have a lot of amazing products that are being building on PulseChain, which I love. That's awesome. But you have to think of the opportunity cost. It's okay to dabble and learn, and some of them are great market fit, are going to be really cool tools. But remember, you do have an opportunity cost. If you do invest a little bit in that, they have to outperform PulseChain, PulseX, Hex. Are they? We don't know. But I think if you do hold the premier assets in this ecosystem, and if we're even remotely successful, you're going to do amazing. Just don't get too caught up on the shiny object syndrome. Don't get too caught up on, oh, I have to have more of the token that's going to run first. They're all going to have their time. And I think it's going to be amazing when it finally happens, whenever that is.
All you walk away with sometimes is just some shrimp, shrimp farming.
Yeah, you could be like coffee and have shrimp eggs by the end of it.
Too soon. So we've got a great lineup, and you all have been awesome. Just to run through, tomorrow's day 2 of the conference. It's going to start at the same time. We're going to have a bunch of amazing streamers, including we're going to have some talks by longevity experts, including Aubrey DeGray, as well as all these PulseChain streamers that everybody's excited to see. And then on day 3, of course, we'll have Richard Hart, as well as, I wonder if Jack Levin is a Bitcoin billionaire as well. Maybe we'll ask him. So
don't ask him about his money and let that man be.
All right. Well, we'll see.
Would you tell me how much money you have, Maddie?
No.
No.
I mean, I want to put him and Richard on blast because I think they're both, billionaires that, that people look up to, and we'll see what happens. But either way, can you guys all tell us where people can find you so they can follow you and hear more of your content?
If I'm at the top of this list on the left side, FundingGym, and make sure it's spelled correctly. There's imposters of all of us. They end up doing a follow innocently, but I get blocked before the imposter starts following people. So I don't know that is happening. That's their trend. So make sure that if you're going to follow someone like Motley or Big Kurkowski, the little tricks that happen out there is the I is actually L, or the O is actually a 0, things like that. So pay attention to the spelling. But I'm only FundingGym across all platforms. If you Google that word, then the entire page will show all of the different social platforms. And do what you can to do these warm introductions. If you don't have the boldness, or you don't feel like you have the vernacular to speak with a peer or someone that you respect in your community directly, that you have direct interaction with, reach out to someone that's inside of Hex, inside of the OGs especially, because sometimes just edifying someone else and them saying the exact same words you would have said will land, and that person will become involved, because picking up those techniques is really what I want to promote over the coming year. Is social calibration, building up your own skill set of communicating, and learning how to edify other people that are in your corner, trying to help you out, by growing this community.
Agreed. And it takes practice too. So even if you aren't good at it, like, take the chance. What's the worst that's going to happen, right? Like, you don't get better if you don't try. And you guys can follow me anywhere. Motley Investors, same thing, all platforms. Pretty easy. Don't fall for the misspelled or the ones or the O's, any of that stuff.
You can find me at Big Kurkowski and Twitter, Telegram, Instagram. I think I have an underscore at Instagram. But yeah, otherwise,
you might have that account. Maybe I'll see if I can.
FundingGym and Maddie going around taking everyone's domains like the old
days. For you when you need
it most. Good stuff.
Great. And so, if you've made it this far, hit the like and subscribe button, and find these guys on all of their socials, especially YouTube and Twitter. We really appreciate it. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in for the first annual PulseConference.online. And another thank you to our speakers here. I really appreciate you. And we'll be back tomorrow for more PulseConference.online. Until then, stake wisely, my friends, and peace out.
Hopefully we have PulseChain before the next one.
Yes.
Please. Bye, guys.